All right, good. You should be able to hear me. Going to get you guys all set up now, and you will hear this voice, and I will help you know when you're about to start.
So day two, right? Invent Global Esports
Yep.
Digital. Is it digital conference or just conference?
So this is day two, and you could just say the Inmate Global Esports Conference. That works.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to day two of the InVen Global Esports Conference. We're going to kick off the day with the mobile esports panel. As you know, mobile gaming has been seeing a lot of growth over the past 3 years, and we have some of the best experts in the mobile gaming space. So I'm Jeff. I'm the founder and CEO of Game Gather. I've been in the mobile esports space for the past 5 years. I've co-founded my own esports org, been a pro player, been a Twitch partner streamer, and worked at on mobile esports projects with Team Liquid, TSM, and Immortals. And I'll go ahead and let the rest of the panel introduce themselves. So, Flash, go ahead.
My name's Michael Valor. I used to go by the name Flash X. I actually played the mobile esport Vainglory professionally for TSM. Then I kind of went on to start building out their Fortnite division side of things. I then transitioned into esports productions with eStar Studios and the WSOE, and now I'm kind of getting back into the mobile side of things with Tribe Gaming and helping them continue to excel in the mobile space. And I've worked with Excoundrel quite a bit, so he can introduce himself next.
Yeah, I'm Kiernan. I have been working in esports for about 7 years now, mostly commentating, but I also do a lot of content creation. And yeah, I've worked in mobile esports, really gave me my platform for success. And my first full-time title was Vainglory, which was a mobile esport. And the only person I haven't met on this panel is Caro, so I'm gonna let her go next.
Hi, my name is Carolyn. I sort of grew up within mobile gaming as well. I started off doing Reddit moderation actually, and then transitioned to doing social media and some marketing for Nova Esports. I've also worked at Tribe Gaming as well, where Flash works currently. I've also done some casting. I casted Arena of Valor at the 2018 Asian Games, along with our very own CJ. And currently I host, write, and produce for a television show about gaming called Squad here on Canadian TV. And that just leaves Claytano.
Yeah, that's me. Like she said, I'm Claytano, and I started off with YouTube, actually making content on gacha games, one in particular being called Summoner's War. I had no idea what world I was going into or what I was setting myself up for with being a part of the gacha community. Since then, I've actually branched out a little bit more into a more relevant mobile game called Auto Chess. And that's how I met Excoundrel. And I've also done some other sponsorships. I think I actually worked with Flash X on something. I can't remember the exact game, but I do remember that we've done something together. But like Excoundrel, I also did some casting, not only for just Auto Chess, but I also did some other mobile games throughout the years as well. But I am super excited to talk to you guys about it today because I'm a huge fan of mobile gaming in general, but also mobile esports in the future that it has for sure.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. It looks like we have an awesome expert panel here. Content creators in mobile, commentators, people who worked at esports orgs, people who have done on the production side. So that's awesome to hear. So today we're going to talk about, 3 topics. We're talking about the global mobile esports movement, so to speak, and how much it's growing and where, right? And then we'll talk about West. A lot of our panelists are in the Western region. So we'll talk about how does mobile esports look like in the West, what's happening, and finally, what does the future of mobile esports look like, and why should you be interested or at least taking a look at how mobile is going to grow. So the first thing I want to go over is kind of talk about the global and what mobile esports look like. But before we talk about mobile esports, we need to talk about what mobile has done in the industry. As you guys know, App Annie actually released their forecast for 2020. And they predicted mobile gaming in general to be a $100 billion industry in a $150+ billion gaming industry. So they're more aggressive. They think mobile is going to be basically more than PC and console combined, 25% more to be specific than PC and console combined. And we saw from, COVID happening all around the world, Tencent to Garena have been reporting crazy mobile gaming numbers where 60+% year-over-year growth. Garena just released their Free Fire, which is one of the largest mobile esports outside of China, hit 80 million daily active users, while Honor of Kings in China, specifically the largest mobile esports in the world, hit 100 million daily active users. So this is like the kind of overall global picture for mobile gaming. If you look at content creation too, the top 10 most watched YouTube games in 2019 were mobile gaming title, mobile esports gaming titles to be specifically. And if you narrow it down to esports titles, 4 of the top 7 most watched esports titles are mobile. So we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. So I want to kind of hand it off and let Extrangelo kind of share his insights in terms of what he's seeing from the content creation side with YouTube, his viewer base, and so on. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on mobile and the global picture. It's Condro.
Sure. I mean, I guess Clay can expand on this as well if he wants to afterwards. But essentially, YouTube is the mobile platform. Outside of YouTube, there really isn't much active viewership and interest in mobile gaming. You can see that from Twitch figures. Twitch is completely opposite. It's mostly PC console based, where the mobile titles that classically perform incredibly well on YouTube, things like Brawl Stars, especially in the West, Brawl Stars, Clash Royale, their viewer numbers on Twitch are non-existent. So YouTube is kind of like the place to be for mobile content creation. I guess it's because mobile content creation isn't quite as, I would say, often gameplay focused, not all the time anyway. A lot of it is more personality driven, as well as the fact that when you've got your Clash Royale content creators and Brawl Stars content creators, a lot of their YouTube content is also about the fun and the personality of it, and makes it much more watchable in a casual sense as well. So for me, expanding into a mobile on YouTube, it led to very explosive growth. So for instance, I started off in Vainglory. It had a very big cult following, but only on YouTube. Like if I tried to do Vainglory on Twitch, you would be getting less than 100 viewers most of the time. As soon as I started creating Vainglory content on YouTube during its kind of like its prime era, I went up to like 30k subs like in probably under a year, which is a pretty good, like not insane explosive growth, but for someone starting a new YouTube channel in a very niche area, it's pretty good growth. If I'd done that in League of Legends, I would have been a tiny fish in a very, very large pond, and I probably wouldn't have experienced the same level of growth either. So mobile content creation is hugely consumed on YouTube, and it's the only reason I started a YouTube channel in the first place, because of the demand for content around, especially competitive and educational content around like competitive mobile games as well. Because like I said, a lot of mobile content on YouTube is very kind of casual orientated, but if you're a more educational or competitive focused creator, you can actually grow pretty quickly in specific titles.
Yeah, and to expand on that, what Exandro was talking about, for another example, PUBG Mobile absolutely kills it on YouTube. My friend Powerbang, he's been crushing it, but like streaming numbers for Twitch is just like non-existent. Like you said, maybe like the most popular Twitch streamer for PUBG Mobile, less than 1,000 concurrents, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't checked in a while, but it is like night and day compared to YouTube, for sure. But I also think that might be in part with Twitch not really promoting the mobile games. Like there's not actually a set category to where you can search for who's actually creating content on mobile, but I think you can for PC and consoles, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So I have heard people talking about going to Twitch and trying to get this to become a thing. One being my talent agency has tried to push this towards Twitch because they do a lot of promotion with mobile content creators on Twitch, and it would also help not only them but the content creators and of course the people consuming the content to be able to find it a lot easier. And that's, I think, something that's been a problem with Twitch is the discoverability on there specifically. But I mean, at the end of the day, if that's something that they were to implement, I think it could help the growth of mobile gaming a lot more too.
I think too, from the team side as well, Tribe as a network, we get over 100 million views on YouTube for, the month of May, which, a lot of your top esports organizations aren't even pulling those kind of numbers. 100 Thieves Network doesn't pull that much. TSM doesn't pull that much. So as far as, the drive and the desire to consume that mobile content on YouTube specifically, tons of opportunity there. On the streaming side, I think Excoundrel and I, we're familiar with Mob Crush. I think, at that point in time, it was way ahead of, where the industry was kind of at. They were the first ones that really wanted to push mobile live streaming. But now you have Tencent coming in with Trovo. They just announced a $30 million, streaming incentive program where, if you are getting onto the Trovo platform and starting to stream there is a ton of opportunity there. And, now that, maybe the industry has matured a little bit, we'll see kind of the live streaming content for mobile start to pick up.
Yeah, great
Yeah,
points there. And Kara, go ahead.
yeah, I totally agree. It feels like mobile is sort of like an untapped market because of the unique culture surrounding it. Like to me, it feels somewhat fragmented from the rest of the wider gaming industry, if that makes any sense. I feel like mobile gaming culture is feels somewhat disjointed. If you go on like Twitch, for example, like a regular mobile gaming chat doesn't have like the puggers, whatever kind of culture as it feels like for like PC games as well. And mobile gaming doesn't like show up on live stream fails or things like that. So it feels like there's so much potential there to create a platform that promotes and is optimized, I guess, for mobile gaming.
Yeah, and everything that our panelists have kind of echoed here. If you guys look at just Twitch, and I love what someone said on a prior panel I was on, is if you try to find mobile on Twitch, it's like trying to find esports on ESPN. So YouTube, we talked about the numbers on YouTube. Like Facebook gaming has grown over 300%, and a lot of it is attributable to mobile gaming streaming. And if you look at just from since January 1st of 2020 across Twitch, YouTube gaming, Mixer, but Mixer's no more. Facebook gaming, mobile has grown actually 78% since then. And PUBG Mobile, that was mentioned earlier, leads all mobile games with 322 million hours already watched this year. So we know mobile is huge. We know the player base is massive. I'm talking about 80 million, 100 million DAUs. Like Brawl Stars was mentioned, that game has easily close to 30 million monthly active players. The numbers are massive. The viewership is definitely massive. And the esports trend is now starting to see a lot of growth. If you look at Mobile Legends in Southeast Asia, they rival the League of Legends European Championships in terms of concurrent viewership, right? And they're growing 100 to 200%, season over season, year over year. If you look at Free Fire, another game, Loud is an esports org that Michael can kind of talk about, but they reached over 1 billion views. They're actually one of the esports orgs that have reached over 1 billion total views on YouTube, faster than FaZe, 100 Thieves, or any organization. And if you think about it, no other org has actually reached 1 billion views, I think, in less than 60 days, if I'm not mistaken. So that's just showing you how much mobile is growing outside of the West, and we're trying to see that trend come to the West. We're trying to see some traction. For example, Call of Duty Mobile is something that I'm looking closely at. They just announced 250 million downloads since 8 months of launching. And they also have their Call of Duty World Championships coming as well. So there's a lot of potential, I think, for growth in the West. So we'll kind of now switch over to talk about what's happening in the West. And I'll let Flash kind of kick it off again here to kind of talk about Loud real quick, and then switch over to what are the implications for North America and the West.
For sure. Yeah. So, I think Loud in a lot of the ways is leading the industry in terms of, this is the formula that you really have to put together to be successful. Their numbers speak for themselves. If they made an entrance into the North American side of things, they would absolutely be crushing it. Right now they're predominantly based in Brazil and around Free Fire, like Jeff said, where, there's a ton of, potential and opportunity, and that has definitely been realized through that organization. And we're now kind of seeing things picking up on the North American side of things, where Call of Duty Mobile finally has their league put together. They're getting ready to go into stage 3 of the tournament that is being run through game battles. Clash Royale, even despite COVID and everything going on with that, they're moving everything online. Mobile is still super accessible to, everyone, where, if you want to participate and play from home, you can, which, is one of the best parts about the industry. Whereas, if you look at some of the other barriers with console or PS or PC, it's a little bit harder to get into. So, Clash Royale doing super well, Brawl Stars doing super well. A lot of those titles, just continuing to grow, continuing to develop, and we're seeing a lot of esports organizations kind of follow footsteps of Tribe, at least in the West, where they're starting to become legitimate threats. And even you have your original tier 1 organizations like TSM, where they're also entering into the mobile side of esports and supporting those initiatives from their end.
Yeah, and then you also have companies like ESL that are even taking a step further and like reaching out and organizing different tournaments. I know they do stuff with Clash Royale. I know they do stuff with Auto Chess, and that's just specifically North American is what they've been focusing on with their ESL Mobile Open that they've been running lately too.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think, oh, go ahead, Sandro.
No, I'm actually interested because this is something that I'd like to specifically like how I got involved with mobile very early on is with Clash Royale and Brawl Stars and then eventually Vainglory. But something that I'd really be interested to look at is why uptake of certain games on mobile is more prevalent in the West. Like the West is more interested and more engaged with the likes of Clash Royale and Brawl Stars than they are with the likes of PUBG Mobile. Obviously now we're getting COD Mobile more in the West, but previous to that, the West was, if you ever talked about mobile gaming in the West, even at a competitive level, it was just Clash Royale, realistically. And now obviously when Brawl Stars came through, that started to do a bit more. Kara, you know like a lot of Clash Royale content creators, I know, because I kind of got into Clash Royale actually through Clash with Ash, who's one of your friends. I'm actually interested from their perspective, like do they see their audience is primarily Western based still? Is that still the case? Because that's the feeling that I get from the games like Clash Royale. That's still the one mobile game that I feel like we're taking seriously in the West.
Yeah, I think the fascinating thing with mobile games in the West is that it's never really penetrated like a general Western audience as deeply as things like Call of Duty on console, for instance, with other content creation and esports orgs like FaZe. It feels like it's never primarily been a Western audience that they've been catering to. And I know Clash with Ash is very, very vocal about how much support he receives from different regions where mobile gaming is like the norm instead of like a sort of a niche like it is here in the West. So Clash with Ash, he has an extremely devoted like Indian fan base, and a lot of content creators see a lot of success in Southeast Asia as well with mobile gaming, where it's absolutely huge there. Obviously, it has to do with both the stigma of mobile gaming, where it's not perceived as quote unquote serious as PC and console is in the West. And as well, perhaps there's like an income kind of disparity there where consoles and PCs aren't quite as affordable. So mobile gaming is like the norm and the most accessible way for everyone to be able to game.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that. The affordability is definitely a piece, and the way that I look at it and how I explain it on a lot of panels is there's an underserved population of the world, right? If you think about smartphone penetration, that's why mobile gaming has taken off. If you think about how PC esports has taken off, right, it's because of the PC cafes. Back in 2011, there were 350,000 PC cafes in Asia, and it generated $19 billion in U.S. revenue. But what it did in Asia was it basically lowered the barriers to entry to online PC multiplayer gaming, and that's how esports was born. It was because they couldn't afford to have PCs at home, and I know because I grew up in South Korea from 1999 to 2003, and there were 20,000 PC bongs when I was there, and anyone and everyone played StarCraft. And if you look at Brazil, the government subsidized PC cafes, actually internet PC cafes, so it basically gave access to internet PCs to 60% of Brazilians poor. And that's how esports such as Counter-Strike Go, which is super, super popular in Brazil, League of Legends as well. These PC esports then sprouted and grew. So I think the same trend is happening with mobile. Smartphones now, yes, it's more affordable like PC cafes have done, but what smartphones have done is actually lower the barriers of entry even further and allowed more people to enjoy online multiplayer gaming. And I think that is the main theme. It's not about, if you believe in mobile or not. I think that's a moot point. It's about the underserved populations of the world that are now getting access to online multiplayer gaming through phones, right? That we saw with the PC age and the PC cafes, and now PC esports is a much bigger industry, way bigger than it was just 10 years ago. And I think mobile esports is going to see the same trajectory, but it's going to grow even more massive. I'm a little bullish. So I think in 5 years, mobile esports will be bigger than PC and console put together. Like Carol mentions a really good point, and I'll talk about, and I'll hand it off to Excandra here to talk more. But Call of Duty Mobile, for example, right? It's the first game that I've seen for a multiplayer esports potential title where 18% of the 250 million downloads are North America. North America leads the downloads for that mobile game. That's a first. If you think about PUBG Mobile and all these other mobile esports games, it's always outside of the West. So that's 45 million downloads in North America alone. So I think the potential is there. There's latent potential, and I think it's going to start coming. And I'd love to hear more from the people at the ground level, like like Flash, Excalibur and stuff in terms of like what is it look like? What is the future of mobile esports look like in the West, and what are the current leagues, and what does the growth and numbers look like? So go ahead, Oscar. I'll let you take it, and then Mike can go next.
Well, I think with Call of Duty, one of the biggest draws for people getting involved with it on mobile was brand familiarity. Like, it's just one of those things where in the West, Call of Duty was a cult almost. It's like a cult involvement, and, you know, especially in the UK, I know we have a console-driven nation, and Call of Duty was just the game that you bought every year alongside FIFA. Like, as I was growing up, it was just like, you got the new FIFA, you got the new COD. You know, that's basically what it was. So I think a lot of it is brand familiarity. So having a mobile game that crosses brand familiarity was really important for people. But also, I think it's generally growing infrastructure as well. One of the things that I think holds the West back in terms of mobile esports and competitive mobile gaming is our mobile infrastructure is poor compared to the likes of China and a lot of Asian countries. I go to Japan, in Tokyo, I have full 4G access pretty much everywhere. Like, I can go on any subway, any whatever, I've got full 4G access across the board. Same as if I go to Shanghai, for instance. I live in the middle of bloody nowhere, but if I like step outside of my house, I'm barely pulling 3G, you know, like I still have very poor mobile access. And I think the reliance on Wi-Fi for mobile connection is really holding a lot of the Western, like the larger scale Western populations back from really, like, I think, engaging with competitive mobile gaming the same way that you see over in Asia and Southeast Asia and so on.
Yeah, and you know, kind of going off the back of what Excoundrel said, just the IP with Call of Duty is so strong, especially in the West. I think that's a huge reason why people were downloading it, because you had all these ex pros and ex content creators that were like, "Whoa, Call of Duty's on mobile now! Like, I just want to give that a try." And because the IP was so strong, you had a lot of endemic PC and console players now branching out into mobile just to check it out. And because, you know, I think it was published by Tencent for mobile, and you know, because they did it so well, and the controls were so seamless and easy for people to pick it up. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why it has been so successful. And then, you know, at least looking towards the future, you have another massively strong global IP in League of Legends. You know, we have Wild Rift for mobile coming out later on this year, where, you know, the LCS is huge and massive, you know, in North America. I'm super excited. You know, I'm definitely bullish, you know, to see Wild Rift come out to mobile. You know, I know that, you know, even internally, we're already putting pieces into place in terms of strategy, you know, reaching out to content creators, because it's definitely something that, you know, Tribe is going to invest heavily into with how strong that IP is. You know, definitely excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and I love Wild Rift is definitely something we need to talk about, being on this sorry, mobile esports panel here. And I think that from a long-term potential standpoint, I think Wild Rift has a really huge opportunity for the West, since League of Legends is the world's most popular PC game, and it's a huge esports in the West. And Wild Rift is basically taking the League of Legends IP, and it's basically League on mobile. So I think it's going to introduce a lot of people who are skeptical, like FlashEx, because the Call of Duty brand basically got people excited about Call of Duty on mobile. And Pete, the CEO of Activision Esports, said that Call of Duty Mobile has actually introduced more people to the Call of Duty franchise and IP than any Call of Duty console game ever has. So that to me is very bullish, right? Super excited about to hear that. But also, you think about Wild Rift. What is Wild Rift going to do to the potential of the League of Legends brand? And I'd love to hear, you know, the content creators' thoughts on it. Carol, your thoughts on Wild Rift, and what is the potential here of Wild Rift on mobile, and the excitement that Riot Games is now going to be producing, you know, a version of League on mobile.
So from my opinion, I think the more and more these, you know, big name brands are coming out with mobile versions of their game, the more accepted it's going to become. So as like a mobile gaming YouTuber or content creator, you're always like the black sheep of the group, because everybody looks down on you for playing mobile games. But like, you know, Wild Rift coming out, Pokemon Unite coming out, obviously Call of Duty, PUBG Mobile, it's just making everything like a more acceptable area where, you know, a couple years ago at BlizzCon, you know, Diablo Immortals was announced and everybody just like was totally upset. And I just don't think that would have like people would have the same reaction today if that was the case, for them to release it now. But Wild Rift is definitely something that I'm personally excited about. As a content creator, you're always trying to look for something that's going to be around for a while. It's going to have good following. It's going to have, you know, good game mechanics and updates and a good development team behind it, because there are a lot of mobile gaming developers, for better or for worse, that actually are just in it for a cash grab. And I've played multiple of those and lost a lot of money, just like, again, going back to the whole gadget thing. So to know that there's a company that's actually going to be putting a lot of time and effort into it, it makes me more willing to put my time and effort into it.
Yeah, for me personally, I think the best words to describe how I feel towards Wild Rift is cautiously optimistic. Of course, I personally will be all over Wild Rift. I'll play it, I'll love it, because I like MOBAs and I like playing on mobile. So win-win for me. But I think this is obviously all conjecture from my personal point of view, but I think that the games that have managed to penetrate the Western market more and develop like an endemic kind of esports interest, I guess, are the games that don't necessarily have an equivalent on PC. So like the Clash Royales and Brawl Stars of this world. Sorry, I don't think that sentence was grammatically correct, but I think that with things like PUBG Mobile and with Call of Duty Mobile, when those two came out, we expected those to have huge esports success in the West, which they haven't, which they've seen success, but not necessarily to the grand scale of making mobile esports completely accepted as much as PC esports are in the West. And with the League of Legends IP as well, I think that I have no doubts that it'll be successful as a game. But with regards to how kind of entrenched in our culture, in our day-to-day here in the West, I'm not necessarily sure that mobile esports for Wild Rift will get there.
Yeah, I think it's
that's
definitely.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a challenge, and I think what I'm excited about. I know Vainglory, you know, it definitely like Extrandro, Flat, you know, Michael. We all worked on Vainglory. I was a pro player along with Flash and a commentator along with Extrandro here, and it had a very niche, passionate community base, and I think that was a kind of sneak peek of what's to come for mobile esports in the West. And you think about it, like the IPs, I think Michael made a really good point here. The IPs coming to mobile is going to validate mobile, right? People are going to try it out. They're going to fall in love with it. They're like, wow, it's not that bad. Call of Duty Mobile has amazing reviews on the App Store, right? 4.8 out of 5. Huge, massive download presence in North America. You think what's coming next? Apex Legends coming to mobile, right? Pokemon multiplayer coming to mobile. Right now, we also have Trovo, which Michael mentioned as well, where I actually worked with Tencent on it earlier because it was called Mad Cat when they're in their early beta, and I was helping Tencent with Mad Cat, which now is Trovo. So now you see like Tencent kind of gunning towards the opportunity because they know mobile gamers and the gaming community is a very underserved part of the marketplace. There's record number of players, there's record number of viewership, and it's growing. You know. 100% or 50% year over year. 4 of the top 10 mobile games are YouTube, and I think that it's an opportunity in the West that where mobile esports will then translate. If you have a strong, solid foundation of daily active players, you have a solid foundation of viewership that's watching, you know, YouTube videos. I think the next phase is going to be the next stage, at least, is going to be the esports viewership. Is also going to come eventually, I think, but it's going to take time. Like Carol said, there is a stigma with mobile gaming and mobile esports in the West. But I think with releases of these really strong IPs like Wild Rift, Apex Legends, Call of Duty Mobile that we're seeing already, I think that's going to start to turn the tide in the mobile esports favor. And we're going to finally follow the global trend that we're seeing in Asia, Southeast Asia, Brazil, all around the world, in India and so on. The West will finally embrace mobile esports, and we'll see it hopefully grow. So I would love to hear kind of the panelists' thoughts in here before we wrap up here at the end of our panel.
I'm going to go quickly now because I might have to dip out just before the end. But essentially, the way that I see it is in the West in terms of success. I see brand familiarity being the initial step. You know, you have something that people are familiar with, like Call of Duty, like League of Legends, like Apex, like you said. That entices a certain portion of that population to download and try the mobile game. After that, it's going to be quality of product, proof of product. If that product is good, like Call of Duty Mobile is, like I'm sure Wild Rift is going to be, a certain portion of that population is going to stay and retain and become a daily active user. And then obviously as infrastructure gets better in the West, as you know, we're all slowly moving towards 5G infrastructure, is slowly moving towards wider coverage across all of the countries, then that's where you're going to have people who engage in every part of their life on a daily basis with those games. So I think over time you're going to see more familiar IPs move to mobile. A certain portion of that population becomes engaged with the product because it's good, and then eventually, when infrastructure is good enough and comparable to Asia, we're going to have people that are engaged on a daily basis. And it's like Caro said, it is going to take time. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. I don't think Wild Rift is going to solve the issue. I think we're going to probably need 3 or 4 more games in sort of popular IPs to get there. But yeah, I actually have to dip now, guys, because I'm working. So I'm going to let you finish the panel without me, and I'll see you guys soon.
Thanks for
See you, Alexandro.
Bye.
Any other closing thoughts, guys? Michael, Carol, or Clay?
I'll just go real quick because I think honestly I agree with a lot of what Exgandro said. I think it's going to be a lot quicker though than we think, because there are a whole bunch of companies that are already in development for mobile games, and like even bigger names than we've already seen, right? So those will probably come out either this year or next year, most likely a little bit delayed because of COVID. But once those start coming out, it's just going to be like a trickle down effect. So I'm still super excited. I don't obviously have like all the numbers like you do, Jeff. You're on point with your numbers, but it's gonna be massive.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with what Clayton and Kieran said. I hope that it's faster than I personally think it would be. I hope I'm like surprised by it, but if anything, we've seen slow and steady growth, and that's as much as we can hope for as people who are passionate about mobile gaming.
Yeah, I guess to kind of wrap things up here, very much the same sentiments. I'm personally, a big believer that Wild Rift is really going to be it, that really opens up mobile gaming, in the West. I guess depending on what your opinion is, what really defines success or acceptance, like that's up for debate in and of itself. But as far as the player base goes, I definitely think that it's going to rival a lot of your most popular PC titles.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on this panel. I'm also bullish, like Michael R. and the rest of the panel. If you think about Asia, China, Brazil, Southeast Asia, they were all actually big PC esports communities, and they laughed at mobile too. And now you look back, that entire sentiment has changed because of the popularity, the mass appeal of mobile games, mobile gaming, and online multiplayer mobile games specifically. And I think that mass appeal is going to start bleeding into the United States and the Western regions. So thank you again for joining us on this panel. Hopefully you guys learned a lot of interesting insights and start to follow some of the mobile esports that we talked about. And we'll see you next time. Thanks, guys.
Joined by 3 representatives of Riot Games, and they all work in the LEC. Today's panel is going to revolve around the discussion of how did the LEC come out to be one of the most popular esports broadcasts and how it is that they're setting a new standard for the esports industry. So right now we have our guests, and I'm going to ask politely for them to introduce themselves, starting off with Jeff.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jeffrey Latham. I'm the public relations strategist for European esports at Riot. I've worked at Riot for about 4 years now, and my team handles all communications when it comes to the LEC and EU Masters. So that means anything that's meant to inform rather than entertain, that goes through us. So like ticket announcements or tournament format or whatever. And we also handle relations with the media and press, particularly at live events. Before I was at Riot, I was a freelance writer, and I have a degree in psychology.
All right, next we have Monica.
Hi, everybody. I'm Monica Dinsmore. I am the head of publishing for LEC. My team focuses primarily on a lot of different facets of publishing, including content, video, editorial, social, brand, creative, and Jess is also part of my team heading up PR and comms. We also have some digital products that we take care of, things that you might see in the ancillary world of LEC, like fantasy and drops. I've been at Riot for coming up on 5 years now, and on the Berlin team for 3. And before Riot, I was in tech startups in Silicon Valley in the early days, and then I did a lot of years in asset management before coming to Riot.
All right, and next we have Alban.
Hi everyone, my name is Alban de Charlotte, and I'm the head of business development and partnership for Riot Games in Europe. And my job is just to connect brands and partners to this amazing group of talented people at Riot to create great stuff. So could be linked to sponsorship, broadcast, distribution. We have some digital products. We also have new games apparently this year. So we are very happy in this team to be able to represent such an amazing group of talents.
All right, and how did you guys come to work with League of Legends? We can start off with Monica.
Yeah, so I had a family friend that was actually a video producer on the NA team who could never stop raving about his job at Riot. And there was a point in time where there was a strange unicorn role that was available that Riot was looking for someone with a combination of software development, management experience, and finance. And and then I sort of fit the bill. If you add in a little bit of nerd, then I was like, I'm your girl. And it ended up working out, and I couldn't be happier.
That's great. What about you, Alban?
It's funny. My connection to Riot Games is that I was working for a brand called Coca-Cola, and we were trying to do to connect with the fans through passion points, and one of them was gaming. And we decided to enter into a global partnership with Riot about 6 or 7 years ago. I was so amazed by the community I discovered. I was so enthusiastic by the passion of the writers to deliver the best experience possible in every single moment that I was like, I want to work in a company like that. I want to be part of a system where everybody's mind is focusing on the player's experience, and if my knowledge of like how to create this partnership that makes value for everyone could be of help to anyone, especially in Europe, which is my own region, after being a bit of a while in Atlanta, it was perfect fit. So I joined the team 2 years ago, and I can't stop smiling since then.
That's awesome. What about you, Jeff?
Yeah, I was a freelance copywriter before, and I mostly wrote for gaming and esports and sometimes healthcare, actually, because my dad's a doctor. A friend of a friend was the editor-in-chief of the EU LOL esports site back then, and she was looking for some more freelance writers to work on announcements and comms beats. So I did that for a while, and a few months in, they had a new role on the public relations team. I applied, and here I am.
Sounds good. Before the League of Legends European Championship was known as the LEC, it was known as the EU LCS. What would you say were the core differences that separated these two leagues?
Of EU and NA LCS, they shared the same look, the same feel, and pretty much the exact same branding. And then you consider that there's, as an English product, both of them being English products, there's a lot of crossover when it comes to the English-speaking fan base of the two leagues. So I would say that they naturally developed a bit of a friendly rivalry over the years, and I think that the main difference was for many of those years, the EU LCS was viewed as the little sister to NA. Yeah, so I would say, like I said, not too much, although EU did have a couple of stints on the global stage coming into LEC. So you guys want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just to jump in and add something there, I think one of the biggest differences is that we now have an identity, like Monica was talking about, that's completely European, and it was built to be European from the ground up. When we were rebranding, we had the choice to go in there and be very deliberate with it. And just from a personal perspective, having been here for a while, I think we now embrace the aspect of our show that's entertainment a lot more than we used to in the past, especially during the EU LCS days. It was very like sports focused and heavy into sports. And while we still have that, we now also are embracing the entertainment and trying to provide something that people keep coming back to, want to see what we're doing each week. And also just have to add that now that we have a set of teams that don't have to worry about relegation, it's a lot easier for them to build fan bases and for fans to kind of identify with a team that they are passionate about.
Yeah, I mean, from the boring side, so the business side, I think we were very lucky that the LA, which is the HQ of Riot, decided to launch a league in Europe, and it was kind of like a package. Like you have like the NLCS and ELCS, and a lot of the efforts in terms of like aligning these leagues with partners was made from a central point of view, combining all this into one package. So as a brand, Coca-Cola, I was partner of the ELCS, the NLCS, and the global events in one bulk, and I think it was luck. Like it was lucky that Riot decided to deliver that and build this for the fans in Europe with a dedicated team. But obviously, from a business point of view, it was kind of like a distance from what was the ecosystem in Europe. We have like multiple languages. We have like advertiser markets that are different from the US, and most of the time we have advertiser markets in each of the country. So it was kind of a distance that didn't enable the league to perform as well as it could have been with it being driven locally. So a lot of the big changes we have seen on the brand, on the talent, on the tone was about giving the EULCS an autonomy and also some possibility to customize to the expectation from the fans, but also from the sponsors. So I think one of the big difference was this autonomy, which enable us to be much more listening and building value for the partners in Europe. So now we have much more partners that are European and even local rather than the global ones, which enable us to grow and to sustain the business for the league.
I would say,
Go ahead, Monica, please.
Jump in there. That is actually something that stands out for me that Alban touched on, because I did work in NA in esports prior to coming to Berlin to work for EU in esports. And from a content production perspective, Alban touched on the sort of complications of the many different languages in Europe. And it was much easier from an NA perspective to just be able to focus on one language, one region, and speak to your community that was very familiar and in your neighbor basically, and then coming to Europe and thinking about how to reach all of these different types of markets and talk to all these different types of fans that are culturally different, their languages are different, the way they consume content is different. And so just sort of reflecting on the question about the differences between the two, that's actually really huge.
And how do you ensure that all these cultures are brought together? Do you have a specific team that focuses just on that?
We are the team, and the team has 80 languages and many countries. And I think that's a big thing. We have talent that's coming from different countries in the on-air talent. We have people in the press, in the content, in the BD team. We are Europe, and therefore I think we don't have someone that is kind of like the brand guardian. Like, are we European enough on this content? Mm-hmm. Because I mean, in every single meeting, someone will call out that this is for Spain or this is for Germany, and maybe push up some other angles.
Interesting, and even mentioning that is this European enough? I see that the LEC has broadened its horizons to be popular pretty much in every other region. I have friends from Brazil that watch it. I have friends in NA. I have friends in all over Latin America, and God knows elsewhere they are watching the LEC from. Why do you think that the LEC is so popular? Do you think it's because they're catering to so many cultures?
Well, I can speak from a content perspective. I think that one of the things that we try to do pretty religiously is listen to the fans. We make content for the fans, and whenever we produce, something new, we'll try to push ourselves to be exploring new avenues of speaking to the players. And when it resonates, we'll do it again. We'll double down on something that the fans love, and try to evolve it so that it stays fresh and interesting. But we spend a lot of time listening and making content that our entire fan base loves. And so I think that is, everyone is united in their love for League of Legends. And if we can, and that sort of breaks down many barriers. And so if we just listen to what the fans want, then it's going to resonate with fans no matter where they're at.
This moves perfectly into my next question, which is each split that LEC introduces new segments. We had the electronic last split, and then they came back. This split we have the ads that feature Shadow and featured Wipo and Hilly, and they were like those old school ads. They were so much fun to watch. How do you think that the league continues to reinvent itself around the same intellectual property? Because at the end of the day, we're still talking about League of Legends, which is a pretty old game. It's been going on for a while.
Well, from my perspective, I think that one of the most amazing things about League of Legends is no matter how long it's been around, it actually reinvents itself. So the meta changes on a regular basis, and the way that players can interact and grow and change their own play style depending on what's going on in the current meta, that gives us the ability to create new memes and to, you know, create new sort of angles of content. So that's a really helpful way that League of Legends itself kind of helps us to evolve. But yeah, I think that getting back to what I had said before about listening to fans, you touched on electronic, and that's something that we heard from when we did like the Sandstorm remake, and everyone freaked out, and we were like, okay, this music thing, there might be something to that. And then we kind of created our own band, and then recently we just did this Diplo remake, and people love it. And so, you know, we want to keep doing more of that, because one, we love it too. I mean, we're all players and fans of esports as well, but we also have a lot of fun making those things. So
all right, sorry, Jeff. I need to call out Monica now, because she seems to say that this is just because we are listening to your fans. She has a crazy gang in her team. That is amazing. We are super lucky to have our casters that are amazing, not only on air, but actually creating in the backstage such amazing stories and contributing. And I've worked in creative environments where, you know, you have a creative director that says it has to be green because green is cool. And in this team, this is absolutely not the case. Like, the ideas are coming from all over around. Some ideas even, and you won't believe me, come from sponsors. And we put this on the table, and then the talent, the creative team, the content team take these ingredients and create magic of it. So that for me is a great formula, which is like the level of collaboration and the way everybody's open to listen and co-create is like super high level.
thank you, Alban.
Yeah, and just to add on, sorry, Monica, but just to add on there, I think one of the biggest things we all have going for us, you know, this gang of people Alban's talking about, is at the end of the day, we're all passionate about esports too, and we're all fans in our own right. So we want to do well, we want to succeed, and so we're all pretty dialed into the community. And like they both keep saying, but it's true, we listen to the fans, and the fans are not afraid to tell us when something works or when it doesn't work. And that means we can adapt and take the best of what was good, and then maybe leave behind some other things and continue to adapt and to evolve and to just listen.
Sounds good. Just recently, the COVID-19 pandemic hit the entire world and caught us by surprise. I remember that the first thing that I thought when it started to, you know, like hit the LCK and it started to hit the LPL, I was like, oh no, I hope this doesn't come to you, because that means I can no longer go to the press room. The players are not going to play on stage. But you guys still managed to put out a beautiful broadcast, and it was still just as much fun to watch, even though it was all done from home. I wanted to know, at what point did you guys actually start to plan for the, I would say, inevitable?
I mean, I can take some few on this one, and then Jeff, please feel free to build that. First of all, it's dramatic, and for us as anybody else, you know, it's about our families or friends, and seeing this thing happening was, you know, we're afraid like everybody else, you know. Right. But the clear thing is, for us, we cannot find the, you know, what will save the health, you know. So we have to do something else, and what we do best is the show. So we're just focusing on trying to do what we can do best to at least relieve with entertainment what the people were experiencing at home. We saw this coming from China 3 months before it arrived in Europe, and we didn't immediately understood what was going on, but we had early signal. And we are very close, we're very connected at Riot to understand what everybody's doing so we can learn from it. So with a leadership team and the help from everyone, we start to analyze some scenarios and we prepare some reaction. And when some few signal happens and some regulation change, it was not a surprise for us. We're anticipating these scenarios and we just took a decision based on them. Priority was first and foremost the health of the players, the health of the fans, the health of the crew. And after that, the continuity of the show. And continuity means that when we decided to cancel the final in Budapest, we're very sad for the people that were expecting us to come because we've never been in this city. At the same time, we had a plan to say, okay, now that will enable us to do the final somewhere else, which is in the studio. And then it happens that we had some early signals that someone in the crew may have been infected. So we decided to take the earliest possible the decision to shut down the show. This is probably the saddest moments in my career, almost, because we had to go from the office to the studio to disturb the people that were working for a few hours about the rehearsal for the show, to inform them that the show will not happen. And that moment was really, really sad. And at the same time, I had to go to the green rooms, inform the teams that already arrived that they have to go home. And everybody's like, I mean, there were some very, very sad faces, like not only sad, you know. And because for us, we were letting down the fans. But the great thing is that we had already a parallel team working for about 3 weeks before this decision on what will happen if we take this decision. So that's why we didn't have six days to go live and remote. We actually had more because another team was already working on that solution. So big kudos to the production team there. They did magic. I usually say, I don't know if you saw Apollo 13, the movie where they sent a rocket to the moon and they lost everything and they have to come back. That's pretty much what we asked to the production team. They had like a bit of like strapper and like a bit like a crate, and they had to create a show. So instead of a like multi-million-dollar facility that you know, Lara, because you come to the studio, we had modems and internet from phones and then laptop, and they had to, you know, create a show that looks like the same, or at least like make the impression that it's the same, with like this, which was like 3 lines. If 2 of them go down because of the internet in Berlin, we still have a third one. So that's what they did in 1 week. The second moment, the saddest moment, was the first Friday because we had some sound issue. And it was like, oh my God, they spent so much time and hours and we have sound issues. And again, they spent the night, all the night from Friday to Saturday, nonstop, so that the Saturday the show was almost intact. So this is not the norm. This is not the same show. We were actually sad to see that this was not as good as what we could do. And the minute we could come back to the studio, we did, because we love our studio and give us so much capabilities to give great show to the fans. But still, it's amazing. The players stayed with us in the gaming house, protected within their own gaming house and connected to us. Everybody in 40 different apartments across Berlin created this network, virtual network of LEC. And the fans. I mean, the fans at home. I don't know if you saw some numbers, but
yes, I did.
I mean, it's crazy to see that we did it for a reason, and the reason was we wanted to give it to them. And not only we managed to finish the season, but we actually celebrated some numbers we never saw before, with actually fans gathering with us and celebrating esports, dancing even, because we did some few other things there. So I think it was an amazing experience for me. I feel super proud of the production team and everybody who made it happen, and I was super happy we could deliver this for the fans.
Yeah, and just to add on there a little bit, we, as Alban said, we had been preparing for it to happen eventually, but I don't think any of us were prepared for it to happen that quick. And the way he described it, like walking over to the office, from the office to the studio and having to make a tough call, it really was that sudden. And from a comms perspective, that was the quickest turnaround on an announcement I've ever had to do, and it was interesting and stressful, but also really sad because we were basically not going to have the show to watch that night, but we had to make the right call for everyone's health. And as you know, Lara, the press experience also changed dramatically. Had to go completely remote for press and the players, which meant that not only did we have to find a solution that worked for journalists, we also had to find one that worked for the teams and get buy-in from them, because ultimately they also need the tech facilities. They need to have program that would work with accounts on Discord and a whole bunch of things that I had never thought of before. And then suddenly we're pulling it together and trying to do something that can at least continue on. And I'm really proud of how we did it and how it actually turned out in the end, and that we managed to keep doing remote interviews the entire time. I don't think there was a single day where we didn't get any.
You're right. I actually wanted to make a comment on that. I don't think I've ever seen the press room be that packed. I mean, the good thing about going online is that we have Ashley King coming in from Korea, and she's a fantastic journalist and adds so much. And to have these people that didn't have the opportunity to cover the LEC before is just so fantastic. It's great to interact with them. Guys, I am in the LEC press room every weekend religiously interviewing players and never had an issue because Discord is really simple. And I wanted to personally thank you guys for facilitating this, because for us news outlets that depend on these interviews, it was really scary to just hear that perhaps we wouldn't be able to do our content anymore. And this has been huge. You guys are facilitating this for the entire ecosystem. And truly, I am grateful for it, as I'm sure that many other journalists that are watching us right now are also grateful. Moving forward.
Good job, Jeff. Good job, Jeff.
Yes, Jeff, you did a fantastic job. In terms of logistics, you mentioned that you guys had 40 different apartments in Berlin. What was it like to actually coordinate that broadcast?
It was a nightmare. Okay, so and we are very far from it. We are lucky to have people that like created this model. Once in a meeting, they showed us like the different links and how they created the different connection, and we're like, what is that? Like, how do you understand how you do this? So I would not be able to describe it. What I can tell you is that we use the simplistic software, the simplistic like really like comms tools that are used for meetings, and we use computers like Dell, like office computers,
right,
to create the same thing that we do with professional television software. The graphics team had to recreate every single layers, but we usually can do manually and dynamically on air. And they had to thought through every single stage of the show to recreate the impression that it is the same show. But in reality, it was people moving like boards and trying to make it look like the show. So it's, being a bit closer than average to how much effort they put into this, and the creativity and the genius they put to find the solution to make it looks like the same is really a privilege and really interesting to watch. I have to say a word about the sponsors, first because that's my job, but I want to say they were also super supportive. Very early stage when we saw the cancellation of the final, and after that the cancellation of the studio, we make very clear, and I made very clear to the team, that sponsor will not be the priority, because priority will be health, and secondly, continuity of the show. And if we can do something for the sponsors, we'll do it, but that should come after. And I had the same speech to my partners that say, look, I hope you will understand that the priority for us will be in this order, and from this order, we'll do our best. And when I said that, I was expecting that actually I would have to let down some of the deliverables, and the reality is we did not. The production team, after 7 days, after 8 days, already started to deliver every single point of our partnership, and in addition, came up with like some additional touch point, additional way to expose the brands, additional content. Meanwhile, the partners were totally understandable. They were actually, some of them, impressed by the flexibility, agility of the team, because they were at the same time living the dream of working from home with logistics, and they knew it was not easy to do this kind of thing.
Right.
And when all the sports stopped, LEC continued. And not only that, but the sponsors continued. They stick with us, they work with us. And a lot of ideas that we had for the finals in Budapest and the final in Malmö, they came up together with us, and they started to create digital virtual version of it, to make sure that the fans get the same rewards, get the same support, get the same excitement with content that sometimes was shot inside the apartment of the casters instead of outside, to create the same experience. So thanks million and billion to the sponsors and the partners that really were partners and not just sponsors in this really difficult time for us. The last thing you need when everything fall apart and you have to, be the cupboard to make the show look like great, is partners that put pressure on you to do like it's normal, and it's not. And they did not, and they actually been super flexible, super reactive, and we are very happy that at the end we delivered almost everything that was contractually obligated. We came up with additional ideas thanks to the production team, and the viewership almost doubled. So I think everybody has been rewarded for such a passion and support.
Sounds good. Does anyone else have anything to add on the topic?
I would just say that Albon touched a little bit on this, where, just from a content production perspective, we spend a lot of time creating a campaign around finals that starts way, way, way before finals.
Right.
And it's usually built around the place we're going. And we try to incorporate special things about each city that we go to, and pay homage to why we're there, and make it really, really obvious that we're thinking about what is happening in that city that we're bringing this amazing show to. So when we decided to cancel Budapest in the beginning, it was like, okay, so now we got to pivot the creative. And then it was like, as we're thinking about content plans and COVID, is advancing and things are changing, we had to stay really nimble, down to the point where, as Albon touched on, we couldn't shoot live videos anymore. So we had to figure out how we're going to keep the tone of voice of LEC, create the hype leading into finals that everyone's used to seeing, talk about how awesome it's going to be from our homes. And so, that's when we have to give kudos to the teams as well, because, they also were very collaborative and very supportive when we needed to make all of these changes, and we had to put, cameras in their gaming houses, and, they had to kind of deal with us, like flinging technology at them, and they were really, really supportive. And I think that as we talked about, everyone ended up being ultimately really happy, even though it was a very kind of painful and confusing and somewhat chaotic process. But again, like the teams are just so creative and so, resilient. And it was just really awesome, for me to watch my teams just sit there and figure out, okay, how are we going to make everything look and feel very similar when it really just isn't. So, and we got a lot of really great feedback from the content that we made, Yamato in the shower, and
that was so great. That was I was so impressed that everyone pulled that video off. That was amazing.
Yeah, me too. And again, that's like having a video producer directing people in a shoot when they're not able to just be there. It's just, again, very a lot of challenges that ended up just being creatively solved by people that are just passionate about delivering this for our fans. So yeah, it was great.
Jeff, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, just to add on to both of them, I think they both pretty much have it covered, but I think one of the main things that I was keeping in my head going through this was that we just needed to be really genuine with our audience. And everyone knew what was happening. Everyone was going through the COVID situation together and lockdown across Europe. So there was no point in shying away from it or trying to hide that fact or hide the fact that it would change our production. So we're just pretty honest with it. Everyone was pretty open about it on Twitter, on social media, on the show even. And I think that really helped us resonate with people a bit more, because it was this feeling of we're all in it together. Like we're all trying to figure this out at the same time. And like I said, I'm really proud with what we ended up with. Yeah,
I think that the LEC team provided support to people that may have not been able to get it at that time. Especially, the casters were very communicative, and it was really nice to see that, not just on their streams, but also on Twitter and on broadcast too. Not to point this out, but I remember the first week, I remember that there were difficulties, and I remember a specific part, but like there was a difficulty starting a game. I don't remember exactly which one it was, but Shox just started talking genuinely with other people, and although that didn't feel like the regular LEC, it didn't feel like it was out of place. So it's been very interesting to see how you guys are progressing. And enough of talking about like the things that may have not worked out like we wanted to. I think that it's been very clear that esports has not just necessarily lost from this situation. I think that a lot of it will benefit the future of the industry. Like you guys have been able to figure out new ways of overcoming like this huge issue of a pandemic. What do you guys think that will be open for the league now that you guys have overcome this challenge?
It's a difficult topic, you know, because it's a health crisis, you know. So
Right.
I want to step back and say that we benefited, but we are also suffered, and everybody's still afraid for families and friends and things. So I want to take this with a pinch of salt about, like, okay, it's little benefits, but in a big crisis. What we saw, it's very simple. We saw the team came together. We saw the difference between the EULCS and the LEC that you mentioned earlier. In the EULCS, the team were competing for keeping their slot and winning at all costs. In the LEC, we have 10 partners that work together to make the league the best thing it can be. And we saw that again in this crisis. I've seen a lot of things. I've seen a lot of, you know, broadcast partners coming to us from a linear side and asking, oh, can we broadcast the LEC? I was like, sure, we can talk, but you know, it's a 12-hour show. It's like, what? And so, like, okay, so we had some interesting conversation, and I'm very proud because from this conversation now we have a show in Poland, in France, in Spain, where linear television are showing the show, and we had to be creative. So now we have a 52 minutes format, which is a catch up from a match of the week. And you know, the conversation was initiated in the crisis moment, but the outcome is now a sustainable relationship that we're opening with linear TVs, trying to define a format that fits with their needs and, you know, enable more discoverability for the fans. We had like never a music opening ceremony for the EULCS or esports in Europe for us, and want a musical partner, like, we're working with us to find a way to get an artist to come to Budapest. And it's difficult because, you know, you have tough schedule to organize, but because he was playing from home, we had Mr. Schultz in his home apartment creating an amazing show for us. So I think all these constraints actually generated so much value in terms of creating more value for the fans. A lot of sponsors learned that they could create things virtually with us and embrace the digital component of our sports much better now that they couldn't do the events. So I think a lot of example with KitKat and Pringles that did this very, very well, you know, learning and embracing the situation to create more value. So very excited for what it created for the long term. We know how to do this kind of like remote. Maybe it's going to open us more possibilities in terms of events, and also again created the sentiment that this team is very strong, can face adversity and do amazing things. And I think that's the biggest thing for us is the power of the team, because that's what delivered all the LC so far.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I saw us both unmute at the same time. I'll go first. I think, like Alban was saying, we learned so much, and we learned a lot about how we can do things moving forward, and we're now more ready for these type of things. And actually, Lara, you talked about this earlier. We now, from a press perspective, we have journalists covering the league who previously couldn't, because it was very much tied to being in the studio here in Berlin. So we have people all over the world now, 12 hours ahead, 12 hours behind, covering the show, which is totally different and really exciting. And now we're looking into how can we keep that moving forward so we don't lose that once we can go back to the studio. How do we take these learnings, take the best of them while also taking the best of before, and kind of creating an experience for everyone. So it's really exciting, I think.
That's awesome. I was about to ask if you guys had any plans of continuing to open the doors to all sorts of press outlets from all over the world. And I think that's very exciting. I'm sorry, don't mean to cut you, Monica. You can go ahead.
Oh, no, I think that is exactly what is kind of the important takeaway from for us in this situation is we realize that we can reach more people. We realize that we can interact with more people if we focus on what is virtual and digital. So I think that, as Jeff mentioned, when we're finally able to come back and be live and hold these amazing large events at finals again, we will continue to incorporate the sort of digital and virtual experience so that we can reach more fans. It would be a shame if we didn't take advantage of the things that we've learned and try to take them forward, regardless of whether we can amplify it with a big event or not. And so we're doing some exploration into digital activations and virtual activations, even beyond like next year, so that we can think about, again, like, let's just bring the LEC to as many people in as many different places as possible. And I think that will, these lessons that we've learned and the way we've been able to push ourselves to be innovative just kind of lights a fire and makes us want to do more. And so I think that you'll see us continue to try and think about how we don't just go back to normal, and everyone talks about how there's going to be a new normal. And I think that's what it's going to be like for us, is just trying to reach as many fans as we can.
That's awesome. I know that recently you guys partner with, I believe, Ingon, which is it's a Portuguese broadcast company, and they're broadcasting the league in Portuguese, and now there's broadcast in all other languages, and they're official, I believe. So it's really wonderful to see that you guys are being able to reach even bigger of an audience.
I mean, we know we have fans in Portugal.
Yeah.
I heard that the Portuguese accent is very fancy for the Brazilian fans too.
But there's a Brazilian on the broadcast, and she's French. She's been so happy about it.
I know. So that's something, and we do this in partnership with Riot Games Brazil to make sure that we're not making any conflict with CBLOL. So we're really respectful about making this as an additional value, not a conflict. We had our first official broadcast in Korea this year. We are expanding in China. So it's a testament of several things, I think. One is obviously the fact that Europe is now recognized as a unique league that has some interesting storylines, but obviously also the performance of our teams in the latest global events with G2, Splice now becoming Mad, and Fnatic, of course, help us, because we are a sporting league and it's great to be unique. We have a diversity of culture and profile that is unique to LEC, but obviously it's only work if we win. So that's the combination that will make us succeed, is that finally we're going to win the final. That's the goal. That's all we want. It's like enough 3-0. This is what we want for this year.
I totally believe it. I would love to see Mad Lions lift off that trophy. To close things off, everyone, what do you see changing in the future of esports as a whole, not just necessarily to the LEC, from what we have learned so far?
Go ahead,
I was going to offer to start if you want. Yeah. I think what is interesting for me, coming from a background which is sports business. So I've done 15 years in sports, and I'm discovering this crazy world, and I'm amazed, So I obviously I'm like, what do you want to change? You're already ahead, so it's great. But clearly for me, what is interesting is the balance between global and local. Esports has been founded on the idea of a global entertainment consumed virtually. And I think the more we can reconnect with like the different culture, different languages, also connect the digital and the physical, where we're going to be able to travel again. It's going to be very interesting. And because that's the source, and obviously that comes with the diversity. We talk a lot about diversity in terms of like languages and culture, but obviously we had some activities recently where we had on stage mixed teams, and that has to be the goal. That has to be the next step for us to have a real diversity. We need to have ages, culture, nationalities, but of course gender. So I think this is for me like bigger, faster as always, because we are passionate, but the connection to local, physical, and diverse is what's going to make the success of esports in the long term.
My thoughts are a little bit more simple, just in terms of the fact that esports was able to continue, whereas many traditional sports weren't throughout the COVID situation.
Right.
I think it just raises awareness in general about esports and esports being a sport, and whereas people maybe weren't paying attention before, or I think less and less do people like Alban have to explain esports to the sort of non-endemic world. But this kind of gives esports a bit of a springboard to kind of say, hey, you know, we are versatile, we are resilient, we are, you know, we are a sport. It's interesting to watch, and if you're not doing anything else, then turn it on, you know. So I think just in general, the idea that many esports were able to continue because most of what you're watching is digital anyway. It just kind of opens doors and creates additional opportunity where there wasn't maybe before, or the conversation becomes a little bit easier to kind of just understand. So just from my perspective, it just opens up a conversation that maybe wasn't there before.
Hopefully we will be seeing less people go on Twitter and tweet at ESPN, what the hell is this that we're seeing on screen, because they have no idea what their games are. But
yeah, and I think we'll last a little longer than marble racing.
Oh, I hope so. I really do. Jeff, do you have anything to add on the topic?
Yeah, just to completely agree with what Monica was saying. One of the main things that I do in my job, especially over the past few years, is explain to people what esports is and why they should care about it. And now I think that's going to be a lot less. People have taken notice. They actually are respecting it more than they used to, and you're seeing it become more mainstream outlets like ESPN covering it, and it's really exciting to see, and I hope we get to see that carried forward.
Sounds good. All right, guys, what are some of the things that you are looking forward to see when things start to normalize again? And this can be in your broadcast if you wish to talk about that.
I can't wait for the after party for the summer split final. So that's personal, you know. We miss our Berlin vibe where the team can get together after the show. More seriously, I think a very important elements of education and discovery for sponsors and partners is to come to the studio, because then they realize the passion in the eyes of the fans, the preparation of the coach around the players, the emotion that they get at the end of each game. And I think this physical experience is missing. It's when you send them the link and they watch it on Lord Watch and they discover this moving pictures. They're a bit confused, you know.
Right.
But if you bring them to the studio, make the tour, show the control room, explain what's happening, there's no doubt. They're like, okay, now I get it. No, I get it. And then 3 months later, you bring them to the final and they see Romain on stage and everybody screaming.
Yeah.
They get it. And they want to be part of this movement, you know? So I miss that for my daily job because that was an important step in the conviction process. But, you know, more than anything, the after party, you know?
I would say from my perspective, one of the reasons that made me want to work in esports is when first when I went to my first like esports experience, it was in Korea in 2014, and that was just like mind blowing. I had never experienced anything like it. And so I was just kind of like shocked, and I wasn't working in esports at the time, but then I went to every single stop in NA when Worlds was in NA, and I was working for the NA team. And the most amazing feeling is when you get to see fans walk in the arena and you get to see all of their reactions to the hard work that you've put in over the course of however many months preparing for that event. It's like so humbling and so inspiring, just creating something that you know fans are going to love, and you just can't wait for them to get there and see it and experience it. So that's what I miss the most, is not being able to actually see the fans interact with our product, because that is like what makes you want to just keep doing it and doing it and doing it.
Yeah, for me too, it's pretty similar. What I'm most looking forward to is going back to the studio and seeing everyone again. You know, for most of us, we go twice a week, and for some of us, it's been for years. So we're all really close to each other. There's all the players, all the staff. There's some fans who come to every single show. There's, the security, there's catering, there's everyone, and you really get used to seeing each other. And I think we're all missing that component, that like feeling of community that esports provided for all of us. So I'm really looking forward to the day where we all get to go back.
I also look forward to going back. I think we all miss each other. I do have to say, the first week that I was here, I flew to Germany, moving here, and the first thing that I faced was the LEC. I was here the day before the spring season started, and the moment that I got to the studio, everyone was just so nice. And I wanted to say that I appreciate the hospitality, really, from catering to casters. Everyone over there is just incredible. And on that note, I would like to thank you guys for coming to our panel today. I really appreciate it. I know it's nighttime for us here in Germany, and NA has a full day. There's like so many panels that you guys are going to get to see. And thank you for attending ours. I will see you guys in the upcoming panels then.
Thanks, Laura.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
See you soon.
See ya.
Some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
Okay, so I need to mute myself here. Great.
Hey there, everybody. Parks Owsley here with Invin Global, and this is yet another Invin Global Esports Conference panel. This time we're going to be talking about journalism and esports media. We've got a bunch of fine people here joining me. Thank you all so much for getting up early. For some of us, 10:45. It's kind of the middle of the night for some of us even. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. We're going to be talking about how to make a name for yourself in esports. Talking about some of the tougher sides of our jobs. But we've got a bunch of different people, some of us kind of more traditional journalists, some more on like a PR, broadcasting, hosting side. So I think it'll be very interesting. Before we start off though, I want everyone to know who we are if they don't know who each one of us are. So starting with Emily, and just kind of, I guess I'll just call out every name as we go. Emily, first, can you give us a quick introduction to yourself and what you do?
Yeah, so my name is Emily Rand. I write about esports for ESPN.com. I've been with the company almost 2 years now. I was a freelancer in esports before that since 2014 when I started blogging by myself and then also at Monte Cristo site, GG Chronicle. And I'm primarily a features writer, but I've also done a lot more video content this year.
Awesome, thanks. Glad to have you. Nick.
Hi, my name is Nick Geraci. I'm a esports journalist and reporter with Invin Global, primarily covering League of Legends. Kind of got my start as a freelancer, also covering Overwatch, but I've been a full-time writer with Invin Global for the last year and a half.
Awesome. Glad to have you as well. All right, Paul, how about you?
My name is Paul Inverum Toddkill. I started originally as a freelance host and commentator, but in the last few years, I've been working at ESL as a product manager, sort of our internal host for all of our owned and operated products, but I also do stuff on the marketing side, particularly with influencers and public relations.
A whole lot of stuff there. I'm excited to get into that. And Degon, you want to wrap it up for us?
Yeah, I'm Daniel Degon Gonzalez. I am a freelance host and shoutcaster. I also host one of the biggest podcasts and shows in League of Legends in Face Check with I Will Dominate and Loco Doco. I worked for the Golden State Warriors with their Golden Guardians and handled a lot of the PR work with the journalists. And before that, I was a shoutcaster for Riot, but been bouncing around now doing a lot of the, wearing different hats as a freelancer.
Yeah, you sure are. All of you guys have a bunch of stuff. I'm kind of, I work for Invin Global. That's my, it's very simple sentence I got there. So yeah, I think it's very interesting. We have a couple of us that are more on the journalism side, a couple that do a bunch of different things and more on the broadcasting side. So I think we'll get into that a little bit in down the line. Inverum, first, I want to come to you. You, I think, have one of the more unique kind of jobs here out of the rest on the panel. And I know you specifically wanted to talk about some of the PR side, which I think is much different. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. Sorry, actually, I skipped forward. I just baited you. First, I actually wanted to talk to Degon and Emily. I'll come back to you about we're going to talk about the ups and downs, some of the, the slip ups like I just had. But why did you choose esports? I think there are so many easier careers out there and even just easier like journalism things. Esports is very new and there are a bunch of bumps on this road. So Emily, first, why esports?
So for people who may not know, I actually studied journalism in college. And so I was a sports writer for a bit in Vermont. And then I couldn't really get a job in journalism. So I was just actually working a retail job and started blogging about esports because I liked it. And the reason for that is because I started playing League of Legends in like 2011, 2012, and my friends told me I was bad, so I should watch competitive play, aka 2012 TSM. Yeah, and so that is actually how I got started. I got really into it when I was watching KT Rolster B even before they were called the Bullets in 2013, and then I started blogging about it on my own, and then ended up writing for Monte Cristo's site, GG Chronicle, in 2014. So that was my path to esports. I didn't really choose it as a full-time career until I went full-time freelance in 2015 when I got a job writing for LOL Esports along with a few other sites. And that is because I could not make enough money to live until that point, because LOL Esports like paid the best out of all of the sites at the time. So
there you go. That's a slightly different story than you often hear, that you actually had an easier time making it in esports. But that's awesome.
I mean, I don't know if it was easy. It was a lot of work. But, and I didn't really have a real job until like I worked for The Score, and then they released most of their editorial staff, and then I worked for Yahoo Esports, and Verizon bought us out, and then we died. And then I've been with ESPN, and they haven't kicked me out yet. So
there we go. Definitely some bumps on that road. Digon, what about you? Why esports?
I started before League. It was in college. A buddy of mine was actually a pro player, or a friend of a friend, brother of a friend, was a pro player on Team Liquid during their TI3 run, or when they were the first Western team to win money. And to just see the production and see the storylines and all that made a lot of sense for me, because I was a gamer growing up. There was a personal connection within gaming as my personal growth and personal identity as a double minority. My mom is Latina, my dad is Filipino. I grew up in a very suburban, white and African-American neighborhood, and the way I connected with everyone was through video games and sports. So kind of putting those two together, competition and gaming, kind of made sense. And I have a knack for performing and for speaking, and that's how it all kind of came together. So through shoutcasting a bunch of free leagues and whatnot. And also I used to write for a website called Paravine. Turns out wasn't a great writer, then switched to editing, wasn't a great editor, and realized, wow, this writing thing is something that I'm not great at. I need to get better at it if you want to grow in credibility. And worked in the government. I did cybersecurity. I had clearance, did DoD stuff, and making money was great, but that wasn't fulfilling myself either, and using, I think, my identity into my work. And I wanted to be able to be proud of my work and show it to everybody. And as much as I was proud of my work, couldn't show it to everybody. And so I made the transition from there, did a bunch of stuff outside of that work to prep myself for an audition over with Riot, and got picked up to be an LCS host in 2017. And I really wanted to be like the Adam Schefter. If you guys follow football, he's the insider. He's the one that all the people contact, and he gets all the scoops when so-and-so is getting signed or there's an injury. He was the inside guy, and people would use that as a traditional source so that it didn't get leaked inappropriately. All of a sudden he became the leak guy. And so when I realized, hey, look, it's not just, hey, you're buddy with everyone. It's you build your credibility to the point where that is the release that is almost official. That was a position that I was so interested in. And so I had to make a pivot from all this performance and speaking and being an on-camera person to realizing, hey, how do you find validity? And a lot of that came through journalism.
Yeah, thank you for that. That actually is a perfect segue. I think in Verum, I know you tweeted something out earlier about the importance of having connections. Sure, everyone talks about it's hard to make this career like you're talking about without connections. However, it takes a lot of hard work. And Emily, I mean, you said that just a second ago. So tell a little bit more about the hard work, because Digon, you mentioned the passion. I don't think any of us would be here if we weren't passionate, because there are so many frustrations, with whatever it is that we may be doing. But I think the people who are passionate are the ones that are willing to work hard enough. So, Verum, tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think work ethic of sort of above all, that's sort of going to separate the people who are going to make it in this industry, because oftentimes you sit down in a room And I have worked in traditional marketing before I worked in esports. And, some situations, particularly, and I know Degon probably experienced this over on the government side, you say, hey, who wants to do this thing? And like no hand goes up. You know what I mean? But in esports, it feels like if you've made it in that room, if you're at the point like we're putting on a tournament, we're producing something, everybody's like, yes, let's do it. Every single person is willing to step up to the plate. And I think the biggest thing that I've learned over the course of my career is that nothing, you can't say anything's impossible. Nothing is impossible. It's just, okay, how do we make this work? And it may not be the initial thing that you envisioned. And, take an example, like I was supposed to host and go do stuff at, ESL1 Los Angeles. That obviously didn't happen. With Shrine Auditorium, weeks before, we went through 7 iterations of the plan to get to our initial, in this case, Degon and I worked on the Mobile Open finals. We went through 7 iterations of the plan to get there. From, we have this huge, massive stadium event. Okay, we're going to have fans. Okay, now we're not going to have fans in the audience, but the casters and the players are like, okay, now they're going to be remote. And we went down the line until we were eventually at home. We went all the way from a full stadium to at home. And I think that just the sheer amount of work and effort and planning. And I'm not saying, here's the thing too, is there's perception in esports. It's like, you got to work 80 hours a week. That's the grind and blah, blah, that's not sustainable. You can't do that. You are going to burn yourself out if you do that. You've got to be smart about where you're putting your work. You need to identify what is going to garner the most success and identify your goals. What are you trying to get out of this? And then find the smartest way to get there. But like you said, you are not going to make it in esports, whether it be strictly in journalism or PR or like Degon and I on the broadcast side, if you don't have that drive.
Yeah, I think that's something that people oftentimes will talk about. If you're working a full-time job and you want to get into esports, just start working on top of the full-time job. Just do whatever it is that you want to do. And if you like doing it on top of your other thing, great, dive in. But yeah, I think that's very important to call out. Another thing I think people oftentimes get backwards, and maybe it depends on the person, is a difference between freelance and full-time, and which one is actually more difficult. Nick Geraci, I know you said at the beginning you freelanced for a couple different people. I know you freelanced for Invin before you came full-time. What has your experience been like differing from freelance work to full-time work? And which one do you think actually requires more work?
I think it's hard to say. I mean, kind of like how Paul said, a lot of it comes down to what you're trying to accomplish in esports. I think that's the first thing you want to identify before you decide, like, and if that is just, I need to make a full-time living in esports because I don't want to do anything else, that's totally fine. But for me, it was kind of, I was working, I moved down to LA for a career in the music industry before moving over to digital marketing, and I started doing some freelancing of esports on the side, and it wasn't super great, pay or anything. But I come from the music industry where we spend $2,000 in a studio for nothing. So, I was like that meme, like, you guys are getting paid, like it was great. So I didn't care about that at all. But that was something that I first started doing, in that regard, and kind of honing my craft and kind of going back to like, why am I doing this? Because otherwise I'm like, I could just work my full-time marketing job and be paid, right? Like, whatever. But it was, telling a story in a way that I think no one else can, that contributes to a community that I'm passionate to be a part of. And so for me, it was the transition was more so, how can I keep doing that in a better way? And so then moving full-time with Inman Global, that was because I felt like the best way for me to continue telling stories. That being said, there's plenty of people who, to this day, are, freelancers who just, they're so well established they can write for anyone at any point in time. So I think it is situational in that regard. But as far as freelance versus full-time, it's hard to say which one requires more work. I think really it's kind of a difference thing, because obviously when you're a freelancer, I had in my old studio, I had a blackboard with, how many articles I would need to write to make rent that month, right? And that's a very different mindset from, I am now, 40 hours or whatever it is of my week is dedicated to this full-time job. How can I work smart and be the most productive with that time? And those are two very different skill sets that I think is often overlooked. The things that are important for full-time employment aren't necessarily, writing the best story, spending 5 days on the best story that might work, might not work. There's a lot of skills that you learn full-time about stability, consistency, setting up structure, things that freelancing frankly just doesn't necessarily lend itself to unless you already have those skills as a human being.
Yeah, I know that at least for me, my biggest difference was, oh, I have to write about things I don't want to, but also I don't have to stress as much. So there's definitely upsides and downsides to each. Dion, I want to come over to you really quick. You are someone who oftentimes works, well, at least in my perspective, you don't always have like an editor or a manager for, I mean, you do so much content creation, you're a host. And so I'm curious what it's like for you when you are trying to come up with an idea, when you're trying to be creative. I know you're a storyteller. How hard is that, and how does that change when you don't have someone kind of looking over you like, yeah, that's a good idea, or maybe tweak this a little bit, or I don't really think that's very interesting. How does that kind of complicate your process?
Yeah, I think one thing that I am lucky to have, and also just kind of worked at it, is having an eye for quality and having an eye to see how the thing will finish, right? So it's like, hey, these are the multiple ways it could finish, kind of like what Paul was talking earlier, the 7 iterations of ESL 1 Los Angeles. He knew like, hey, these are the ways it could work. And this is going to be the levels of quality based off of each one. So I think going back to having the eye for it came from consumption of multiple forms of media and forcing yourself to sit through something that's great and forcing yourself to sit through something that was terrible, and then go back and identify what wasn't good about it, what didn't feel good about it, or if there were 9 things right and 1 thing wrong and your overall perception of the product was bad, why was that important? And you kind of break down taste, basically. You try your best to try and figure out what creates something successful, what is important to yourself as a consumer, because you don't know if your taste is the same, but these generalistic ideas of what good is. And then from that, when you start creating ideas, is it worth the amount of good, the work that I'm about to put in? Because as you said, I don't have a manager, I don't have an editor, I don't have those things. And over the last 18 months, everything I've done has been through me as the business side of things. And as you grow and meet and learn, you find many other fantastic people that have that same drive or have a palette that is a great palette, but is different than yours. So now all of a sudden you have all these people that you can check from and double check from and understand, hey, look, this isn't a bad piece. This just isn't for this person. Is that okay? And if it's okay, then you can go ahead and move forward. So to me, it was cultivating the eye for what was good, the ear for what was good, the laughs that you get for certain types of things, and really checking on that first. And then once you have something, then putting your resources on that. And you have to be selective when you don't have that many resources towards, editors, or, if you know that the people that you're asking help from, it's something that it's a quick idea, it's free, you don't have the capital to pay them up front for their opinion, right? I would almost always, if we're getting someone to do something for us, you exchange. There's money, there's favor, whatever. But if it's an opinion, make sure it's brief, make sure you give them like a snippet. And if they're on it, you're on to something. If not, back to the drawing board, because you don't have the time and the resources to try and fix it and save it most of the time.
Yeah. And quickly, just as a follow-up, I imagine a couple of us here are very organized. Are you very organized? Is that something that you can use to help you out?
It's a lot in my head, so I definitely have it in my head. And I think I have a lot of file structures and examples within my hard drive of like, oh, here's my casting folder. Let me look back to the 2014 Victorious Gaming graphics. What were they thinking at that time when this was the HUD, when these were the important things? Have things changed in 6 years towards League of Legends? What can we learn from League of Legends that we can apply to PUBG and PUBG Mobile? Can I use any of this stuff and hand it on over to the bigger fish that I've met and provide value that way? So there's like a repository, and you just have to go back into it. You organize it the way it works for you when you're freelance. When you're working with other people, you guys have to understand how it's organized so that they can efficiently use it as well.
Yeah, another just little difference between the freelance and full-time. And Verum, I want to come over to you. I have an immense respect for how many different things you cover. I also have a little bit of imposter syndrome, which I feel like a lot of us go through, depending on where we are in our career. So I'm really curious how I went and checked your Twitter, and I think within 1 week you had Clash of Clans, Valorant, PUBG Mobile, and like one other game or something, all just like, oh, I'm casting this. Oh, 2 days later, I'm casting this other thing. How do you get to the point where you are confident enough in each different game, completely separate genre, that you can go on and be live broadcasting, talking about all of that in depth?
Oh boy. I think broader topic, the idea of imposter syndrome. I think because that's something that I've talked to most people in esports. I actually think you find that even less on the casting side, because I'm going to be honest, you have to be a bit of a narcissist to think that anybody wants to listen to you for any period of time in casting. So I actually think you're going to find the least amount of that in commentary, but I think you're going to find it things more in business and journalism and stuff. Oh, is my writing actually good? I feel like that's a really common thing I hear all the time. But sort of specifically to this, for me, it's the research, it's the time, it's the fact that I've got a very distinct way that I research the games that I cast. Because I am the host at ESL, I have to learn. I learned League of Legends to a point where I could. Originally, I was like, "Oh, you're going to be hosting the League of Legends desk for collegiate." I was like, "Great, cool." And I've casted MOBAs. I did Heroes of the Storm. I did stuff in Dota. I was like, "Okay, this is fine." League of Legends, no problem. And then like 10 days out, they're like, "No, you're casting it." I was like, "Oh, okay." So Degon will attest to this. I had a spreadsheet. I had a friend help me build a spreadsheet where I could put in every champion in the draft and it would autofill. I manually typed every ability name for every champion in the game. And so I could, on the draft, I could come up with every single ability name for every single champion.
It was one of the coolest tools I've ever seen anybody make, because a lot of the time for us old heads that are casters, you just straight memorize. You make flashcards and you memorize it. Paul did not have that luxury. It was kind of thrown upon him, and he put in the work to build that thing. And then within I would say maybe half the season, 4 weeks, he had most of it memorized. The meta champs were all good. He didn't have to use that too much anymore. It was a really cool thing.
Yeah, so I think, again, it's one of these ideas of working smarter, not harder. It's like I could sit and try and flashcard, and I know, thinking back to Heroes of the Storm, casters like Gillyweed, she would literally flashcard every single talent for every single hero in the game. But realistically, especially if you are trying to branch out, which is something that I recommend everybody do, whether it be journalism or casting, don't shoehorn yourself to one game, to one title, to one genre, because that goes away tomorrow. And where are you? I think having a diversity in your portfolio is so important, which is why I feel comfortable going from something like PUBG Mobile to Valorant. And I'd never casted tac shooters before. It was a whole new experience for me, and learning the differences. And I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't very good at it, because I'm looking at it like a MOBA. That's not how you can look at it. And I feel like the same thing applies to, especially in things like public relations. You can't treat one announcement like you can another announcement, because the community that you're speaking to can be fundamentally different. What's the age group? What are their interests? Is it more competitive leaning? Is it more casual leaning? These are all the things that you need to keep in mind when you're generating this kind of content. Who is the audience that you're speaking to?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that's very interesting. I think I do want to still circle back to the PR side. And honestly, anytime that one of us has an answer that just is interesting to you as someone who does more PR than most of us, just hop in. If you have any nuanced opinion about oh, well, here's how it can be viewed another way, hop in.
Absolutely, because I think one of the things that we're always like, hey, we have this cool announcement and there's this really awesome thing we're doing. How do we get it out to the world? And reaching out to companies like InVen Global and trying to say, hey, would you cover this? But how do we go about that? I feel like there's not enough connection between the TOs and the journalists. There's not a hotline I can just type in and be like, who wants to talk about this cool stuff? That doesn't exist. And I wish it does, because I feel like there's a lot of really grindy legwork that we have to do to find the right people. And so I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe that exists. Maybe I just don't know, because we've worked with different PR agencies over the last few years. But maybe that does exist, and it's just really internal, and everyone keeps it close to the chest. But I feel like that also limits the opportunities for up-and-coming writers to show off their stuff too. I don't feel like it helps anybody.
Yeah, it's very complicated. That's why we have this panel, for ideas like that. Emily, I'm going to come over to you. I want to talk a little about creating a brand. I think when I look back, before I was even doing any sort of esports journalism at all, you had already had a brand. Like you are, much. I think so. You were. For
I was gonna
me,
say this is news to me. I was like, I could talk about covering a variety of different esports because right now I'm doing Valorant, COD, Overwatch, League of Legends, and a bunch of other things. But
and that's part
I
of
didn't know I had a brand. So tell me, what is it? Because I actually think this is something I'm terrible at. But I agree that you need a brand. That you do need a brand to some extent.
Okay, so I guess knowing your own personal opinion, maybe the question will be a little different. But I think, at least for League, which has been the majority of what I have followed, both professionally and just that was the only thing I ever cared about as an esports fan. You were the person who knew the LPL more than me. That was my first ever esports job, was covering the LPL, and you were like my rival. Not in a bad way, but it was just like, Emily knows this way better than me. I have to like learn more. And so I would read your stuff. You also are like the best jungle pathing, I don't know, person to read on in esports. So there are things like that, maybe not like a super specific brand, but I think you do have a way of somehow, if anyone wants to learn about the LPL, they know to go to look at your things, which I think is difficult to do. So I guess, you could talk about that some, but then also the difficulty in doing that across multiple game titles as well.
So yeah, I actually think that I'm really bad at building my brand. Building my brand. The jungle pathing thing started actually to go back to like tools that help understand the game at like a complex level. Like I just really love analysis, and I took this from a coach that was doing jungle pathing timestamping in 2015, and I basically took his model and I color coded it for myself and stuff like that. And I started doing this, and a friend was like, why don't you tweet this out, because people could be interested in it. And they were. And that was a shock to me, because honestly, the only reason why I do it, and to some extent, these become obsolete in terms of an analytical tool that you can use in the moment as soon as the jungle changes or as soon as the meta changes. Like you can look back on it and be like, oh, this made sense for the time because, for example, right now we have a ton of carry junglers and, they're going to be maybe farming more and et cetera, et cetera. But like that might not even make sense by the end of this year, right? Given how many changes go through, which is, I guess, another testament to how even within one game, you have to keep on top of so many different changes. And esports doesn't, there are specialists, and I think they should actually be really lauded for being specialists, because it's really difficult as you work your way up to continue to be a specialist, because like we've been repeating, you will be asked to cover other games. And that ties into your initial question, which is it is sometimes really difficult to build a brand if you aren't a specialist, because suddenly you are going across multiple games. And like, I actually have to shout out to the competitive Call of Duty community has been like surprisingly welcoming. Like I was coming in and I'm like, okay, like I love playing COD, but I love playing like deathmatch on shipment where everyone's just killing each other over and over again. Like I am not going to be able to come at this from like a really smart, intelligent, like analytical level. And the competitive COD community has actually been like really awesome about embracing that and being like, here's what you should look at, et cetera, et cetera. So I was actually really surprised. And I think it also helps to come into it with a mindset that you're going to learn. Like you just said, coming into the LPL, like you're not coming in covering it and being like, I know everything about LPL suddenly. Like you want to learn from other people. And that's another resource you can use, is like reach out to people who are specialists in their game, because it can only help you. One person I do want to point out that I think has been insane at building her brand is, and that someone I always bring up, is Ashley Kong, who is the LCK interviewer, really like League of Legends specialist. She's branched into LEC interviews now that she is popular enough, but her bread and butter, and the thing that she honestly cares about more than anything else, is bringing the LCK and translating that kind of content, be it streaming content, be it solo queue content, doing interviews at the venue, that kind of thing, and bringing it over to the West to further a better understanding of players in LCK, and kind of removing that like cultural barrier that's always been there because of just language. And she has built like an insane brand for herself through Reddit and Twitter and her translations. So I think like in my opinion, she's like the best example in esports journalism right now of someone who has really honed in on a niche and been able to transform that into an entire brand.
Yeah, and to that point, you know, this is especially true in League of Legends, people like Ashley and Emily, but I think in general, it's a weird balance to strike where to permeate the saturation of content creation and production, you do need to understand your niche, be aware of it, you know what you're good at and whatnot. But at the same time, you have to, as that continues to work, it's almost counterintuitive. You have to be willing to be flexible, to branch out. You, frankly, be willing to leave what got you employed in the first place. And that's an adjustment that transcends like any game or any individual community. That's just something that has to happen.
Sounds familiar.
Degon, I want to come over to you. I think, you do a lot of podcasts, a lot of like talk shows. You were talking earlier about Face Check. On these shows, you discuss, a multitude of things from like memes going on to very relevant issues. Some things are very lighthearted and fun, and just opinion-based, whatever. Some are a little bit more difficult to talk about. How do you handle, making sure, and this also kind of touches back to not necessarily having a manager all the time. How do you handle difficult issues, especially with guests? And I don't know what this person is going to say. I'm bringing them on my show, which is kind of me, I'm giving them a platform, but, how do you kind of handle that?
Right. I think to take a step back, I think of the word pundit, right? Punditry. It was Sanskrit. The origin of the word comes from an old Sanskrit word that means, I believe, learned or educated. I think it's learned. And so we have so many pundits now, people that just talk and spew out opinions. You look at the news and you can look at the right media, or the left-wing media, or all that, and everyone has an opinion. But if you wanted to get to journalism, right, or you wanted to be true to it, there's like a 3-letter acronym, VIA. I think it's verification, independence, and accountability. So verification of the information that you're giving, independence of what your intentions are while you're giving that information, and then accountability for what you say. And so although the takes that we do sometimes are pretty hot, they're incendiary sometimes, I make sure that what they're saying, they mean it, or they have information beforehand. And usually a lot of the time we'll talk about it either before or after, just to verify with each other. We don't have to necessarily verify outwardly. You don't need to put out your sources, but you need to trust that, hey, look, if you're saying something, it has to be true. We don't want it to be, just falsehoods that we're just spewing out. It has to be true. And then what is your thought process behind it? And a lot of the time we'll explain that on the show. So when it comes to sensitive topics, I look to, for example, when the president was elected, there were the talk show hosts that also brought them on. And some of the talk show hosts were journalists beforehand. A lot of them were comedians beforehand. And I wanted to see how they presented their conversations and how do they take on those things. And a lot of the time it's just lay the idea out there for the facts that it is first, just facts first, right? And push it that way before you start putting an opinion on it. And I think by doing that, it's like, hey, look, this is the journalistic part of our research. This is the work that we've done. And now what we're doing is laying an opinion on it and changing it around it and putting the entertainment spin on it. And we're usually trying our best to make sure that, hey, look, this is the hard facts. This is indisputable. This thing happened. And then here are some historical facts that also support that. For example, when a player gets benched, let's say let's see, who got benched over Viper. Viper got benched for Dignitas. In comes Lorlo, year of Lorlo. You can talk about all these facts about Lorlo beforehand that help you support the opinion that you're putting afterwards. So if you are tackling something, go facts first, and then you can share your opinion afterward, after you've laid out more facts that support your opinion. Like, it just needs to be, there's a holistic understanding of check and balances.
Mm-hmm. And Verum, I saw you nodding a lot. Obviously, you know Degon well. From the business side, from a more PR side, facts first, is that, I guess you just agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. And I think for us too is, especially on the PR side, you're conveying a message. So I think it's fun because I talked about it, and you mentioned the tweet earlier, because a PR is the intersection of journalism and business. Because while it is a marketing tool on the business side, it's obviously also important about how we actually present the information going forward as a pure like journalistic. Oh, we had X thousands of players that sign up to this thing, and oh, you should get in. Like that's how we look at it. But really, presenting the facts to the audience, why this is important to, let's say, the North American esports scene, or why this is important to the Chinese League of Legends scene. These are the things at their core that are there. But then you get to, again, you get to embellish. You can add the stuff on top of it because that's where the marketing message comes in. That's where the flair comes on top of it. But if it's not rooted in that base of why is this important to the reader, you've lost them at page one. You've lost them right at the start if you can't convey off the bat why this is important.
And it's important that if you get it wrong, you correct it. You go back and take accountability for getting it wrong and correct it. And sometimes that requires apology, sometimes just a statement, whatever it is. But otherwise, then you're just another talking head with an opinion. You're very much, what is your credibility there? If you can't always be right. You try to and you strive to, but you can't always be right. When you're wrong, take that and accept that responsibility so that you can continue moving on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really liked the acronym that you gave. So that'll be something that I look more into because I think that is very important, especially for people with hot takes. Nick, I want to come over to you. I know you mentioned at the start of your career, you were doing music, but then when you first got into esports media, you had your own media startup. And so obviously, there are going to be a bunch of hurdles there that you've had to deal with. But now that you are in a full-time job, I'm curious, what do you feel like the esports industry is lacking for journalists, both as someone who tried to make it with your own company, but then now also someone who is just a full-time reporter?
Well, I think, I can only speak from my own perspective here, but I think something that again has really helped me is that perspective of, I had a buddy who's a big player in tech who wanted to invest in, a little website that I wanted to do back in 2017, and the venture lasted about 7 to 8 months, right? But in that 7 to 8 months, I learned more about not just writing about esports or making content about esports or talking to players, but just the entire all the factors of how things work, both outside of my position, within my position, but also outside of my position, and how that pertains to me and how that may change the position. I think that something that's really overlooked is the definition in the current space of what esports journalism is pretty ever changing, even from month to month. I mean, it depends on the scene, but for example, I don't think people consume League of Legends content in the same way they did 2 years ago. The stories need to be told in a different way. They need to be approached in a different way. There's certain things that people are more privy to as a scene develops. And so I think something that really is, I don't want to say lacking, because I came from a place where I was able to get that experience for myself. Not everyone's going to do that. Not everyone has that skill set, whatever. But what I do think is that the better that you can understand the entire industry around you and your place in it, the less frustrated you'll get on your setbacks, because you'll take it less personally, and also you'll have a better understanding of why things are happening, and you can make better inferences from there. I think the fact that I worked 2 years at a digital marketing agency was honestly massive for understanding a lot of different things, but specifically, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of digital journalism, a lot of it is kind of rooted in a lot of the principles of marketing. Obviously, there's different rules and certain things you can and can't do, but I really do think the broader perspective, whether it be through different experiences or your own research, most people who are succeeding in esports, as we've already talked about this panel, can do several different things. I've seen Emily be on shows, write features, do interviews, the whole thing, right? And Paul and Degon cast several different games and have held a bunch of different positions. So however you get that experience, I think as a storyteller, understanding that it's about the story more than it's about you, and that as long as you can put that first and understand all of the context surrounding that, that's kind of the best thing you can do without kind of getting lost in the weeds of your own accomplishments and those kind of things.
Yeah, I also do want to chime in there, because I think there was a very good note off the back of that, the idea that you started out in marketing and had that sort of more traditional work experience before you moved into this. I've seen a lot of threads come up recently, a lot about these, these esports degrees and stuff that are coming up right now. And a lot of this, people are like, is this worth it? Like, how should I, in my opinion, and I met a few people that definitely share this, go into, if you want to be a journalist that does esports, go get a degree in journalism. Don't go get a degree in esports, because you're going to take like a course on like marketing or journalism or something. And then, okay, yeah, perhaps maybe you know esports, but like, I know some people have different opinions on this. I see Degon shaking his head.
I go ahead.
Yeah, but the point being that I think having the broader background, like I have a degree in marketing, that degree in marketing has helped me more in esports than almost anything that I've done so far, because I have been able to flex into all these different positions because I have that rooted base business and background in business, and that has done a ton. So I think having that little bit of, I'm not saying necessarily to go out and get the full degree or whatever, but having that experience in or education in the field that you want to go into, and then adding esports to that mix is a good call. But I think Degon has some thoughts.
Yeah, I think that is an older way, and the way that most people have done it. I do think that some of those collegiate programs that are leading the way in change towards esports and hands-on should be given less of a bad rep. I think there is a lot of people where it's like, hey, here's your degree, good luck. And I definitely was on that, but being kind of tuned into the collegiate scene through League of Legends has really opened my eyes towards what these programs are trying to do. It's no longer, hey, how do we recruit? Was it, hey, hello, you fellow kids, come play some League of Legends over here and give us your tuition. It's not that anymore, especially when there's, with the degrees that are there for folks that are going to go get their masters, it's a little bit more like the work experience that we have now, with guidance and less repercussions if you get it completely wrong. If you get it completely wrong, you're still in a school space, but the stakes are still there. That's kind of like what I think. It's a different type of work experience.
Yeah, I think that's totally valid. I mean, it's I feel like it's sort of a combination of the two, where you can. It's all about what experience you're able to utilize and leverage for yourself, right? Like Paul and I think from our marketing experience, we're able to make informed decisions that helped us, approach things in a way that made sense to us. At the same time, there's also people who have succeeded in esports because they love esports, they love being a part of the community. I don't even care what I do where I work, I just want to work for this org, or I want to do this thing. And I'm not trying to knock that at all. There's an equal hustle in that passion, but I think, again, that goes back to, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to be a journalist who writes about esports? Or are you trying to just be in esports and journalism something you're somewhat interested in? It's important to set those priorities. That's a difference in priorities.
Yeah. All right. I'm very sorry. We do have to come to a close pretty soon. Thank you all so much for talking. Before we head out, I'm going to give each of you, half a minute. I want your best advice for anyone who's trying to make it in esports. You've given a lot of great advice so far, so maybe you already got your best. Just go down the list. And then Emily, I love the call out of Ashley. So any other call outs? So everybody, give someone good to look at as a good example, and your best advice. Emily, I'll go ahead and start with you.
I'm trying to think, because I always get this question and my answer is like, don't sleep also, but don't be me. Because everyone's like, how do you do this? And I'm like, I don't sleep and I don't have a social life. And that's like not going to be the answer for everyone. I think the big thing is that I would encourage people to try to find a balance between, I think that you really do need the opinion of people who have been in esports for a really long time. I don't think you should ever throw that out or ever discredit that. I also encourage people, again, seek out, if you find yourself in a position where you have to cover multiple things, seek out specialists in those games that are already familiar with it. And also just if you're a writer, read other stuff that's not esports. Read a book, read other journalism. Do not make your entire media bubble esports content, because it will actually limit your creativity. Some of the best ideas that people have come from bringing in other elements. I had a friend who watched Korean variety shows, and she brought that into the content she did with teams. And I think that's great. You should bring in pieces of other things without over focusing on it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Very fast. Paul, what you got?
We have a term in marketing called a USP. It is a unique sales proposition. Find that for yourself. Find the thing that you do better than anybody else. Find a thing that makes you unique, that makes you special, and own that thing.
Awesome. Nick?
define making it to yourself before you try to make it. I think that if you are better at understanding what you want to accomplish, because a lot of people, they'll be like, I want to do this, and they kind of tag it to an ideal. I was guilty of this. I read a lot of Tyler Erzberger, and I was like, that guy's a great writer. I like his style. He has some traditional sports background and stuff, also, at least in terms of his knowledge. But you want to make sure you define that, because you can learn from reading other people and that stuff. But if you look at anyone established right now, and you want to be like the next them, one, you won't do that by just copying their strengths, and two, you will learn absolutely nothing from how they made their way up, because they're already there. They're already in step 7, 8, 9, 10 of their journey, and you're at step 0. So, define making it to yourself before you try to make it, and then let that influence the decisions you make. Take what you can learn from people, but also, like Emily said, be aware of the old ways, but be aware that those are also changing in certain aspects.
Yep. And it is 11:30. So Digon, do you have anything really quickly before we head out?
Yeah, research, stick to the truth, and be empathetic with everyone that you work with. I promise it'll come back and help you.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you all so much. This has been the panel on how to find a career in esports journalism. Thank you all so much for joining. We are going to go to a quick break, and then we have a bunch more panels for you today. So please stick around.
I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I don't need dollar bill to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need dollar bill to have fun tonight.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome back to another Invent Global Esports Conference panel. My name is Nick D'Orazio. I'm the Director of Corporate Strategy at Invent Global, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be hosting this panel. So this panel is all about what it's like to be an esports CEO. This is our esports CEO fireside chat. And I'm sure I don't need to introduce these two. They've been on IGEC panels before, but so I'm going to let them introduce themselves. So Reynad, why don't you start it off?
Yanuk, I don't know. I've done a little bit of everything in esports, competing, running a team, casting, and yeah, these days I focus on running Tempo, which is an esports team and a media company in the space.
Awesome. And Felix, first of all, welcome back. I know that we spoke before at our investor summit, so thanks again for helping out the cause. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, mate. How are you?
So if you can just give a quick introduction, a rundown of, what is the type of work you've done in the scene? What are you working on now?
Sure. So I do two things mainly. I'm the CEO of United Esports, which is a media and marketing company in esports, and I do quite a few investments in the space, either by myself or with Archmage Ventures, which is also kind of my own thing with a few other people. So I'd say CEO work and investment work. Maybe that's why you had me at investment conference.
Yes, and that was a very lively conversation. So one of the things that I guess I want to first start off with is just the moniker of CEO. We see it a lot in esports. People are very quick to label themselves the founder and CEO of this, founder and CEO of that, and really, when in reality they've just created a team with their buds or something like that. And I would never try to knock someone's ambition. You go for it, just for the job you want. But I would love to talk to you guys about some of the realities of what it took to find yourself in esports, figure out what it is you're good at, and then now, you guys have staff, you guys have employees, you have a lot of responsibilities. So why don't we start with you, Felix? How do you think your role is when it comes to your company?
Sure. So it's an interesting thing. I mean, the title of CEO is something I feel like people are throwing around way more since maybe the tech days of about 10, 15 years. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, we could call ourselves managing directors or random head guy or whatever it is. But truly, I think that the thing that you pointed out that I think is, if we're going to discuss title and roles, I think founder is something that I tend to call myself before than calling myself CEO, because it means you're initiating the project. Ultimately, I don't think titles are that important. It's seen as important, but I don't know. I'm giving the least clear answer here that you can think about, but.
Well, no, that makes sense. I mean, obviously, yes, the title doesn't mean much. It is the work behind the title. It is the task associated with the title, right? I'm sure there's lots of things in which a problem needs to be solved within any of your organizations, and I'm sure there's certain problems where they look towards you. They look towards the founder. Yeah. They look towards the CEO.
I'd say that the most important roles that I would say I play a big part in is, of course, assembling the senior team. You need to have the good head of the right departments. You don't want to be micromanaging. Once you appointed someone to head something, they appointed. Sometimes they ask my opinion, but it's still their call within their own department. And then, of course, there's the financial work. Overall, anything that relates to either raising money or supporting the efforts of the BD team. So I'd say it's a mix of HR, PR, and BD. Two-letter words here that describe the three-letter word CEO.
So Andre, does that ring true with your understanding of what you do on the various projects and organizations that you've founded?
Yeah, a lot of that's in line with what I've experienced. I think the interesting thing about the CEO is that the role is, it kind of changes as your company scales. Like, the bigger your company is, the more your tasks become different. Like, for me, I didn't have a business background. This is my first company, and I just started as like a fan and a player in gaming. And when you're a one-person company, or like a three-person company, your roles just look very different from, what they look like once you're scaled out. So initially, I was doing a lot of this like unscalable stuff. I had to be like hands-on, managing the players on our team, and I had to be like, being talent in the media that we produce and things like that. And then as the company's grown, the responsibilities kind of shifted more towards things like relationship management and focusing on hiring like good senior staff, like Felix said. I think the role becomes increasingly political the bigger that your company is. A lot of it becomes relationship management, whether it's with your own staff, your investors, your board. But yeah, the interesting thing to me about the role is it's like a job that always changes, not just day to day, but year to year.
Yeah, and I think it's very pressing and it's very relevant that the both of you spoke on the importance of just hiring leaders, the importance of you guys on creating a team. And obviously nowadays, esports is in dire need of leadership. Esports is in dire need of people who, can assemble people together, but do so in ways that are safe, do so in ways that are conducive to safe environments and working environments. What I'm interested in you guys is what are some of the steps you take, or what are some of the things that you looked in or you look for when you're trying to bring someone on one of your teams? Is it a mix of gaming passion or experience, or what is maybe some of the secret sauce or traits that we may not be aware of that you guys look for? And you can, and anyone can grab this one.
Go ahead, Reynad, please. Okay, so I would say, gaming passion is obviously essential. I think it's to us. I mean, the core idea behind our team here, especially senior team, is a very skilled and proven background. We have people that come from Hollywood. We have people that come from digital marketing. We have people that come from analytics, etc. And for us, it's been mainly people who have been, actually not mainly, only people who have been gamers their whole lives that are extremely excited to be working in gaming and esports and bring the skills that they've had and developed in outside fields to our field of esports and gaming. So that's kind of been the not so secret sauce, but the winning formula for building our team here, rather than just going for pure gaming experience. It's skill with passion.
Yeah, I would say my secret sauce when it comes to hiring just kind of stems from the way I look at people. I think that the entire worth of a person to the universe is the sum of their skills, basically. I think the world only really cares about what it can get out of you. And the better that your skills are, the more of them that you have, the more you can contribute, the more you can create value. So out of all the different things you can do in life, I kind of see all of them as an individual skill that can be refined. Even things that oftentimes aren't considered skills. And the most important one is just the ability to learn. So once somebody learns the skill of learning, they can use that to learn pretty much any other skill. So the thing I look for is a pattern of exceptionalism in things. If they've done something exceptional once, that's good, but I'm not going to hire somebody off that. If they've done it twice in different skills, it means not only do they have those skills, but they also have the skill of learning because they've been able to replicate success in more than one thing or more than one vertical. So yeah, I don't really care what the skills are that they're exceptional at. I care about the ability to learn more. So like if somebody has, what's an example? Like we're making a video game in our company, right? And I needed to hire a designer for this, like a game designer. So first thing I did is I interviewed all the people that are good on paper, the ones that have made lots of card games that I've played, names that I'm familiar with. And I interviewed all these guys. And none of us really felt like we were speaking the same language about how we thought about game design, even though they were more experienced than I was and everything. And eventually this like 20-year-old kid like emails me and he says, "Hey, I saw one of your update videos on the game you're making. Here's how I think about this problem you talked about. Hopefully it helps." And I was like, wow, this is the first person out of the dozens of emails that I've gotten, out of the dozens of people that I've interviewed. This is the first one that's like on the same wavelength. And I was like, okay, let me look into this kid. Let me give him a chance, even though he's young. He doesn't have work experience. And it turns out that like he had a pattern of exceptional performance. He played professionally in Magic, like as a teenager, like qualified for the Pro Tour. It's a very hard thing to do.
Yeah.
He became like the number 3 ranked Battlegrounds player in the world, like after working on our game. He was just getting number one, like not
Yeah.
top 1%, but top 0.01% in different things. And in school he was an overperformer. So when you see that kind of pattern, I think it's a good hire, basically.
Yeah. And
That's a good point. I would say something interesting to that fact too, as well, is that, at the end of the day, I like a quote that one of the first people and our creative director that joined the team, Justin, says is, you also want to be casting for sanity. At the end of the day, your team is your team all day, or every day of the week. If you're working hard in the esports universe, you're going to be working many hours with them. So sometimes getting the most skilled person, it's okay to get the second most skilled person if they're going to fit your team the best. Fortunately, of course, we've been very lucky there, but it's something people tend to overlook. You're going to have to work with that person all day long.
Yeah, and you know what? I can actually attest personally to hiring for the sanity of the team. That is a mistake that Inman Global has made in hiring me, and my team suffers for it literally every day. I don't know how they work with me. But all that being said, there was a phrase that you used, Andre, and you said, I'm replicating success. And I really like that phrase because really when I try to boil down, at the end of the day, that's what you guys are trying to do for your companies, right? You're trying to have success over success over success. But esports is constantly innovating. It's constantly changing. And a lot of people are always trying to find what's the next new game, what's the next new this. So obviously, the creation of a video game from an esports team, that's not something we've seen. That's not something that is your normal pivot. So I would love to kind of pick both of your guys' brains about, what are the type of pivots you see are valuable nowadays within the esports and competitive gaming space, and what are the type of things you think that more leaders and more CEOs should be trying to expand? And that sounds like a big question, but really what it is what do you think is the future? How do you think people in your similar positions should be trying to lead their teams towards making esports better and different and new? And Andre, I would love for you to start, and I think we can ask, what was your initial reason for creating a video game? Where was your vision in saying this is what's good for the company, this is what we need to do to adapt?
Sure, yeah. So there's a lot there. I guess I gotta figure out the order.
I love the big questions. I love the big questions for you guys.
Yeah.
You guys can handle them.
Yeah, basically. How do I put this? I think the most important thing to make a company that you're running work in esports is to actually be trying to build a company, which sounds like a very obvious, blunt thing, but not everybody is doing that. In fact, a lot of the most known teams, I would argue that that's not quite their strategy. It's very easy to get caught in a loop as soon as you take VC money or just investor money in general, where you're on this aggressive growth trajectory and you're burning all this cash and you're signing all these players and you get caught in this loop of indefinitely needing to raise money. And once you're in that loop, just in order to survive, you need to raise the next round, which means that you're focusing less on building a sustainable company. You're focusing more on building a narrative that investors like. And that makes you do things that I would argue are irresponsible spending, like, just picking up certain players or entering games that you shouldn't enter. So I think the important thing is that from the onset, you have to be going into it with the mentality of, I will care about my revenue. I will care about my burn rate. I will care about my budget. I will try to make money, which sounds, I don't know. It seems like everybody's trying that, but they're not. Like, trust me, it's actually a very rare mentality.
That sounds simple, but I mean, that is very true in esports and gaming. And maybe you can say it's because, we're all competitive gamers, and maybe there was that sense of competition when everyone was raising all that capital and everyone was trying to be the best team in this game, the best team in that game. But how many of these people were actually trying to make sustainable companies? Felix, you seem to have been nodding your head when Andre was talking about it's very important to actually try to build a company. Do you have experience also with, that same realization and or struggle?
There is nothing truer than what Andre just said. Everything I'm about to say now is just fluff to that point. But the idea is that, I'm this is not my first company. I had another company I'd founded about 10 years ago that did very well in its space. And it was based on the idea that, I'm literally serious. The first thing we sold was for $700 and it cost us $300 to make. And then we went up to selling things for millions of dollars. And truly the idea of building a quote unquote real business was at the core of that. Here, of course, with esports, it's a bit different. You can't. It's not the same thing as buying something for a certain amount and selling it for more. But ultimately, building a real company is the most important thing. If I had to add one point to that on top of it, if you're going to enter the space, I think that adding value is the most important thing. It's not infrequent to read articles. So and so is launching into the esports space. They will be competing in whatever FIFA and Fortnite, and you're like, oh great, that's fantastic. You can always have more teams and more important things. But I think that the real advancements that are being made in 2020 in the space of esports and gaming are different types of businesses or focusing on new games. So I think that's probably the only thing I can add to Andre's point, is trying to be additive to the space is what's core in esports at this point.
Yeah. There seems to be a tension between the yearn for passionate gamers and esports authenticity, right? Because this is one of those spaces where it's like dream job territory, right? Many people get in esports and gaming because they have this notion that, oh yeah, this is it, I've made it, this is my dream job. And at the same time, though, that tension arises because then you have your more traditional business folk who they don't care about. They need this to be a business first and foremost. And it seems to me that there needs to be a balance, because so much of even esports consumers and gaming consumers, they can sniff out when something isn't esports authentic. So I'd like to ask you guys, throughout your careers, how have you managed to balance that tension between maybe trying to work with people who are 100% business, they don't care about anything to do with esports because that's just, like whatever, it's just, that's incidental, versus the people who are maybe too #esports passion and they're not thinking about, well, is this making us money? Is this sustainable? How have you guys navigated that within your own esports companies?
Yeah, I mean, my opinion here, it's an interesting point. I mean, overall, esports and gaming is based around fun, right? So anything that is made around it needs to be fun. I almost think that there is a similar current within esports to make it, pure esports at all times, which is fine. But ultimately, as long as it's fun, it should exist from a consumer perspective. Then again, we have to keep in mind the business decision. But my only advice about this is to kind of relax about it. If it seems to make sense overall in the space, it should exist. I think that the esports purists are as detrimental to the space as or sometimes even more than the pure outsiders, because an outside force can always be a force for change. Some change sucks and some change is good, but at least it has a chance of putting you forward. Whilst being a purist has zero chance of putting you forward. It can only make you stay in place.
Yeah. Andre, do you seem to be nodding your head about the talk about, esports purists potentially being more of a detriment towards the esports industry getting better or not? Is that true, or would you like to comment on that?
I mean, I think it's a bit of like a semantics argument. Like, what do you consider an esports purist, and how do you define that? Yeah, I mean, like in my mind, I think when we hire somebody, we don't really think about it in terms of like how passionate is this person about esports. It's not really a lever we consider. The mentality going into it is more like, okay, we have this big goal, which is like own the world, make $1 trillion company or whatever it is. And then you break the big goal into little goals, which is like, we have this content plan, we have this plan for building out products, we have this marketing plan. And then for those smaller goals, you need people to lead those things, right? So when we go into hiring somebody, it's like, okay, who's the most qualified person for reaching this goal or this milestone? And then a big part of that is like, how self-motivated is this person? How much maintenance are they going to need? How much micromanagement, if any? Like how most of it is like a competence question But that's not to say that the passion isn't important, because if they're passionate about esports, as a lot of our employees are, like that's why they wanted to get into this industry. That's why they wanted to work for Tempo. You want to encourage that because it just builds a good company culture, and then they're gonna just put their best work forward every day if they love the space and they're in it. So,
Absolutely. And I want to make sure I'm not saying that we should. I don't want to be misunderstood as people saying people shouldn't love esports, but I think that it's
well, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm kidding.
Esports are terrible. Why are we even here?
Well, that being said, though, Felix, I actually will say that, like, I think there is a certain sect of esports that, they would consider themselves esports purists, but I think they latch on to that, and what it really says is don't change. What it really says is keep doing the things we have been doing, keep the same form, keep the same look and feel, aesthetic. So I do think there's some truth to that, in that when you let go of the preconceived notion of what you even think esports audiences want, what they should be consuming, I do think that encourages change, that does encourage innovation.
Absolutely. I think that at the end of the day, innovation is key. And, the main thing that we don't want to, and then I'm obviously a big Star Trek fan. I talk about Star Trek all the time, but, a new season or a new type of Star Trek can come out and you can dislike it, and it doesn't ruin your enjoyment of the Star Trek that existed before.
Yeah.
But on the off chance that they make a great new season of Star Trek, I'm happy to continue to make Star Trek seasons. And the reason I'm using that analogy is I believe that in all industries, innovation, what Andre is doing here, for example, publishing game, amongst many other things, is what makes it a richer and more interesting and intense space. And it's okay for individuals and for ideas, especially for ideas, to fail within a space in order to make the space go forward.
Yeah.
Because if we just try to replicate, and in all fairness, I generally believe that most people in esports share that belief. So I don't think it's a widespread problem in the industry. I just think that overall, the more change is brought in, the more chances for innovation, the better it is. Because, anyways, you guys get my point. Sorry.
No, sorry, Felix. I could listen to you talk all day. This is like panel. This is like panel ASMR for me.
Just making the same point over and over again. That's a good point.
Well, speaking of, here's a different point that I might like to talk about. I was talking on a panel yesterday, and someone made this idea that really stuck in my head. A shout outs to Lee Messi for this point. He says that esports is currently right now like 1936 baseball. He's saying that like this is going to be huge. Esports and gaming will be this massive thing. But his point was that we're just not there yet. Now we're in the point of like building the infrastructure. We're not nearly as big as we think. So I'd be interested to hear what you guys think about that. Do you think esports has reached this high point now, or is it really? Do people really take for granted just how small and how much growth there is in terms of esports as not only a form of entertainment, but also as an industry, worthy of business and worthy of investment and worthy of interest? And Andre, I'm giving that one to you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very broad question. I'm in this weird spot where like there's nothing I love more than like tackling all these misconceptions people have about the space.
Yeah.
And a lot of times that it sounds like I'm speaking ill of the space, but I actually think there's a ton of opportunity within esports. Personally, my perspective on it, I'm not actually sure that it's an industry. I think that might be one of people's bigger misconceptions. I don't know that esports is in and of itself like an independent industry. I think it might just be that the gaming industry is so big and esports is like one marketing offshoot of that.
Yeah.
And we're treating like a marketing department that most publishers happen to have as if it's a sport. And that mismatch might be the cause of, a lot of things not, and just a lot of initiatives not working out.
No, yeah, that's fascinating because that was actually what we then went on to discuss, this concept of esports as being a thin layer of marketing. So I guess I would love to ask then a follow-up question. Do you think that esports, all the people wanting to make it a real sport, is it a matter of separating ourselves from the games industry, or is it a matter of becoming so vital and so important to the games industry that we grow as a result? What do you think is the more viable path?
I think they're both equally viable, but I think the middle ground where we're at right now is the problem. I think if people push to either end of the spectrum, they'll have a lot of success. Like if a publisher wants to promote their game and they want to own their esports scene and take it all in-house and control it, that very much is on the marketing end of the spectrum. It's perfectly fine, and they can do that in a very effective way. Fortnite did that to build a lot of hype for their game, and they had a very like celebrity-centric strategy, less of like a merit-based one, and it was like very effective, especially early on, for getting more downloads and making it this big like cultural movement. On the other end of the spectrum, if you want to make it a real sport, I think that is also very viable, but it has to be done in a very different way than people are trying right now. We can't be trying to copy NFL models that don't even work for the NFL that well. We need to be like, there's certain things that need to be done. Basically, I think the TLDR, like the correct direction, is kind of how Valve does it. Basically, I don't think that you can have a sustainable esports league if the publisher has any level of decision making in it. I think it needs to be an independently run league that they license, and only the teams should have a say, because it's the only way that incentives can align. As soon as the publisher is voting on things the same way that team owners are, there's a lot of these zero-sum game scenarios where in order for the publisher to win, teams need to lose and vice versa. And that's really why a lot of these leagues that people try to spin up just shit the bed. I think publishers need to either own it completely and be heavily involved and just treat it like a marketing plan, or they need to back the fuck away and just let like teams run it and license it, take like 20% of the league profits or whatever, but don't be involved day to day.
Felix, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is really in Andre's area of work and expertise. So I'll speak on a slightly side topic. I think that overall, one of the reasons, not only because esports is awesome, but I generally believe that for people who are, either not, probably 10 and under now, that are parents that are gamers. So, the parents that are in their 30s and 40s that are big gamers and fans of esports, they are raising their kids watching esports sometimes more in the house than traditional sports. So overall, I think that simply from a purely mathematical generational standpoint, esports is going to have an enormous market share of the sports entertainment world fairly soon. At the end of the day, all sports, whether they are traditional stick and ball or esports, are a media for a form, or a medium. And as a result, one could argue that hockey is just a form of advertising Rams, Molson, and Canadian Tire, and because these are the advertisers that are making it fueled by the media space, etc. So what I'm trying to say here is that as long as esports evolves from a purely audience and generational standpoint, it continues to be a force for positive and change. And I think that what makes it such an exciting industry to be a part in. And that's it.
So we only have time for one more question, and I'd really like to get some quick takeaways from you guys. If you can, indulge me. What is one thing that you want to see changed about esports? As in, what is one thing that you could just purge, you could delete from esports, and then maybe if you feel so inclined, what is one thing you would like to see more of, right? So what was the thing you'd want to take away? What is the thing you would like to add within esports, if any?
I don't want to lead with the negative. I think it'd be hilarious to see an esports triathlon. That I always talk about this, but seeing people compete in several games at the same time, I think it'd be fantastic. And some of the media we build just for fun is around that. Listen, esports is a fantastic thing, and it's really developing itself. It's going to invent a bunch of new things. I generally believe that the esports that is going to be the mastermind of esports and that everyone watches is not out yet, something that mixes both complexity and ease of watch to the maximum. And that's it. That's what I'll say. That's what I'm looking forward to the most.
Okay. So, you know what? I'm going to like that, Felix. No negativity. You don't want to get rid of anything in esports. Esports is great. I'm Andre. What do you think?
I didn't
What
say
is...
that. I just want to talk about it.
Okay, there you go. I like that too. Thanks for that. Andre, what is one thing that you would like to see more of and maybe one thing you'd like to see less of in esports?
I would like to see just more people trying stuff that hasn't been tried. A lot of the business right now is following those investor narratives rather than exploring the esports space and different ways to monetize it. So I would just like to see people take bigger risks and just try new stuff. I think the more companies that do that, the more everybody wins. And then, one thing I'd like to see less of, it's a very hard question to answer. Almost anything that you remove would have positive and negative implications, like a mix of both. If I had to say one thing, I would remove investment money from the space. I think if there was literally no outside cash pumping into the space, it would be pretty close to a pure meritocracy, and the only businesses that could survive would be the ones that make money. And it would be, I think it would be the fastest path towards progress for the industry. But it's like a hypothetical scenario. It can't happen.
Well, you know what thing is I would like to see more of is more of you guys on panels talking about this stuff, because I had a great time. Bam, that segue is so clean. How do I do it? Anyways, guys, this has been another one of our panels. Thank you so much for joining us. You can follow Raynad at Tempo Raynad, and you can follow Felix at Felix _ Lahaye. That's Haye. We will be right back with more panels, but thank you guys for joining us, and I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Yes.
Some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice to sing some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Feel the thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Me and you, girl, you and me, jump into the floor and let me see your energy because but now we're stressed out. I know we got a bill to have fun tonight. Baby, I know we got a bill to have fun tonight. If I was you, I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. If I was you, I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me. Turn the bass up.
I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Feel the thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Me and you, girl, you and me. Jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Walk into the thing you want, my baby, feel me, girl. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I know you got a bill to have fun tonight. Baby, I know you got a bill to have fun tonight. voices saying some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sing. Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Feel the thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Me and you, girl, you and me. Jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Walk into the thing you want, my baby, feel way, girl. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I don't need dollar bill to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need dollar bill to have fun tonight. some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Feel the thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Me and you, girl, you and me. Jump into the floor and make me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Want to see the thing you want, make me feel way, girl. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I know you gotta be able to have fun tonight. Baby, I know you gotta be able to have fun tonight. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sing. Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Feel the thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Me and you, girl, you and me. Jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Want to see the thing you want, my baby, feel me, girl. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I know you got a bill to have fun tonight. Baby, I know you got a bill to have fun tonight.
this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing America.
This is Houston saying Hi everybody, welcome back to day 2 of IGEC 2020. Today's panel is going to be on influencer management. So I think right now in the world there's a lot of stuff going on, and these humans are doing God's work, honestly. And influencers have become such a huge part of internet society, especially with esports. And so I'm excited to be talking to these 4 influencer managers, and I'll let them introduce themselves. Let's start with Chiri.
Oh, hi. Okay, so I work as a contracted influencer manager, social media manager kind of thing for a lot of Twitch streamers. I've been doing this for over 2 years now, full time, and I've been working strictly remote for that time being too.
Okay, let's go over to Justin.
Yeah, hey everyone. Thanks for the invite and having me on this group discussion. I founded the Kinetic Group about 2 years ago. It's a management company which myself and my team are kind of more fully focused on the gaming and esports space. Nick Merckx was our kind of first client during the whole peak of the Fortnite craze, if you will. And, you know, we work with a lot of different creators, not just in Fortnite, but other titles as well.
Let's go over to Paul.
Hey everybody, I'm Paul. I am Director of Talent Partnerships at Adder Incorporated. We work with a variety of gamers all across, you know, different genres. Prior to this, I had experience working in the sporting world, doing brand partnerships for athletes. But we've been working in gaming for about 1.5 years now, touching in many different areas, from individual partnerships to brand sponsors and larger campaigns.
And last but not least, Sandra.
Hi, my name is Sandra. I have been working in esports for about 3 years now. Kind of started out in collegiate esports and went on to work for several LCS and esports teams. And I also spent some time doing contracted influencer management as well, similar to what Cherry does now, until basically I joined Team Liquid, where I started off doing a lot of like esports content strategy, and now I'm an influencer manager for Team Liquid as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys again for being here today. I'm sure you guys all have very busy schedules, and we all appreciate you coming out. I'm Kelsey Rumage. I'm the partnerships manager here at Invent Global, and I also do work at Evolve Talent Agency as a talent manager. So this was a panel that I was really excited about and that I pushed for really hard because it is a really interesting role, especially in today's society. And so let's just get into it. So the first question I want to open up with is, what do you guys define as an influencer now? Before it was just someone that, you know, posted a bunch of ads on Instagram and was sponsored by brands and was pushing that, but it's become something so much bigger. But if you could maybe say one sentence in like what an influencer is to you, what would it be? Anyone want to go?
Yeah, maybe I could start it off. Just generally, right? Like you said, right? Influencer work used to be just hashtag ad, and whoever had the most instances of those was an influencer. But I think across the board with all of the amazing people that we work with, right? It's more so those who can consistently attract the attention and eyes and ears of others, not necessarily millions per se, but at any scale. That's kind of how we see and define influencers from our perspective.
I would say, like, I think influencer can be defined in a lot of different ways in a lot of different contexts, but I kind of see influencer in like a professional sense as basically anyone whose personal brand is their business. That makes sense to me because basically, like, an influencer's brand is themselves, and they're using that brand to, you know, create traction, reach an audience, and also make a living.
Go ahead.
If I was to put it into one sentence, I would say like an influencer is somebody that can convert their fans into customers. So more business perspective.
Yeah.
I think it's a great way of putting it. I would add one element to that, in that influencer is not just, in my opinion, you know, specifically just business related these days. I mean, influencer, especially in the times we're living in right now with everything going on socially and in the times we're living in worldwide. I think influencer goes beyond way just, what they have an influence in terms of turning people into customers, but also, maybe educating people or offering another perspective on different topics as well.
Yeah, so actually, Paul, that brings up a huge point that I was excited to bring up because of 2020. It's been the year of movement, the year of change, and as much as the bad, there is some good that did come out of it, and we saw that with the Black Lives Matter movement, especially recently. And as a influencer, there is this pressure to take a stance and to promote what is best for the society. And we saw that with a lot of influencers and some that you do represent that did post links, post petitions, and get the good word out and make sure that their fan base is educated. But I did want to bring up the aspect of timing. Timing is everything, especially in business. Ad timing, posting something at the right time to make sure it gets the best traction. And a lot of influencers were put under pressure with timing of when they should speak up, when they should come out with what they need to say. If it was something like posting about the Black Lives Matter movement, for example, and what they could do or what their take was on it. I guess that's a big word, like what's their take? And obviously it's one person's opinion, but it has the power to influence so many people. When you're posed with a client that says, hey, I want to post something about this, I want to help the movement, how do you handle that? What's your go-to kind of conversation that you have with them?
Well, I think I can start on this one. I think number one, it's always important to stay authentic to, what they're feeling and what they think, which is tough sometimes because, you have a brand to uphold at the same time while you're also being authentic. So I think it would come from speak from the heart, but also, in a way where people are going to gravitate toward what you're saying. And do it in a way that feels authentic, because I think you've seen a lot of backlash during this time as well too, with people who have maybe gone about it in the wrong way, and it maybe comes off a little bit more, for lack of a better term, maybe self-centered rather than for the greater good of it. That's one way I would put it, is more authentic and looking toward the greater good of it rather than necessarily trying to come off as draw attention to yourself.
Yes. Yeah, I feel like that's really hard to navigate, especially because, a lot of people will post things, even on the smaller level or smaller influencers. They'll post something and people will be like, oh, you're just trying to get involved for clout. And that word is tossed around so much when it's a hard line to kind of balance on, because obviously for most influencers and for most people out there, they are trying to post for the common good. They're trying to help social change, but it can be taken so negatively. And that's something where you guys come in and can help with that and navigate where, how do you word things? How do you kind of present it in a fashion so they understand this is for the good thing. This isn't for my self-promotion,
I think the most important thing is to educate them and do your research as an influence manager to educate your influencers that this is very important. You should be saying something about this. And you should genuinely feel authentic about how you feel about the situation, rather than just being like, okay, I donated and I'm sharing this post that I donated money to the Black Lives Matter movement. But it's so important to consistently be pushing that kind of education to your fan base, I think. So being educated about it and doing your research, doing your part to educate your fans about it, I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I definitely think, it's important as influencer managers to, like Teresa, do your research and get yourself educated, and maybe draw resources that you can share with your influencers to educate them, because that's a big part of it. Like Paul's saying, right? I feel like when an influencer is, genuinely understanding of a viewpoint, people will know, the audience will see that. And so the authenticity of it is really important. So be able to share resources, educate your influencers, and maybe have a conversation around it if that's what they need, and allowing them to draw their own opinions and their own take on it. But then at the end of the day, I think, depending on the influencers, some are better at writing copy and stuff than others, and writing copy is also something that we do a lot, right? So helping them be able to take their thoughts and their feelings and then turn them into like a post or like something that's worded well that will be able to share that with their audience is also really important.
Yeah, that brings up a good point about, the content that they do put out in this situation. And now, for a couple of years, it's almost become a trend to either post a video apologizing if there was a scandal or explaining the situation if there is something, or to post a tweet about it. In your guys' opinion, is there a type of content that you are more geared towards in this kind of situation that portrays a better message? Or what is your opinion of these like video style formats? Because it seems like in a lot of situations, those never go well, And it's like they're trying to be personal, and I understand that. And, I think a lot of them have the best intentions, but it takes a lot of training to get across the correct message and make sure everything is, in line instead of having things being taken out of context, it's seeming like they're coming off fake and all of that. But, I like, as a viewer, as a fan of some of these people, it does bring that personal aspect to it. But what's your guys' opinion on kind of how that's navigated?
Yeah, I mean, from where we sit and the management work that we do, not just in the business management, but the brand management as well, right? It's important to try to provide the resources and information for the talent to create that output in their own personalized way, almost regardless of what they might think could happen in terms of alienating audiences or specific people within their community. And they know best in terms of how to make that connection with those who know them and those who watch and listen to them. And so, far be it for me at least to tell them, hey, let's do a video, a face to cam type of style, or make a statement. Let's talk about it internally. And, fortunately we work with talent who are very thoughtful and intentional, not just to say things because they're being said, but actually want to create change and do it in their own authentic way.
Yeah, does anyone else have any thoughts about this?
Yeah, I mean, Cherry, did you have something to say?
You first.
Yeah, I agree with what Justin said wholeheartedly, and not to repeat myself on the last part, but authenticity is the most important thing, and I don't think necessarily a video format and face to cam is a bad move by any means, but I think it really comes off into what you're saying, how you're saying it, and as I mentioned previously, like as long as it comes off for the greater good, and that you're not just saying the things and putting the camera on yourself to really just say like, oh, this is why. This is what I think, or this is what I think. Like, as long as you're pointing toward the greater good and the greater cause, in my opinion, I don't see any issues with that in terms of the format in itself. I think it's really just, as you said, Kelsey, coming down to what the content of what you're actually saying is.
I think the copy is very, very important. So the influencer, actually drafting a copy first, and then having multiple people that they trust and have good opinions or aren't like super biased about it, have them kind of look over what they're about to post, so you can like double check if it is appropriate, or like look at it from every different kind of standpoint. So that's why social drafts are really, really important, or like social copies.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, I think one point too is like, at least I feel like coming from like my previous job with Team Liquid was doing social media, and that's like a big part as well of getting the message across to an audience, right? And I think especially as influencers, what's really important is having open dialogue, like having a conversation with your audience. Like you're not just talking to them, but you're also listening and taking in what they have to say. And it's kind of like a back and forth. That's why social media is so powerful, right? That's why Twitch is so powerful. It's like having an open dialogue, and especially when it comes to things like social change, like that's super important. And we've been seeing that a lot with like Black Lives Movement Matter, right? Like don't just talk, but also listen.
Yes.
And so I think like that's like a really, really big part of being genuine and authentic about topics like social change.
Yeah, you know, keeping the transparency with your audience, with the people you're connecting to is so important. And I know some of the people that are probably watching want to be in your shoes, right? They want to be an influencer manager or a player manager. I know when I was entering esports, that was the pinnacle. That was something that I looked at and I was like, I want to do that. And I'm taking the steps to get there. And one day, hopefully, I can say and turn around and be like, I helped some of these people build better lives and build better lives for others as well. But I do have to say, with this job, there's a lot of mental torment and a lot of mental stress that does come with dealing with certain situations. You know, when a client is put into a spot where they need help to get out of whatever they put themselves in, that takes a lot of mental strain and a lot of mental just thinking about how to deal with situations. What are some advice you can give to people that are watching this panel that maybe want to get into influencer management, but what should they know or what should they practice in thinking when it's almost like quick thinking skills, you know? Like what advice can you give them there?
I think it's important to be mindful of not just, you know, keeping your nose to the ground on who you are and what you do, but also keeping your head up and ears open to everything else going on and what others, your peers in the space, are saying and doing, not just in gaming and esports, but across entertainment and social media more broadly. I think, you know, given all of the more recent mainstream success of gaming and esports, there's a lot of excitement here in the space, and as there should be, right? But at the same time, keeping in mind that we're not, as managers or talent representatives, reinventing the wheel by any means, you know? So it's important to lean on others in the space and other spaces to kind of learn from and incorporate into our day-to-day jobs to help support our talent.
Yeah, speaking about that, that brings up a great topic. Like, obviously, there were people that came before us, right? The people that we did look at. Is there anyone that you can think of on the top of your head that was an inspiration for you as a talent manager, looking at them and saying, I want to be like them, or I want to take some of their practices and put them into my work? Anyone?
I can definitely speak to one. At my previous job, I worked in the communications department. My boss there was very well organized when it came to whatever, and especially, you know, in the communications department that deals with a lot of PR and response and things like that. And he was very well mannered and calm and collected, even in the toughest times. And one thing I noticed is he was always prepared. He always knew who he was meeting with whenever he was meeting with them. He would make sure to print off, you know, a LinkedIn profile and maybe recent articles about a person that they're meeting with. But, you know, when crisis did hit, he would stay cool, calm, and collected. And I noticed he would always just take a deep breath and not be reactionary in his response, but really take a second to evaluate everything and try and figure out what the best solution is. And that was going to be one of the things I could have said to the last question was always take a beat, as quick response as you want to be and as quick as you should be in your response. You always kind of want to take a beat to evaluate everything to make sure that it's the right move.
I think so. I come from a non-gaming background as well. I entered gaming like a few years ago, but I used to work in the music industry. So I would say like I actually drew a lot of inspiration from some people that I worked with in the music industry because there's a lot of parallels, and in particular like if we're talking influencer manager, right? Like a lot of artist managers and tour managers have like very similar roles in a lot of ways, and there are, you know, a couple that I worked with when I was in music that you know, really impressed me and really made my experience working in music great. You know, people who are really on top of their work and people who are always mindful of like every aspect of the business and how it relates to their work. And I think those are some really important qualities in especially managers like ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, looking up to these people, they're almost like, you know, we're, as influencer managers, we're kind of like parents, right? Like, our talent is, whether we like it or not, they're kind of like our kids, because we got to make sure that they get to, their events on time, make sure their activations go well. It's like handing them off to school, being like, okay, like, you know what to do, just do it. And, as fun as it is, it comes with the other burden and other side of it, where you're dealing with someone that's a real person that's going through real struggles and real problems. And especially in the influencer community, especially now, mental health is a huge topic. It's something that has been addressed a million times, and we've taken strides towards improving it as much as we can, but it never seems to be enough. There's always something that we can do better, and we're continuing to do that. But as influencer managers, you have to deal with that. You have to talk to them and help level head them when maybe they're just mental booming one day. And if there's any advice or any kind of way that you deal with things, could you tell us about it and just kind of explain to the audience, when you're put in this position, like, how do you keep them level-headed? I mean, it's a hard question. That's for sure. I mean, like, speaking personally, when clients come and talk to me, and they're talking about how they had a really bad tournament and they just inted and got a very low standing. Like, it hurts their mental sometimes, and they're just like, why am I even in this space? And I feel like it's very easy to just say, yeah, it's all right, get them next time. But but a good influencer manager is one that can address the problem and be like, okay, like I see where you have these problems, and let's expand upon that. Let's get better, and help them become better.
Yeah, there's an interesting, and I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying, because at the same time, right, there's an interesting kind of distinction between, the esports influencer, right, that we all have worked with or are still working with right now, and the kind of live streamer and content creator, right? Whereas there's obviously tons of pressure in both regards. But I can imagine, right, for those working with esports competitors and athletes, there's so much more pressure to really perform and deliver. And so that I'm sure is a super difficult job on our end. With the talent that we work with, they have that background and skill set, but are otherwise entertainers and content creators. So when they're stressed out and their mental health is starting to fatigue because of the hours they're putting in front of the camera and all the time they spend behind the scenes, creating their content, our job is made easier because we can just, keep it casual and be friendly and just serve as that supporting ear or shoulder, to kind of allow them to take a step back and just relax. There's not as many different variables, I guess, working with content creators in terms of the stressors that they have on a day-to-day, say maybe as compared to like esports athletes, at least from the experiences that we've had in the space to date.
Yeah, well, the main thing that I'm thinking of that just pops into my head with influencers is even with social media, like especially with a lot of the female influencers out there. You post a picture on social media, you look great, but someone out there is going to be like, they will comment negatively on your appearance or say something very hurtful, very sexist. Like, obviously this happens to male influencers as well, but it's an ongoing problem. It's hard because they deal with the same things everyone deals with. It's not like there's some subhuman that just wipes out all the, or superhuman that just wipes out all the negative. It's a constant battle. But then I think it poses the question whether it's, how personal do you get with these people? Because obviously they're still your client. You're still working for them and you're doing your work there, but you're also, like, in the way that you guys look at it, are you also their friend? What's your status on that?
Yeah, I would definitely say that you're their friend, because at the end of the day, even if you're a manager, agent, whatever you are, they're still going to come to you for advice on ways to handle everything, even non-business related. So you can go to your client or your talent on a humane level and be empathetic whenever they're going through something, and not necessarily as a way of trying to tell them how to do something or how they should behave, but more so in an understanding way to try and understand how they're feeling. then I think that's the best way to approach it. I think you definitely want to keep the balance of, professional relationship versus a friendship, but at the same time, like if these are people that you genuinely care about on a personal level as well, then you will offer that genuine, humane friendship on top of the business relationship.
Yeah, I mean, the most, successful manager-client relationships are always built off of like a strong foundation of trust, right? And trust is something that doesn't happen overnight. It's something that's developed. Your relationship with the client is developed over time, and that whether that's trust based on like a business perspective or on a personal level, like it's all really important. And I find like the clients that I feel like I've been able to offer the most to are also the ones that I have like very strong personal relationships or have worked with for a long time and trust me from one period of their career to like a different one, like just for example, like Kelsey's clients, where if they're esports players, right, like you work with them from team to team, and they trust you with that relationship, no matter like which team they're on, right? But like as an example, and so like over time, building up that relationship definitely involves and affects like that personal, I guess, like friendship in a sense. And like Paul said, like you're still, it's still a professional relationship, but I mean, it, like even in a workplace setting, like you're friends with your coworkers, right? Like you work well with people that you understand on a personal level. That's just like how work is, I guess. And so yeah, I think that's definitely important.
I think that I wouldn't be in the position that I am in today if it wasn't for that foundation of building a friendship with someone that was a streamer. And then from there on, like I built trust there, I built friendship there. And then from there, I gained so much more clients from that one client. So being able to do what I am doing today, I owe it all to my first client who was a friend to me. And then afterwards, my latest clients, I am like more, I started the relationship off as professional, but now it's more like professional and friendship kind of hash into two, I guess, and hash into one. Yeah. And back to like the social media and like the hate comments and stuff like that, I think influencers really need to know when to take the break, the social break, and just omit looking at their phone. I think it's so important to know when to take breaks. And sometimes for me, I even log into their account because I manage their socials, and like mute all the horrible comments or things that might affect them. And they won't even know that it even existed in the first place. I think that is like protecting them from seeing things that you don't need to even like know about that will affect your mental. I think that's very important.
Doing God's work, honestly, because like even at just the normal level, people that are influencers, like there's people there that are just always going to be bitter and just have a lot of hate in their heart and are portraying that on people and stuff like that. And doing stuff like that is something that's can go unseen, but is such a huge impact. And I think the point you bring up about breaks, especially in recent times, they're so needed. I feel like I'm taking a break every other day for like 3 days, and it's just like it's great because our world has become so social media focused. We're on it every day. It's always like a meme with our generation about how we're always on our phones, but that's how we function in life. That's how we get our information. And being able to take that break and step away, it's easy or it's not easy, but it's something that may be more common for the everyday person. But for influencers, it's their job. It's their job to be on social media, to post. And it's something that a lot of people have talked about and said, I want to take a break, but if I stop streaming on Twitch, am I going to lose viewership? Am I going to lose sponsors? Is that something that's going to affect my career? Which is really crazy when you think about it, but it is something that you have to think, that has to go through your mind. Because I know when I started streaming just casually, consistency is everything. And even to keep something like 30 viewers, you had to stream every single day and keep that up to have a community that keeps growing. And so it's something that I think a lot of influencers do face. It's where I need to take this break, but do I let my career suffer? But at the end of the day, your career doesn't suffer as much as you suffer. you know?
That's deep.
Well, yeah, exactly. And I think, yeah, I mean, do you guys have any takes on that and just the process that you have to go through there?
It's definitely about, I mean, like every job requires work-life balance, right? There's no human can, be on all the time or like working all the time. And it's really hard when social media is such a big part of your job, to be able to turn that off. But I think it's definitely a skill that needs to be developed, to know when and how to take an effective break. Like, everyone needs to take breaks. It's just a matter of like how and when. And that's, a skill that you can help to kind of guide or teach your influencers to develop, I think. And I think like a lot of influencers don't realize how important it is, because especially because like a lot of people in that position, like they love what they do so much, right? Like like they're there because they want to be there and they're passionate about it. And I think that results in a lot of kind of lack of that work-life balance, because it's what they love to do, but it's also what they do for money, and their whole network revolves around that. And like their closest friends are like, I see this a lot, like a lot of influencers, like their closest friends are also influencers, and they're kind of in the same space, and so their relationships are kind of out there for people to follow and stuff like that. And so I think there's a lot of value in recognizing that you need to develop a part of your life that's not out in the open like that. And whether that's learning to better keep your private life private, or maybe like one thing that I've noticed, even as like someone who's, I'm not an influencer, but someone who works in gaming, who like I'm in gaming because I love gaming and all my friends are in gaming. Like it's been really effective to actually have friends who are not at all related to my career, and that's like something that I suggest to a lot of influencers that I work with as well, to have a safe space where you can disconnect and feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, I can agree with that more. I think I do talk about that with a lot of people that are influencers or that grew up in gaming. They came straight out of high school even, and just straight like as I work more with players. So with influencers, it's a little different. But some of these people, started streaming really young, popped off, and then they just kind of went into it, and it never developed like an outside life from that. But I think having that balance, having that breath of fresh air, you can almost say, with a different friend group, or something that's away from work, because I think all of us will understand working in gaming, when you're at a dinner or you're at board games or something, there's a tendency to just talk about gaming, and that's all people talk about. And sometimes it's just, you're just sitting there like, I just want to talk about anything else right now. And it all like rounds back. Like you can even like, for me, like I'll start talking about maybe like relationship stuff, and it'll just circle back to gaming, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, can I get out of this loop? But when you go outside, even as a streamer, as someone else that isn't directly involved, it can just clear your mind and kind of give you that fresh perspective. But yeah, I can't agree more with what you said, Sandra. And I think that's something that I hope it becomes more normal as everything progresses. But also we're in COVID, so I mean it's really hard to meet new people now. So there's that. Speaking of COVID, how has your guys' job been dealing with the quarantine and just the shift in how? Well, I guess for a lot of you guys with influencers, you're streaming anyways, right? But I think that does add a lot of things on top of not only the mental aspect of it, but just how you shift with activations and how sponsors kind of outreach to you. How has this affected your guys' work?
I'm curious to hear Paul's perspective on it.
Yeah.
Where he sits on it.
I mean, as much like I'm very much on the management side as well, but my main focus is on the sales side, which for lack of a better term, it's been bananas. I mean, you've seen a lot of brands redirect their money from traditional advertising and marketing and kind of try to quick inject it into gaming, which it's been a learning process on both sides, from, learning on my end into, how to properly educate these brands and what's going to specifically work, because a lot of the ones that haven't been into gaming previously are, thinking like, oh, hey, can we just like slap our logo on this and on this creator shirt or like on their channel and we'll see what happens. And I'm like, it doesn't really work well like that, and trying to give them the best practices and everything. In relation to, the creator side of everything, I think, at least on our team over here, I mean, we have noticed, because I think as a creator, you're more compelled, especially since you're at home all the time now, you're more compelled to stream even more often, which I think, especially when you've seen the uptick in live streaming and the amount of viewers and the records that Twitch is breaking with viewership, everybody's trying to capitalize on that. But I think at the same time, like, burnout is also real, just like we were just talking about on the last question. So on my side, or whether it be the creator side, whatever it is, like, I think we're definitely starting to see, as we're getting more and more months into this, starting to see people getting a little bit more burned out on it. So to kind of touch on the last question as well, it's important to always take that time to yourself and make sure you're still putting out the highest quality of work, especially if you're a creator. You always want the viewers to be attracted to you and enjoy the content that you've always put out. And if you're not taking care of yourself, then you may not be producing it at the same time.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that, from the sales perspective, like Paul said, it's been crazy, right? Tons of new and different faces and brands all being interested in the space to kind of fill that void. And when we work with our talent and filling those opportunities and having those conversations with, brands and partners that are interested, now more than ever, it's been important to manage expectations first and foremost, because viewership across the board, right, over the past 3 months, well documented that it's up for pretty much anyone that is consistently creating the content and being engaged while everyone is indoors. And so, everyone is seeing this new influx of attention and opportunity. And on our end, it's important to say, okay, like, let's nevertheless still be thoughtful and intentional with what we say and what we do, so as to not be opportunistic during an unfortunate time outside of the gaming space, right? And still to make those deeper connections and continue to engage with our audiences is important. So on our end, still very much the same type of content, but because of so much attention, it's like, okay, how do we differentiate? How do we do things that are even more exciting and unique in the space, whether that be creating their own events in different formats and segments on their day-to-day stream and social media. It's been an exciting time for sure, at least on the business perspective, and working with our talent. And at the same time, it's having to kind of reel them in at the same time to make sure that they can manage their time effectively and be energetic and enthusiastic, I think, for the long haul, as things start to settle back down, hopefully, and return to a place of normalcy.
I think like now is the time for all activations. It's kind of crazy. Like last 2 weeks have been the most insane for me because I've been seeing so many new brands coming in. Like you can see food products, you can see lifestyle products, you can see like even toilet paper. So I'm trying to figure out how all the creative ways that as a streamer, how can you showcase that? How can you do those sponsorship and activation? So I'm glad that we can all relate that these activations have been like keeping us really busy.
Sure.
Yeah, I think also with this topic, obviously there's been a huge influx of different brands that we don't usually deal with now coming to us and being like, we want to sponsor your streamer, we want to sponsor your player and do something with them. How do you shuffle through all of that? Because, obviously, like Cherie was saying, you got to get creative with some of these things because they don't really fit the gaming lifestyle and the gaming persona. Are there brands that come to you and you're just like, look, I know you're offering and we would love to work with you, but we just don't see a fit here? Is that something that you guys have dealt with a lot recently? Or is it more like, okay, we're going to find a way to incorporate this?
The former, at least with what we do on a day-to-day. even pre-COVID, right? I find it my job and my team's job to really know and understand preemptively, what our talent would be into, right? And those brands or there's those products that they use on a day-to-day that it doesn't feel like a job or a statement of work. And so, for us, it's kind of like having that understanding in advance of conversations with brands and being able to efficiently cut through to, okay, this is more or less where our client is already at. Never really been a huge yerba mate fan or drinker, so there's probably not an opportunity there. But because we know our other talent that might be interested, maybe we can have that conversation. So it's wanting to be flexible, really understanding our talent's comfort level and finding that middle ground between organic and opportunistic kind of thing.
God, I would love to be sponsored by Yerba Mate one day. That's like a life goal sitting there. Oh my gosh. Did anybody else have any comments on the last question that I posed?
I think that a lot of it is also knowing who is good at what. So having like a pool of talent and like this person would be really good at this, or lifestyle brands, or like that kind of thing, or like gaming stuff.
Yeah. No, I think that's very important to keep in mind, because I think a lot of people just look at the money and they're like, oh, like they're offering us money. But if you're not authentic with it, like your audience is going to pick up immediately and they're going to be like, you're being a sellout. Yeah, you're being a sellout. And even though times may be different, and maybe business isn't the way it's usually processed, it's still the same thing. Like authenticity is number one. And so, I agree with your guys' points. That's what's most important. Shifting gears a little bit back to the actual influencer side. Some people are influencers for the majority of life. Some lucky people get to continue doing that, but not everybody. Do you guys have this conversation with your players, with your influencers, where you say, okay, this doesn't look like it's going to be forever? What are we going to do next? Is that something that you have, a conversation that you have with your clients, or is it something that they bring up, or is it something you just don't touch and hope that you can run it as long as you can?
One of the things I really enjoy that we do in our onboarding when we bring new talent on is that we always ask what their long-term goals are. Because, like you just said, Kelsey, like whether it's a fact of it's not a fit or if it's just something that it's not what they want to do forever, it's always good to have an understanding of what they want to achieve. And a lot of these creators, it's really awesome to see what their personal goals are in life outside of just gaming. Like, oh, I want to do this, or I want to write this book, or I want to do stuff for like this organization, things like that. And a lot of them really want to, as most people do, want to do good for the world. And so it's really good to see and get an understanding of what their goals are in the long term. But to answer your question, that is something that we discuss. Because, maybe some of them do want to stream for 5 to 10 years. But also, like I said, just to have that understanding long term of what they're trying to achieve. And it can help us, help them accomplish that in the meanwhile.
Yeah, for sure. We worked with a couple of clients that, would go through a similar initial onboarding phase. And we've worked with a couple of them for say 3 or 4 years. And, looking back at those kind of initial conversations to now as their career has grown and evolved, it obviously has changed, right? So I think for us, we try to maintain a certain level of fluidity, keeping in the back of their minds what their initial goals were, and otherwise kind of as we look to the future with our talent, try to frame it up as not so much like, what's your next career move, but, what kind of impact do you want to have, or who do you want to impact through your platform and with your voice, and having that then kind of lead us into, what that next role might be in the broader kind of gaming or influencer ecosystem, if it's as a content creator or as a social justice advocate, whatever the case may be. I think we try to keep it from the perspective and lens of, okay, who do you want to really help and mentor or benefit through your opportunity in your platform, and then having that role kind of figure itself out.
And just to wrap things up for today, because unfortunately we are almost out of time, where do you guys see influencer careers being in the next 20 years? Do you guys think it's going to be around, or do you think it's going to be even stronger than it is now? I'll go to each one of you. So let's start with Chiri.
I think it'll definitely be around. I think the opportunity is now. If you want to be an influencer, now is like, I mean, you're not late to the party, but you definitely should start now. I think it's just going to grow. You see the TikTokers, they're going to be booming. Like once they get on Twitch, once they get on YouTube and starting content there, I think that's like, it's just going to grow massively, I think, in the next 20 years. Yeah.
What about you, Justin?
Yeah, no, I think it's a process that's just really now starting, right? I think the gaming and esports space is becoming closer to quote unquote mainstream media, and now more than ever, it's important to lay that foundation. In terms of how it's executed, I think that kind of short form kind of TikTok style is something that we will see replicated across different platforms. It's just a matter of really being able to efficiently cut through and deliver a message that relates to people.
Paul, what are your thoughts?
I think it will definitely be around. I think, being an influencer has been around for a while. It's just a matter of what the vehicle has been to, promote being an influencer, whether it was, starting off on Vine or YouTube, and then, it's gone so on and so forth. Instagram, in my opinion, is really what made it explode. And then, you see live streaming with gaming and everything now. And I think it's always going to be there. I think it just might shift in terms of what it'll actually look like. But to answer your question, yes, I think it'll always be there.
And Sandra.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Paul on that one. I think for sure they'll be around. I mean, like, influencer media is already kind of like becoming the mainstream at this point, and it's just a matter of what it'll look like. And I think that the form, has it could potentially change or shift in a lot of different ways. Like, mainstream media now is not just limited to like television or even like, YouTube is huge, but even now it's starting to shift from like primarily video to like a lot of different forums and social media and all that stuff. So yeah, excited to see where it goes.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you all for joining us today for this panel. You guys all gave a lot of insightful information. I know I learned a lot. So thank you guys very much. You can catch them all on Twitter at their handles that are posted. And up next, we do have a panel talking about Twitch and other streaming platforms and why they're so dominant in today's world. So that'll be coming up right now. Thank you guys once again, and we'll see you in the next panel.
Thanks.
Thank you. wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice to sing some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sing. Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, feel the thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Me and you, girl, you and me. Drop it to the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Walk into the thing you want, my baby feel way, girl. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I know you got a bill to have fun tonight. Baby, I know you got a bill to have fun tonight.
Don't worry, I'm a professional.
The panel using Twitch to elevate your esports brand. I'm Sydney Goodman, and I have quite the exquisite panel of experts to break this down. I have Justin Varghese, Alex Rubens, and Devin Nash. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Thank you so much for being here. So before we jump into the questions, I'll give each of you a moment to shine and just explain kind of who you are, why you're a great fit to be talking on this panel. Why don't we start with you, Alex?
Yeah, my name is Alex Rubens. I lead team operations for Cronky Esports, which is LA Gladiators in Overwatch and LA Gorillas in Call of Duty League. Happy to be here.
Thank you for being here. And Justin, I feel like I've started this like calling on thing, so I guess I'll continue to do that. So Justin, go ahead and
I
introduce
have no
yourself.
problems with that, Sydney. I think that's a very easy way for me to make sure that I'm doing what I'm supposed to do on this panel. But I digress. Justin Varghese, North American Marketing Manager for DreamHack. For those of you who are on the call that maybe aren't familiar with DreamHack, DreamHack is the premier gaming lifestyle festival. Last year, our team did 15 shows in 9 different countries with an estimated global attendance upwards of 350,000 people. And as you can imagine, that number has shrinked considerably, given the fact that we're in a global pandemic and we can't really put on our festivals as much. But despite that, our team's come out with some pretty neat initiatives that we've been slowly unveiling over these past couple of weeks. And we're just very excited to kind of finally have some time to ourselves to be able to take care of all the things that we didn't have time to do before because we were on such a rough festival schedule that we can finally take care of now.
Very nice. Well, thank you for being here, Justin. And Devin, go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm not a homeless guy that just found this Google Meet by accident. Let's see. Okay, I used to run some esports teams. I ran CLG until we sold to Madison Square Garden, and now I run the #1 industry talk show on Twitch, talking about this kind of stuff. And I also run a marketing agency called Nerd Fusion with my business partner. But that's all to detract from my real goal, which is to grow my hair out so much that it consumes me entirely. And then I become a rolling ball of fluff, dispensing advice about how to grow successful businesses to all who encounter me.
I mean, that's definitely one place to get business advice. It's a rolling pile of hair. But okay, well, let's just jump into it. I mean, the panel is titled Using Twitch to Elevate Your Esports Brand. So, what role do you see Twitch playing in the current esports ecosystem? Anybody want to jump on that?
Okay.
If you don't jump, I'm going to call on you.
I'm doing it. All right. Okay. So since 2018, esports accounted for about 25% of Twitch, right? And that declined because Activision moved everything to YouTube. But Twitch's major role in the esports industry is actually that it supports it financially. A lot of people don't know this, but the way that all of the teams that came into the LCS and then later came into OWL basically did it was through Twitch contracts. And so Twitch, a lot of people think just supports it from a viewership perspective, but the main way that it supports it is actually financial.
Interesting. Now, when you're speaking about these contracts, sorry, did I just steamroll through somebody else talking?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard murmurs. But so when you're talking about these contracts, are you talking about contracts with these teams in particular or the individual members of the teams?
They don't support players directly, but the way that they do it is through a weird form of arbitrage. So they'll pay the teams a fixed rate, what's called usually a minimum guarantee, and then they'll put some extra amount on that based on viewer hours. And so what ends up happening is that the team gets enough money to run its operations and then pay its players. And like, you ever wonder why Team Liquid has like Twitch streamers? Like, why would they do that? Like, there's no ROI in that, right? Like, so they have Twitch streamers because they are getting paid by Twitch to do that. They can add those viewer hours effectively to their contract, and that increases their price. And in so doing, Twitch basically propped up the whole esports industry. Like, I don't think we would have an esports industry if Twitch didn't support it in the first place.
Now, Alex, you are currently running team ops. Do you see Twitch playing a similar role in this esports ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like Devin said, we have 2 Activision leagues, so they're both on YouTube, but most of our players still create content primarily on Twitch. It's definitely an impactful part of what we do from a team level, what players do individually. I know that we aren't as big with content, at least live content, as some of the other teams are. We don't produce our own events yet or anything like that that's separate that would be streamed on Twitch, but it's definitely still a very impactful part of what we do, regardless of whether the leagues are on YouTube or on Twitch or on Facebook or anywhere like that.
And Justin, how do you see Twitch playing a role in this current ecosystem?
Yeah, well, I think Devin summed up the deep dive very, very well in regards to what a lot of people don't really think about. So I guess in reverse panel order, I'll kind of give the bird's eye view for a degree. Something that somebody told me that really resonated with me was that the way Twitch kind of rose and how esports rose is very similar to the rise of poker being broadcasted professionally, in the sense that a lot of these events weren't really, I guess, as as taken to by the general public until there was a way to convey that narrative on screen and to tell that story. And I think that's what Twitch really did above everything else, was it made it so you were able to broadcast and, more importantly, tell a story in regards to what this tournament is about, what this scene is about, etc. As a former caster, I can tell you that at the end of the day, when it comes to esports as a whole, you're really trying to sell pixels to people. And Twitch does a marvelous job of letting you do just that by giving you all the tools that you need to be able to pull off a successful broadcast. And I think that there's a lot of other really nice benefits because Twitch isn't really tied to, say, a specific network or FCC guidelines and things like that, that allow it to broadcast this information in ways maybe traditional mediums are a bit limited.
Do you, just playing off of that, do you think actually though that Twitch created good narratives for esports? Because in my mind, like that 9 hour long live stream broadcast is like a horrible way to actually get a narrative across, right? Like, because there's so many different games happening, or teams might only play one time because there's so many matches that they have to get through, and then maybe it's another day or like another week or month before that team plays again. And I feel like the shorter format, and this is just me genuinely asking because I want other opinions on it too. To me, the shorter format of like a pre-produced like VOD that, you know, it can be aired live, but it was actually recorded separately and then cut into something, is such an appealing way to actually spread an esports narrative. So I'm really curious to hear your thoughts of how potentially something like Twitch or long live streams built or help build narratives.
Well, esports has a storytelling problem outside of the medium that it's used to stream on, right? And that's been a problem with esports for a long time. So I guess I don't understand what you mean by narrative. If you mean like narrative, like how do we make games interesting? Twitch can't help with that. I guess even the LCS can't tell that story. Their best option is Sushi Dragon. So I don't know how we're gonna get there. But is that what you mean by narrative or what? Like,
yeah, I was just asking based on how what he said, right? Is that Twitch gave similar to poker the opportunity to actually present that story out to people. But it's just interesting to me because in my mind, I don't know, I run teams and even I sit there and go like, oh, I'm just gonna watch my games, right? I don't have the whole weekend to sit around and do it. And I know that personally, I believe that we would reach so many more fans if we had more tighter, condensed broadcasts. Personally, that's just my opinion.
I think that starts with the story of the players. Because what you do is you go to traditional sports and you say, how did they solve it? How do you keep people interested in two teams playing the same match over and over again? And like I think the answer is you have to build these really compelling narratives about why people should care about the players. And that is one of the big mistakes that Overwatch and CDL have not succeeded in doing yet. Is like, why should I care? Right? The LCS used to do it, and it used to be that like CLG versus TSM was a huge deal.
Yep.
And like 2015 Masters Garden popping off, like, oh my god, like it's gonna be a huge thing, like everyone's freaking out. And then all of a sudden, it's like now I watch CLG versus TSM, like I sleep, dude. I can't watch this for the 70th time. Nobody's telling their stories.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that that's there's a whole conversation we can have around that too, right? Because to a degree, who bears the burden of telling that player's story? Is it on the individual teams themselves? Is it on the TOs? Personally, I think it's a little bit of both, right? As a broadcaster, it's best to use all the cards that you are dealt to have the best narrative possible. You know, for me, whenever I was doing commentary, I viewed anytime I'd get to sit down and pick the minds of a player in regards to what their strategies were, what they were scared of, who their rivals were. That's all seasonings, if you will, as you're cooking up your cast essentially, right? And I do feel like you're all absolutely right that while within the people who are already initiated, I think that our storytelling is enough, but especially if we're trying to get this industry to have a couple extra zeros at the end of it, it needs to be a lot more approachable for your everyday person at the end of the day. You know, I mean, esports is what, $1 billion industry now, which is great, but it's a drop in the bucket compared to gaming as a whole, which I think is closer to 250, something like that.
Well, it's also a drop in the bucket relative to like, okay, so the LCS has the same amount of watchtowers as Asmongold, right? like think about
Yeah.
that for a second,
No,
okay?
definitely.
Yeah, like that's like a really crazy thing. Like the LCS spends hundreds of millions of dollars on production. Asmongold has 58.5 million hours watched in the last year. Riot Games has 57.7 million. So like, right. So it's like, if we're going to take it, if we're going to, I'm like this old guy yells at clouds on Twitter where I'm like, we need to take this industry seriously, you know, and but it's actually true. Like Justin is 100% right. The only way that we're going to do that is if we solidify these stories and actually start to like take responsibility for getting people interested that are not just endemic people in the audience that are like, I will watch esports. Like I'll watch paint dry. Like I'm totally in any game. Like, right. You can't just appeal to those fanatics.
Yeah, and I think that, touching back to what Alex asked at the beginning, where does it make sense to keep doing these long broadcasts, or do we need to package it in a more condensed format? I don't see those as mutually exclusive concepts necessarily.
Totally.
I feel like there's ways to operate in a way where you can have it for everybody, right? That's the flexibility that Twitch, let alone the internet, gives us, is the ability to package these stories in a way. I mean, from a marketing perspective, my objective at the end of the day is the right content to the right person at the right time. And I think that even from a storytelling perspective, that sort of mentality works wonders. And it would be really great to see our industry kind of adopt that en masse.
By the way, this is probably the hardest problem our industry has to solve. I think the second hardest problem we have is like, how do we actually make advertising dollars worth it? but that's a whole nother discussion. But along the lines of the first one, I think my largest failing at CLG when I ran it was not solving this problem. And it's crazy too, because I thought about it all the time. Like the number one problem in CLG was getting people to get. Can I cuss in this? Is that a thing?
I don't have the answer to that.
Okay, then I'll assume I can. It was giving people to give a frick about. That just sounds wrong. People had to care. I can't be like, I gotta go all the way or none of the way.
Yeah,
okay.
no half measure.
I get that.
No half measure is here. Okay. So like, I feel like getting people to care about the content was the largest problem we had. We hired video producers, we hired experts, we brought in a dude from Hollywood and like tried to get him to do like have idea. It was so hard, and we never solved it. They haven't solved it to this day. You still go to the CLG YouTube channel, no one cares. They're making and it's so crazy. There's so many teams that are like full production crews, like 4K cameras, the whole jazz, because they have way too much investment money running around. They're like our story, and it's like hardcore music, like da 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 da, and then it's like there's 1,000 people watching this.
Yeah.
Like 1,000 people on YouTube. It's like, so I don't know to this day how you solve that problem for esports teams. It's so hard.
All right. So, sorry. Go ahead, Alex.
Oh no, just really quickly, I was going to say, I think that's one of the biggest issues that teams have with content, right? Is they look at it and they say TSM Legends was successful because people like docu-series. Not like, no, it's because they were one of the most popular teams and had really good storytelling and people wanted to watch that docu-series, right? People just back into formats that work and assume that there's correlation there versus actually taking time to break down what's unique about their team and their type of content or whatever.
So clearly there's a lack of storytelling and a lack of storytelling to an audience to get buy-in, right? But which esports teams do you feel like are maybe closer than others to succeeding in that? And do you feel like Twitch is part of that? Or do you think that Twitch is such an endemic platform that teams need to learn how to utilize other tools in order to bring in more fans?
The team that's killing it. Go ahead. Sorry, I talked too much.
No, I was just going to say.
I love the talk. Everybody talk. Just not at the same time.
Maybe we say the team at the same time, right? Like
yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
the
Alex.
teams that are probably doing the best are the ones that are not focusing on their esports players, right? Like I think that, if you just look at the teams that are most successful, people look, and I love our esports players, but they really want to win, and that's really what they care about, right? They're not always the most compelling entertainment products. So I think the people that are winning are the people not focusing on that, but focusing on building the next generation of esports, right? Where esports truly succeeds is not pure competition and creating content around that. It's not purely having streamers creating content. It's that blend in between that Fortnite was doing so well for so long before it just disappeared all of a sudden. But that's where teams find success, is in the middle. So you look at someone like 100 Thieves.
It's 100 Thieves. That's yeah.
There's not too many of them that are doing it.
For exactly the reason that Alex said, because 100 Thieves is doing something where they're even going a level above that, where they're actually combining their competitive with their talent, and they're making decisions on who they select for their team based on both of those components. And you get sort of the ultimate like one of the big challenges I'm sure Alex knows, because I read into this all the time as well, is like trying to find a person who has that competitive drive and truly wants to win, but simultaneously will do content whenever you ask, and like is actually a person who wants to do that. Like, that's not everybody that wants to be an entertainer as well. There's like two totally different skill sets, but esports needs both. Especially right now, it's like formative years. It's a really, again, a really tough problem to solve. But like, if you're a team like 100 Thieves, you get that appeal, and then you start selling apparel, and you start selling stuff that isn't. You literally, ironically, monetize every single way that like. Right, that isn't esports, because esports doesn't make any money, and then that's the only way you turn. And I'm pretty sure 100 Thieves is like one of the only profitable teams like out there. They're like maybe TSM because they're ad network, but I don't even know how well that does now. So yeah.
Justin, I feel like you were kind of getting ready to jump in on that.
Yeah, and it's one of those things like what Devin's talking about and what Alex is touching on as well. Again, I don't think that that's really something that is strictly an esports only challenge. I think that even in traditional sports, to a degree, we really watch personality. We watch players, but we love personalities to a degree. And when you're able to find that rare combination of a superstar talent that has that kind of on-screen charisma as well, I mean, that's the ultimate game changer, right? Just because I finished watching the documentary not too long ago, I can't help but think about Michael Jordan, right? He's the kind of player who had it all, right? On the court, it was absolute magic. But even off the court, just listening to how he would speak, the way that he would conduct himself, all of that was kind of put together in this package that was, I think, even like to this day, pretty remarkable and nearly untouchable. There's a very finite amount of people who can do both, who can have that personality aspect as well as the raw talent in game. And I think it's something that we need to, as an industry, try to figure out how to best nurture in a way that is genuine and organic. I think that there's a lot of folks who at times like to make drama for drama's sake because they think, hey, this is maybe what we need to spice things up a little bit and have some sort of viewership. But what I found works best is whenever it's an authentic place, right? In the fighting game community, when you put two guys up on the sticks and you know that they hate each other, you can see a fundamental difference in regards to how somebody is maybe glossing over that content in the background of this 9-hour stream, as Alex had mentioned, versus someone now fervently being plugged into the action in game immediately. And the more we can replicate that specific scenario, I think is how it's going to make it so even if, say, maybe League of Legends and LCS gets as many views as Asmongold over a year period, the kind of viewership and the kind of engagement that's there is strikingly different enough for a lot of non-endemic partners and brands to recognize that there is a lot of untapped value within the space.
It's worth noting that FGC has this figured out, just like Justin said, but for some reason, it doesn't exponentially scale like LCS does. I don't know why that is, but the storylines are right. The storylines are there at FGC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
So this is slightly off topic, but it seems like the consensus is kind of, I mean, Devin, you said it really well, where you want esports players who are also entertainers and good entertainers at that, right? Now, do you feel like having a focus and maybe having teams choose their rosters based on who's the most entertaining and willing to create content outside of practice is maybe, I don't want to say holding esports back, but it is putting a focus on something other than very high level play? Like, do you see that as being a potential issue?
I don't understand the question.
So if you're, let's say I'm running a team, which I'm not, but in this pretend scenario, I am choosing a roster of players based on not just skill and will to win, but I'm thinking about who is going to be a great entertainer and who's going to stream on Twitch and who we're going to build these storylines around, right? And so if you're only looking at those types of players, then do you think there's a potential of passing up folks who are very, very high skill leveled, but they don't want to be an entertainer? They just want to play games and win.
Oh man, I think my hot take on this is that esports at a business level was never about selecting players that win. That's a freaking huge thing. Like it is. But remember that the key word there is at a business level, which means like you want to generate any reasonable amount of money for your in this case your investors. You have to pick based on content and based on entertainment, because players that unless you get the unicorns, unless you get both, right?
Of course.
Great. Like you get a double lift or you get an Afro move. Okay, fine. Like, right. And sometimes that shows up. There are but people that one of the things that I think is really hard to accept in esports is just because you're a number one team doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get a ton of clout and popularity, especially now. I think it used to be more true, but as we go on and the industry starts to mature, for some reason, it's like maybe just the saturation of tournaments, but it's like you can keep winning over and over and again, and it does help your popularity a bit. And we went through this theory at CLG. We were always debating this. It's like, okay, if we just win and we just like stop worrying about this YouTube stuff, and we like, are people is it gonna happen? And we did win, and you could see like one of the ways that was really easy to track this is merch sales. So if we won more tournaments, our merch sales would probably increase by like 30-40%, right? But that's a neurotic way to do business. Because if you can't guarantee that you're going to win 100% of the time. So if the only way that your business is going to succeed is you're just going to have to win games all the time, you're in trouble. Sorry, I've tried really hard not to curse because
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Justin, Alex, do either of you have any hot takes on Devin's hot take?
I mean, he's completely right. Building a brand based on winning works until it doesn't, right? And that's where you see a lot of teams end up, is that they're 17-2 and they're the best team or second best team in the league, and they're making a great run. And then next season something happens, all of a sudden they're in 8th and no one really cares anymore, right? And especially if you look at most of the, just using LCS teams as an example, if you look at a lot of the teams that came in, they focus solely on trying to make the biggest splash competitively. And you look, and some of those teams like barely did anything in the first couple of years, right? Like I'm sure that collectively the four of us probably gained more Twitter followers than some of the franchise LCS teams, which is crazy, right?
Except that a lot of them bought followers.
Yeah, that's also not a joke. I've actually done that exercise before. Yeah,
I have like a little button with like flame or something.
it's crazy. Some of the teams gained like 2,500 Twitter followers when you franchised in. That's insane, right? And so you look at it, and now, like 3 years in, they're trying to figure out what to do because all of a sudden their team might be one of the least valued slots, despite the fact that they've, were typically competitive across the term that they've been in there. So you can't just focus on winning. You also can't just focus on content, because being the 12th place team and having really good content just means you have a bunch of content no one wants to watch, right? Like it's not exciting to watch bad teams over and over again over a long period of time. It works well for fun drama pieces and great like breaking point documentaries, but no one will watch that for multiple years in a row, right? It's just not exciting.
It is a I'm sorry, go ahead. I talked too much.
No, I was just gonna say we only talk about like the Cleveland Browns when they win that one game and the Bud Light
exactly.
refrigerator gets unlocked, right? But no one's plugged in all year long being like, oh man, they might win game number 2. Like, we don't care, And I think that for a lot of teams, especially that are starting out, this is the quandary, right? There is good investment money coming into the space, of course, but it's still relatively limited compared to, say, that of a traditional sports team. And as a result of that, you kind of have to balance everything. You have to find really good players because, like Alex said, if you're at the bottom of the barrel, people really don't care too much about what you do. But you also have to kind of balance out, okay, is there any star potential within these players that I'm finding? And if not, how much of it is a coachable skill that I can implement onto my players directly? I think that a pretty good example of somebody who had that mindset was actually Hex, especially with what he did with Optic. Because one thing that he did a great job of was he conveyed to his players that we're not an esports team, we're an entertainment company that happens to win championships. And that is such a great mindset, because not only did it work really well to the point where Optic was an incredibly successful team in the Call of Duty space, but more importantly, he gave each of those individuals longevity well beyond their esports careers. We were talking about 100 Thieves and how well they're doing, and that's Nate Shot's company, a spawn of Hex, if you will, right? Scump is another person who's still competing in this space, but has a massive following on his own, because he was able to really balance out being a top level threat in game and also being this larger than life personality. And I think that some scenes, like the fighting game scene in particular, do this really well naturally, and other scenes don't. And it's unfortunately one of those soft skills where it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and really smart empowerment and leadership to get your players in a position where they really feel comfortable showing the shades of that personality that turn them into these personas that are larger than life.
Yeah, Optic's also a really great example, because for a long time they weren't winning championships, right?
Yeah.
But they were still the number one team by fans. They were the ones that people cared about the most. It was always about the journey, despite the fact that most of the time they got fourth, right? It was about that's what people wanted. And you could actually watch viewership go up by 50,000 when Optic was playing,
Yeah.
and then down by
Yep.
50,000 when they got kicked out, right? Or even if they were playing later, right, it would dip until they came back, and it became a meme as like, when is Optic on? Because that's when people would actually tune in, right?
That's the power of good storytelling. And,
100%.
and I think that beats everything at the end of the day. Like, content is king is like the cliche, but it's so true. Like, the thing is too that there's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The people that are making the best content, that are getting the most sponsors, because that's how sponsors dictate the value of a team, right? Is by viewer hours, by how many people are watching them, by how much exposure, by the CTAs, right? Like the difference between a contract between like CLG and Cloud9 is like night and day. Cloud9 can do more CTAs. They've got more calls to action, right? They've got more ability to sell product and just move stuff and get eyes on things. And so what that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, that you actually end up getting the best players because they want to play there. And then one thing that I'll tell you is, like, we talked a lot, I think, at the beginning about these personalities of esports players, people that do want to do content or do not want to do content. And I have noticed that a lot of what depends on if a person will do content is the initial culture that they have coming into the team. If the expectation is, yo, you're going to be on film all the time, we're filming your story, then they will go with that, and they will actually become personalities that are behest to, like, great camera personalities. But if you get them into a team and it's like, yo, sit in this chair and scrim for 12 hours a day, then then like you try to introduce content. This is the mistake we made on one of the first teams, was like we did that. We had them scrim like 12 hours a day. And then we're like, all right, we're going to start filming you. And these guys are like, go get out of here. Like, what are you guys doing? Right? Like, whereas like, it is an actual, like Justin said, it is an actual, like, is the essence of Optic. Like, that's what we do. We're on film all the time. We're filming this. We're doing it. Like, everything we do is our journey. That cultural difference is imperative if you're running an esports team. You got to get people trained on that.
You also have to do content that they want. Like, people, when they make content, all these teams come up with these ideas that I look at and I'm like, oof. But then they don't think about the fact that players don't want to do that, and they just say players don't want to do it. Have you ever asked the players what type of content they want to be in, right? Like, that's the biggest thing. Most of the time, they'll probably be like, I don't know, and they won't have good ideas, or any ideas, rather. But every once in a while, they have such a good idea that it's worth it. You can build something around it. And if they're passionate about it, they're going to put the effort in. They're going to have fun. No one wants to sit there and watch a team who's in 12th place color and film it for like an hour. That's just not fun. Like, it's not fun for the players. It's not fun for the viewer. It's certainly not good content that attracts advertisers. But if you can give them something that they're having fun with and that they're enjoying being a part of, it will always be good. And that translates, whether it actually brings more viewers or not, that's dependent on the people and your team and everything else that you've built, but it at least makes for better content.
Yeah, and the best part is, once you identify a player like that, you can always lean in on that a bit, right? Keep picking their brain, keep propping them up as a way to figure out how you can create compelling content that players want to do and people who enjoy watching players want to watch. Maybe that's part of the disconnect that a lot of these teams that are getting resources are facing, is because they're leaving the players themselves out of the equation whenever they're trying to figure out these kinds of storylines and whatnot. And I don't know, I feel like if you go straight to the source, you're often resulting in just a much better product.
Yeah, I think in general, one of the biggest things that teams could do to have their content succeed and their business succeed with content is just to fund player personal content. Ultimately, that was all. When I was at YouTube working with esports teams, that was one of the hardest battles. Is people would be like, "Well, why would I pay for that when it lives on their channel and I don't own it?" But there's so many other layers of, oh, well, if your team is out on this person's channel and your player is getting bigger and being spread everywhere, and one, you can probably also sell more sponsors because you have more available space to put their logos or the jerseys or players or whatever. That's really where the next level of content starts to come into play, and teams should 100% be taking half of the money that they spend on 4K cameras, bringing 8 shooters to go film a little trivia video, and instead take it and put those resources towards funding player content.
It's a challenge for teams if you have someone on a contract though for 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
and they're going to go to the highest bidder, right? It's basically who pays me more money. Unless you can get some kind of loyalty and some kind of buy-in from that player, it's like God, it's so hard not to curse. It's like we invested all of this into this person only to literally give them the TSM and then their brand is more strong. And that's a literal example, right? Like, yeah.
But if you have them for 3 years while they're at the peak of their content, then that's still good for you as a team, right? I think that's often the mindset that people have is like, why would I invest in someone who can leave me? But you can get so much of them while they're there. And also that does mean a lot to players. You'd be surprised how often players will not ask for more money in a contract just because you treat them well. And a lot of times that money is so low to actually treat them well compared to other teams.
I
So
think
we're gonna-
yeah.
No, sorry, go ahead.
I think that the difference between 1 to 100,000 followers is really, really different from the difference to 3 to 100,000 to 500,000 followers. So if you put the buy-in, basically think about it. Let's take another analogy and like take the exact same example, and I think it'll make a lot of sense. Like equity in a business, okay? So the idea is you put in a ton of time into a business when it first starts up because you're going to earn equity in that will then be worth more later, right? It's the exact same as investing in a player. The problem is that you don't hold on to that equity later. So by the time it becomes valuable, you don't have that investment recuperated, which is why business executives make those decisions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm actually. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Justin.
Oh no. I was just gonna say that feels like the inevitable balancing act, right? How many resources do you put towards individual player development when you know that that is a time sensitive resource, and how many resources do you put towards the brand growth, essentially, right? Because I think that's the toughest part is like, how do you, if you do spend all this time and all these resources building up one player and they do leave, how do you make sure that you can keep the entire base when that player moves to another team? You know, it's there's a big difference between a Cleveland Cavaliers fan and a LeBron James fan, and I think that they probably recognize that immediately right now as well, and it just seems like a very tough challenge for a lot of teams.
I'm glad that you brought up traditional sports because we're talking there are a lot of parallels and a lot of learnings there. Now, how do you see the potential of utilizing Twitch, separating esports from traditional sports? I mean, do you see that really giving esports its own narrative or its own leg up from traditional sports? Or is it something where I find there's a lot of athletes now coming onto Twitch and kind of utilizing the benefits of it, that it's a level playing field? I know it's a little bit dicey comparing esports and traditional sports, like apples to apples, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
I think one interesting aspect of Twitch versus traditional sports is if you have certain players that have this, I guess, this aura to them, right? These superstar players that have massive followings off screen and things like that on their own channels and whatnot. The NBA at the end of the day can only broadcast the game from the specific channel that it's contracted to, right? It can only broadcast it on ABC. It can't take advantage of the fact that LeBron James maybe has this massive following on another broadcast platform to co-stream, if you will. I know this isn't something that's super popular necessarily with every single tournament organizer, but I do think that things like co-streaming with players, especially if we're going to be investing more into them being personalities, makes it so that you're able to really widen the amount of people that you're able to reach. And that's something that traditional sports really can't do because they're very limited to, hey, this is an ABC broadcast of the NBA that's only on ABC, right? They can't take advantage of those same metrics and those same channels that these players themselves have developed the way that esports can. In addition to that, again, I think that because of specific FCC regulations and things like that, there's only a set amount of information that needs to be displayed on screen from a traditional sports perspective whenever you're watching something like basketball or football. Most notably, I think that's relevant whenever you talk about the conversion back. So if you look a couple years back to a product like Heroes of the Dorm, what they were able to showcase on the on-screen overlay on Twitch and what was showcased on the on-screen overlay for TV was a fraction from an information perspective, right? So I think that Twitch allows you to really showcase more information, and to get even more granular than that, it gives people an opportunity to have a little bit more granularity in regards to the content itself. There's a very big difference, if we got to go to traditional sports again, between Joe Buck's commentary and Tony Romo's commentary, right? But it feels like one thing that Twitch allows you to do is you don't have to necessarily pick between one or the other, right? You're able to create a broadcast that can target specific sets of people, right? You can create a newbie friendly stream, and you can create one that's a little bit more tailored towards hardcore players. It could be even a professional player sitting there co-streaming the event and giving commentary in live time, which I think is an absolutely massive thing. Now, I know that there's, of course, a lot of stipulations there, and probably a lot of work that needs to be done from a contract perspective, from a sponsorship fulfillment perspective, etc. But I do think that it's one of the things that I love to see utilized in the space when it is, but also at the same time is not utilized enough for being such a dynamite advantage that we have.
I think, though, that you're going to see esports have the same problem because media rights are the most valuable inventory in esports and will eventually lock everyone into specific platforms. So for now, like, I think that the major advantage over traditional sports is the exposure to the 16 to 36 demographic. And that's something that sports can't do right now. So the co-streaming opportunities are really exciting, though I think that media exclusivity, like you're already seeing it with Activision, right? Like CDL sold, was it 120 million? They sold to CDL and OWL broadcasting rights to YouTube. And so that effectively gates like a lot of that sort of like co-opt broadcasting. The other thing is that publishers are often very anal, I think is a good word about who broadcasts their or not. I mean, we all of us in this call probably have Blizzard horror stories of like trying to put on tournaments and stuff. Like DreamHack, I'm looking at you guys. like right, like it's very hard sometimes to get it through publishers that to run these to run these kind of events with like co-streaming. So I hope that's right, and I hope that esports evolves in that direction, but it could really easily evolve in the other direction too.
I also think that there's a big difference between 90 seconds with LeBron post game and 9 hours with Double Lift, right? It's just a much easier way to engage with your audience. That's why you see now, like you brought up, traditional sports athletes streaming on Twitch. It's a better way to connect with their audience than them trying to be like, here's another Instagram photo of me playing basketball, right? It's not super interesting. There's only so many ways that they can connect with their fans that way. But you see people like Josh Hart and Myers Leonard, who, like, Myers hosts a Call of Duty Warzone tournaments, right? That's huge compared to probably what he's able to reach through a traditional sports broadcast.
Now, okay, we have about 6-ish minutes. So let's call this not necessarily rapid fire, but just maybe keep that in mind so I don't have to cut off people while we're answering this next one. But so, Devin, you mentioned the Activision Blizzard exclusivity with YouTube. For everyone, what do you see as pros and cons of aligning with a particular streaming platform? And how does that play into, Call of Duty guys having big Twitch followings, and now you can only watch that stuff on YouTube?
YouTube potentially has higher potential for top viewership as a platform, number one. You see people like Laserbeam getting 900,000 viewers for one stream. And secondly, it's just media rights. It's just media rights deals. It's where the money is. That's it.
Well, then that was a perfect. Does anybody have anything else to add to that?
I think that's a great summation.
Well, that was very quick. So we have another question. So we've talked a lot about, this brand building and having esports teams, like should they, shouldn't they, how much should they invest in building their players' brands and, seeing that as a player's brand builds, that's a great thing for everyone. How could an aspiring professional esports athlete who hasn't signed with a team leverage their Twitch to their advantage to maybe be able to already offer that to teams?
Yeah, I think it's easier than you think, funny enough, right? If you are a player who is good enough to potentially be scouted by teams to be signed, you already are among the top 0.1% of players out there, which means your gameplay is incredible. It's absolutely insane. I don't think it takes too much effort. So it's as simple as really streaming your gameplay and then having somebody essentially package it in ways so you can push it out on other platforms, right? So Twitch itself is a long form, almost unedited, very easy come and go sort of situation, right? You can't just take an 8-hour Twitch stream of you playing League and then slap that on YouTube and be like, why is no one following my brand, right? But if you can take that and repackage that into 7 to 15-minute highlight or 20-minute highlight, right? And you can do that for every couple of streams that you do, and then even from there you can be a little bit more granular and create 15 to 30-second highlights for Instagram and Twitter. Then all of a sudden you're able to take one piece of content, which was your stream, a piece of macro content, and then disseminate that into micro content that's packaged onto all these different platforms, which in turn lets everything grow fairly exponentially.
I'd also say that
If you
your
are creating
goal.
content as a esports person or literally anybody in the industry, I don't care what you are, caster, whatever, you're big dumb. That's it.
Yep.
That's the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think one of the, just playing on that too before we get back to amateurs, one of the biggest issues is people wait until they're retired to create content, which is so silly because that's when the fans aren't watching the most.
Yeah.
So you should be doing it while you're playing. But in general, for amateurs too, their goal should be about getting themselves a spot, not necessarily creating giant amount of content, right? Like one of the biggest issues with amateur play is that it's just like not really broadcast and it's not really pulled together in a super compelling package all the time. So it should just be about putting the best showcase that you can into that content, really getting it out in front of the most amount of people, and then using that to leverage you moving up in your playing career personally.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's perfect because we're like basically out of time. So thank you all for your insight. Before we like completely sign off, if you want to let us know where to find you on Twitter, wherever you're making content, if you're making content, Devin, why don't we start with your sign off?
Don't try to find me. I don't like any of you. No. It's twitch.tv/Devin Nash on Monday through Friday, and then usually YouTube, same name. Thank you for having me, by the way. I actually do like everyone here. Justin, we go back a bit, and Alex, I think I'm meeting you for the first time, but you have very insightful comment. I agree with everything you said, so it's very cool.
Well, thank you. Yeah, this was great. You can find me, Alex Rubens, anywhere. Follow the gorillas and the gladiators. That's the most important part. This is how you build an esports brand, one industry panel at a time.
And Justin, how about you?
Yeah, you can find me on all social platforms at jvarg1990. And follow DreamHack on everything. There, I stole it from Alex.
Right on. And yeah, I'm Sydney Goodman. You can find me everywhere at Sid So Good. Thank you all so much for joining us, and thank you, panelists, for your wonderful insight.
You've been a wonderful host, Sydney. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess we
wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, feel the thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Me and you, girl, you and me.
Me not play no hide and seek. Want to see the thing you want, make me feel way good. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I know you got a bill to have fun tonight. Baby, I know you got a bill to have fun tonight.
Had COVID, but thankfully we good.
You guys are all good?
Yeah.
everyone unmuted. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another InVent Global Esports Conference. My name is Nick Durazio, Director of Corporate Strategy, and you probably know everyone else on the panel. This has been my most anticipated panel. I absolutely love the fighting game community. It's where I was born and raised. Everything I have learned or known about esports was forged in the fires of one-frame combos and Smash Brothers tech skill and all that. So I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with these three amazing panelists. We have Tasty Steve, D1, and Sajam. What's up, guys?
How's it going? Thank you for having us, man. What's up with it?
Yeah. So you know
I
what?
know, right? How's it going over there?
I mean, we're busy. It's a lot of esports talk. And you know what? I always love the fighting game panel at IGEC because, you know, I said this last year during our last panel, but there is no other esports scene that calls itself the XX a community, right? The fighting game, a community. There's community in the name. And I think that really, that really speaks to just the origins of how fighting game players have gathered and why they've gathered. So part of why I wanted to talk to you guys for this panel is I want to walk away with some practical steps. I want to try to solve the problem of, why isn't the fighting game community as mainstream and as big as your League of Legends, your Dota 2, your Counter-Strike, right? What are the paths in which we can help grow the fighting game community? What are some of the weaknesses? Yada, yada, yada. We have all that. But before I go into my questions, why don't you introduce ourselves? Why don't you introduce yourselves to our listeners? So, Steve, why don't you start?
So my name is Steve Scott in the community and for hosting as well as a personality. They call me Tasty Steve in the fighting game community. A transplant by way of St. Louis, Missouri. I've been in California for about 10 years. Since then, I've traveled the world speaking about video games, commentating events, hosting events, and this is across multitude of games with my good friend Sajam, one of my brothers in commentary arms. We've been out here trying to push the love of FGC and fighting games for quite some time. And in all honesty, Nick, I'm honored to be here because I'm a big fan of my boy D1, and me and Sajam, that's like my bro right there. So y'all already know. I'm just happy to be here. So I appreciate you reaching out to me to get on this panel.
Yeah, man, this panel's all love. Sajam, I mean, I don't know how you're gonna beat that introduction for you, but
that's the master of segues, bro.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, right? He's gonna plug a Nike sponsor, and he's gonna talk about Tony Hawk. Watch this. Do it, Sajam.
Dang, you just McTwisted right into my ones that I'm wearing on the board. What's good, everybody? It's a pleasure to be here. Of course, Steve already said, we do a lot of commentary all over the world, and it's always nice to head everywhere, meet people everywhere. But one thing that we don't get to do a lot is actually just hang out. So the secret to panels like this and why I like them is I actually just get to hang out with people like D1 and Steve and just chat. Because honestly, we're all so busy that we rarely just sit down and hey, man, how you doing? What's up? How's life? That kind of stuff. Sometimes you forget how important it is. So panels like this are really nice to just chit chat about not only the state of the community, but the state of the people in it. I haven't seen Steve or D1 or anybody really in so long. So it's nice.
I can tell your hair is getting crazy. That's how I know that I know you haven't left.
I
want to cut it, dude.
There is so much love on this panel. I can't even. I mean, okay, listen. This is why I said the fighting game, a community, calls itself a community, right? This, you guys are. Anyways, I could go on. Yo, D-Ron, what's up, man?
Oh, I don't know if I ever told you, but it's actually pronounced D1.
D1, dang, man,
yeah,
I'm sitting there.
No, you're good. The R's pronounced like a W.
Okay.
It's my fault for not letting you know. My
Well,
mom
now I know.
put me through. Yeah, my mom literally put me through that. Actually, my dad. It's my dad. The middle name is Allah, which is crazy, but I made sure not to.
Bars.
I actually omitted that on my passport. The moment, a particular event happened in my home state of New York City, and in case you guys didn't know, I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. Moved over to the West Coast the moment I started realizing that there were a bunch of cool opportunities for talent, right? People who just like to hop on the microphone and cast, and people who are big fans of esports. So decided to chase the dream over here. I've been living here ever since November 2014, and it's been great. A lot of amazing opportunities came my way, and I got to meet the likes of even Tasty Steve and Sajam along that road. And it's cool, like Sajam said, we've had many times where we're at the same event, but we're so busy. We'll be at like an E3, or we'll be at like, a Pokemon event. Like we Evo, we've done so many big events together, but we never really get a chance to actually hang out. So it's awesome for all of our, it's an awesome opportunity for all of us to sit down together and just talk about what we can do to make the community better.
Wow. Well, you know what? I just cannot wait to interrupt this nice, friendly talk with a bunch of questions about the industry and things like that, right? You guys are saying, yeah, man, this is so great. Well, no, it's not going to be that easy. I got some hard-hitting questions. We got some work to do, all right? We got to figure out how to take the FGC to the next level. So to start with that, I actually want to kind of go back in time, and I've been talking about esports all day. And one of the things that we were talking about how is that esports in many ways is a marketing arm of the game industry, and you can definitely see that with PC esports. You can see that with League of Legends. You can see that with Overwatch, right? These are marketing efforts, and I think something that has intrigued me about the fighting game community is that's not really why the fighting game community was developed. That's not why our esports scene was created. It was not as if we were selling extra copies of the game by putting on these tournaments. So I think maybe even fundamentally, that gave the fighting game community a big leg up when it came to community building. But nowadays, it seems to be something that's holding us back. It seems to be something that means we don't get the big sponsorships, we don't get the big money, we don't get the big prize pools because we're not so ingrained with the game industry as something that can help sell games. So my first question to you guys is, do you think the fighting game community has to adjust and be more like the other esports that are a valuable marketing wing to whatever game they're competing in? Or do you think that the FGC would be best to kind of stay the course, try to stay as third party as possible, try to stay away from that game industry noise? What do you guys think is the angle, or I guess the trajectory of the fighting game community now in 2020?
Well, in my opinion, I feel okay.
You want to start?
All right. I was gonna say I feel like that's a very nuanced answer, right? Because when you think about the fighting game community, we definitely have had instances where we tried to go more quote unquote corporate, right? Try to do things that would make like the publisher or developer happy, but then when that happens, you have some of the old souls, the ones who've been there from back then, feel like the community has lost its authenticity. So I think it's like a very delicate balancing act, because a lot of the members of the fighting game community, one of the reasons why they love the fighting game community is because of the fact that when they look at all the other scenes, they feel like it's too prim, it's too proper. You look at games like Overwatch, and people are getting banned for doing an okay sign with their hand or spouting memes with regard to a green frog with like red lips, right? And it's just like crazy that even though we want the scene to grow and we want to introduce more more publishers and developers, more money into the scene, I feel like it's a question that's not as easily answered.
Yeah, for sure.
It definitely requires representatives of the scene to be able to sit at the table with these with these people that own the IPs, right? And let them understand how exactly can they interface with the scene in a way where it won't rub them the wrong way. Because looking from my perspective with Nintendo, there have been many times where Nintendo has injected themselves into the scene lately, and what has occurred, you'd have people who are happy that at least we have more visibility, that there are more opportunities for Smash to become mainstream now, because Nintendo has their own Nintendo Versus account, right? And they put out social media blasts letting people know about these tournaments and supporting them in the way that they can. But they still feel like Nintendo could do more, right? We don't get like the big pop bonuses. So far all it looks like we get is exposure, which if you're a person who works, who's like a self-proprietor, getting exposure usually isn't the best thing, right? Working for exposure, usually people want to get more out of that. They don't want to be seen as like a billboard,
Yeah.
which is what they sometimes
Right.
feel like in the case of Nintendo,
So-
where we have a tournament and they'll put ads in there. But I'll let the other guys hop in.
So it seems as if, you're mentioning kind of this double-edged sword, as in when you get the support of Nintendo, you do lose some of that control over what you can say, what you can commentate. Sajam, I know that you've been, a huge staple within the Smash Brothers scene. You know tons about Smash, as do all of you guys. I'm curious, do you think as a general...
Not that much. Not that much. I would defer always to D1.
D1, yeah.
When it comes to Smash. No.
Okay. So
he's a professional.
So let me ask you then, Sajam, do you think as a general statement, do you think that the freedoms that the fighting game community has enjoyed because of a relative lack of developer intervention, do you think that outweighs, in terms of pros and cons? Do you think the benefits of that outweighs maybe some of the raw exposure or financial backing that these other leagues have gotten? But as D1 said, they are quite censored. It's like players are leaving in droves. The most entertaining players usually leave and become streamers. And they're actually quite visible when they say, well, like the reason I left is because it wasn't fun. So, what do you think about that in terms of the fighting game community?
I mean, yeah, for us, it's a little bit different, right? So in the case of Smash with Nintendo, they're like an extremely archaic company in terms of how they view like esports and competitive games compared to even some of the other Japanese companies in fighting games like Capcom or Bandai Namco and stuff, where like, our events, we have, pro circuits and pro tours that have large pot bonuses and have, funding that leads to like a world finals at the end of the year. And so the way the like chassis for this is grassroots tournaments have the events. And what happens is the developers show up with support, right? And they say, okay, you guys are going to have events. We'll, pay for the production of a stream, and we'll have prizing that's on top of it that you don't have to pay for. This will incentivize players to travel for your tournament and stuff. So we kind of have like this weird middle ground where it's not quite like a company completely taking over, right? They're kind of piggybacking off of the community, which I think people appreciate.
Yeah.
But what happens is like oftentimes, like what D1 mentioned with Nintendo doing their own events or other things, there are times if the developer does step in, a lot of the times the things they do are not the way the community wants them done. And whether that's for better or worse depends on the situation. But oftentimes it's like they shoot for something that's like sort of close to what people want, but they miss the mark on like many levels, right? We've seen that with some of the invitationals we've had in fighting games, and we've seen that with some of like the tournament rules and structures and the way they invite people and stuff. At the core, our community is about offline events where anybody is allowed to enter, right? And so, that leads up into, at the end of the year, events where players are qualified and they can participate like based on how they've, done in a season. And so like people are a little hesitant to break that format. Nobody ever likes change, but there are ways that you can do this and make the community happy, right? It just has to be the rub, and you kind of have to be really ingrained in the community to understand what they want and what they're looking for and how to make an event that's going to make sense for the competitors and make sense for the spectators, make sense for the company itself, because they are spending marketing money on these, pro tours and pro circuits and stuff. But at the same time, you want to make sure it's not money wasted, that your consumers, the people who play fighting games every single day, are unhappy, and you're spending money that's not getting that many more eyes on it, so you have to do it right. Otherwise the effort's kind of wasted, and you would rather just fighting games do grassroots tournaments themselves anyway, so yeah, it is kind of a weird line that we find ourselves in, where they're kind of like, they have the toe dipped in, but they don't want to go all the way. And it's hard to say if that's great or not, because on one hand we do keep some of the freedoms, but we maybe lose some of the potential audience from having the games be a little bit more mainstream and stuff. So it's kind of a give and a take. We're kind of in the middle right now, I think.
So Steven, I'm curious about your perspective in terms of what it is you can say and what it is you cannot say when you are casting for an officially a sponsored tournament. Have you ever encountered any tension in that? Like, please don't complain about balance, or don't complain about this character, which is sometimes the core of what authentic casting is. I know that, casters need to speak the truth of, what the meta is like, how the player perception of this game is. So have you encountered any of that in your career as a caster?
So I will say that Of course, that is the case, but this still goes part of, being transparent as well as, making sure that you're representing a product properly, right? Like there's definitely a fine line in between the two, but like Steven said, like Say Jam said, like there's a fine line in between those things because you
Mhm.
want to get the community, you want the community to be happy, but what you invest into it is also you want to make sure it's worth it. And there has definitely been times where you want to kind of stray away from talking about other properties a lot of times, because obviously you're not there for their property or whatever the case may be, and that happens sometimes because I commentate a lot of games, and that's completely understandable. I have no problem doing that, but when it comes to things outside of that, I think just having a sense of professionalism kind of gets everything else out of the way. I feel like if you kind of like self quarantine and think about it and be like, well, look, you want to stay on topic. You don't want to go too far off topic. And even if a company comes to you and says something, or they make sure you can't say something, or they would prefer you not say something, I've never really ran into or encountered something that slowed me down from commentating. Like whether
Yeah.
that stopped me from getting a position, I don't know, but I do know that like there's been very rare occasion where somebody's been like, "Hey, Steve, can you actually not talk about your favorite anime while you're commentating?" I'm like,
Yeah.
"But it's my favorite." Like I've never really ran
Yeah.
into one of those situations, but the sentiment is still on the same side of what Sajam said. Like
Yeah.
it's definitely a fine line of where even going into that talking side of it. I mean, don't get me wrong, we are consumers, and that's part of our professionalism, but we still are consumers. So as
Mhm.
much as I do not have a problem with, being able to express or a company telling me, I feel like that comes hand in hand when you commentate. I feel like you're always juggling going back and forth on that anyway because it's all about being presentable at the end of the day.
So some of the most like legacy fighting game commentating moments that I love are often filled with, the most explicitive, loud. I mean, it's when the commentators are screaming so loud that the mic, the noise gate shuts off and you can't even hear anything, and people are just freaking out. They're losing their mind.
Hey, Nick, you need to stop attacking me directly, bro. We're on a panel.
Same here.
You can't,
Same here.
You cannot do that, man. Don't just single me out like that, okay?
So you know what? I am singling you out because there is an electricity that the fighting game community is defined by, and every other esports seems to be chasing that. They seem to be chasing that feeling when things have this hype overload. But I'm very curious as to why you guys think the fighting game community seems to time and time again almost effortlessly make those moments. The fighting game community really doesn't have problems with narratives. They really don't have problems with trying to, get players get consumers and viewers invested in these players. But all of the other panels that we've been talking about today, it is the number one problem with every single other league. How do you get people to care about these teams? A D1, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that goes way back to just like the arcade scene, right? Where people would go to, they would hit up the arcade and they would play people, and the only thing you were focused on was just being better than everybody in the room, right? It wasn't about like I'm here to try to win all the big bucks or whatever like that. You loved the game, you had pride in your ability, and you wanted to stomp everybody out. So it was so cool to see that kind of culture still pervade our scene to this day. Yes, there are more people now that are focused on trying to get sponsored, trying to win the big bucks and all that. But even if that is the case, that is not the only reason that a lot of these people play the game. A lot of them play because they straight up think that they're just better than you are. And they will prove it with their gameplay. And I think because of the fact that money isn't really the end all be all, it's just love of the game and wanting to be better than the other person ever since way back in the arcade times.
It's pride. It's pride.
Yeah, that pride, that culture still goes to this day. And because of that, you don't have to have manufactured hype like the other. I'm not going to crap on the other esports scenes, but there are definitely times where you see people, it just feels like people are, I'll watch and I kind of sometimes get the golf vibe where you'll just see people, they have their, I don't know what you call them, inflatable balloons, and they'll beat them together. Woo! And that's about it, But like, We could be at a fighting game event and watch somebody play, and it'll almost be similar to watching, I guess, boxing or even
box. Yep.
yeah. You know, those fights that you see, Muay Thai. I can't believe I forgot the name of them, but
MMA.
Basically
MMA. Yeah.
MMA. There we go.
Yeah,
So yeah, you kind of get that vibe when you watch. You know, people get really excited. They start screaming the name of their player. I went to a league. I remember going to a league event, and when I went to the league event, I started like popping off, yelling for my boy and all that. They're like, "Whoa, calm down." And I remember
no excitement, bro.
So yeah, I think it's just
only.
Yeah, right. Like I just think, just like going back to the arcade era, knowing that we're not doing it for the money, it's for the pride, like Steve said, and that goes deep. I'll let the other homies grab the floor.
So you know what? Actually, Sejem, I'd love to ask this next question to you, but before, I just want to comment on something you said about pride. One of the best interviews I've ever been able to do was with Faker. I had the chance to talk with Faker for like an hour, and Faker is one of the very, he's League of Legends giant, right? But his love for the game was on full display. Like, Faker loves League of Legends. If for some reason the entire esports scene didn't exist and there was no money, I truly do believe he would still be playing it. But that is something that you really can't say about a lot of the modern competitors in some of these leagues. I mean, they openly talk about how they don't like the game. They openly talk about how it's boring. And then they openly switch the moment the new FPS game is out. So I'm curious, why is it that doesn't seem to happen with the fighting game community? Because yes, there are new video games and there are new fighting games come out, but it doesn't seem as if there is ever that lack of passion for the game. And I'm curious if you guys have any perspectives on that, because it really does seem to be the secret sauce of how to keep the fans engaged, because it seems as if the pro players really, really love this genre. So, Sejem, do you have any insights on why do you think the fighting game as a community just loves the game so much?
Yeah, I mean, it comes. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are people in fighting games who get mad and they're like, "I hate this game." Like, you know what I mean?
That too. Yeah.
When you lose, this game is trash. I've never liked this game. I don't like you. My button didn't come out. Like, you know what I mean? There's people like that too. But like, the reality of the situation is, as you mentioned, like someone like Faker who loves the game to their core, and no matter what game is out there, is going to play it because it's like his favorite game, right? The thing is that that's not just something that you see in fighting game players. That's something you see in fighting game commentators. That's something you see in fighting game tournament organizers. That's something you see in every single person who walks into the door, who paid money to go to a fighting game tournament and lose and make zero money back, be negative for the weekend, right?
Yep.
Like, the reason that this is throughout its core, the reason that the commentators get excited and blow out the mics, the reason that all of us are there is because we love the game. And so what you see in other broadcasts they are creating a narrative, or trying to figure out the narrative, or they're in a room together like, all right, what is the big story we're going to tell this week? TSM versus CLG. Everybody loves that storyline, right? That's real new and fresh. Like, the thing is, you don't have to do that for fighting games. These narratives exist because we don't make them up. They're just how things fall. And like, there is no reason to create anything that's not authentic, or like, I don't even want to use that word. There's nothing that we have to do to create anything that's a fantasy. Like, there's no reason to scheme up something to make people excited, to get them to tune in. We don't have to do that. We just love the games. The players love the games. And so we show up and we talk about them, and we're really passionate about them because that's what matters to us. And there's no additional incentives beyond that, right? Like, there's more money in the scene than there ever was, and there's more people in the scene than there ever was. But the focus is still the same, right? You play or commentate or organize events or do whatever you do in the scene, like write, whatever it is your passion is, you do it because you love the games. And if you are in another scene and you are in that scene for any other reason, then you love the game. It's obvious to people. Like, you watch tournaments or events, you can tell what players don't like the game. You can tell what commentators don't like the game or don't play the game. It's extremely obvious when people don't actually care about the things they talk about. So yeah, I mean, that's the reason it's like that, is if you don't care what you're talking about, nobody wants you there. Right. You don't want to be there. And in the fighting game community, like, the people who are here and still around, it's because we love what we're talking about.
So like, the threshold for passion is so high that you really can't try to get anywhere in the fighting game community in terms of, like, representing the community if you don't love the game. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, labor of love.
I wanted to interject and just be like, it's what Sejan was saying is, like, in the fighting game community, like, it's all organic. There's nothing that's like made up. There's no like, hey, this one guy beat that one guy one time. No, it's none of that. It's literally like Good Games was created in the community because you want to have the least amount of interaction with the person after they beat you. Son of a Good Games. And then you walk off.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's real. That's real salt that you're seeing. The little lady with the umbrella on the side, that's exactly what you're seeing. And like that's exactly what Say Jam is talking about.
So, and you know what? Again, I don't want to sound like I'm trying to bash other esports, because literally on the panel we had before, they were literally talking about how the FGC has this figured out. They were literally talking about how the FGC they don't need to slave away over trying to make these narratives that don't work. They don't have to fight this constant fight for users to be engaged. So I think what I would really love, and if this is even possible, what do you think these other esports leagues could do? Because they're desperately trying to figure it out. They're desperately trying to make their broadcasts more entertaining. They're desperately trying to make their pro players be people that, that fans want to follow and care about victory or defeat. What are some things that you guys know from casting these games? What advice could you give?
I think it would be good to loosen the tie, unbutton, the top two buttons of their shirt a little bit. They're just a little bit too professional, I feel, but I understand that they are beholden to certain rules that the publishers and developers have. Maybe like things like, Steve was talking about anime, right? They might have a legal team where they're like, you can't talk about other IPs and stuff like that. Like me, I worked with Pokemon in the past where they say, don't talk about Digimon, so like things like that, right? I think they just gotta, honestly, when it comes to the other esports, they probably, besides just loosening, what would help them loosen more up maybe is diversifying the talent that they have. I think, because a lot of times whenever I look at the other esports, they usually have like not much representation, and if you had a lot more diverse cast of talent, that may lead to people getting many different perspectives on the game, many different people getting probably even feeling more like, okay, these guys are relatable. They're kind of speaking my language, and I could see things from their way because we're probably from the same culture. And all of a sudden, things are different. When we look at the fighting game scene, there's so many different kinds of people that are on the microphone, and you get all different kinds of flavor of perspectives when it comes to a game that people could just hop in and be like, yo, man, I totally vibe with that. I love this. Whereas, if you have a whole bunch of different guys on the mic, I'll be honest with you, sometimes I can't differentiate from each other on the mic. No disrespect, but
I know what you mean.
Yeah. Well, because same cadence.
I was gonna say, so the thing is that I think even the problem with this discussion is the approach. How do we fix it so that we sound authentic? Like, if you have to try to think about a solution,
that's crazy.
There should be no solution. You should just hire people who are passionate and care about your game. The thing is that you can teach anybody to be a bit more professional and speak in front of camera. Anybody can practice and be good in front of a camera after a while, right? So like in our community, it's like nobody comes here like camera trained, and we had like all this we have all these stats, and like we're like super buttoned up and everything. The key to the success of our commentary and community and making it interesting is that all of us are just people who are very passionate, and we learned other skills to build on top of that, right? If passion is the skill that you don't have, or the thing that's not in your broadcast or your players or your talent or whatever it is, that's something that you can't manufacture. It's not creatable. So for that reason, like, you just find people who love the stuff you do and put them on. Like, I think a good example is looking at something like the LEC and League. Like, when you look at that, everybody in the European LCS, like, they are super happy to be there. Right? Like, they're making all this cool content. They're really happy about everything they're doing. They're passionate about the game. And like, if people are not passionate about the game, I know what D1 means, where like everybody sounds the exact same. It's just like, welcome to this esports broadcast. It's a pleasure to be here at the desk made by Snickers. It's gonna be a great match we have today. I can't wait to cue it up. Talent, can you tell me what do you think is gonna be the winning moment of the day? And it's like, dude, you don't know anything about what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Well, you practiced that in front of the mirror 5,000 times, right? Like, it was like, you read this and like, you're not actually, like, anybody can read a script, right? You can teach anybody to read and be prepared. So just find people who actually care about the product and the game and that kind of stuff, and you'll be fine, I think.
All right, guys. So we literally have 1 minute left. in this podcast. I mean, not podcast. I do so many podcasts in this panel. So I would like to just do a real quick lightning round. If you guys could give one thing that you think the fighting game community needs more of, just one thing, and people who are maybe listening, what's the one thing that people need more of, and then we'll sign out.
Developer support.
Devs,
I think that, and I feel like that goes straight to like what Nintendo's been doing, and just kind of looking at what these other companies have been doing, and just build off of that. All these companies can look at each other for an instance to understand how to build better brand. Like they need to look at some of these consumers, some of these casters. They want to like make a variety of these things so they can bring more people into it. I feel like they just need some consultants, man. I think they need consultants that actually like really like rock with their games. Like they need a D1, you know what I'm saying? You need a Say Jam, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you need those people to show love so they can connect to those people. Like D1 said, you can't have the same people there all the time and expect your base to grow. That actually doesn't make sense. So it's like, for me, I feel like it's just they need that developer support, and they need context of what their scene is trying to achieve. All right, that's what I got. That's it. There we go.
Awesome. A Say Jam.
I would say belief in the endemic people in the community who really care about their products, and like, you know, put your effort behind making sure that those people make things that are like, you know, help in terms of content, in terms of like the developers, talking with them and being open with the community and doing stuff right. And also belief in the things that people are trying around the games, right? People are often so like afraid of new things in the community.
Yeah.
Be willing to try new stuff. And also like, yeah, as Steve mentioned, the creative people in terms of like all the developers and stuff, lean on the people in the community, right? In the same way that they have with events in terms of the creative ideas behind stuff. And I think our community will be fine in that, you know, sense.
Cool. And D1, you can close us out.
Yeah, the last thing I think we could probably focus on, especially with this current time in the Me Too movement, is like just like a code of conduct team. People
That's true.
are really loose. Way too many people are dismissing things as cancel culture, and we have like just a lot of things that are coming out that like honestly the people who've done those things shouldn't have done them. And in order for us to be better moving forward as like a community, not even just in fighting games but esports, you know, as a whole, people need to be more accountable, and we also need to do our part to educate people, to let them know like these things aren't okay. You can't act like you're in a position of power, like, you know, R. Kelly, and do whatever you want and think you're not gonna pay for what you've done. So yeah, for sure, educating these people. And that might just go back to even sex ed at school. Maybe people should just learn how to talk to other people, how to not mess with people that aren't of age, you know, consent and all sorts of other things. And that's like
There's a lot of things.
Yeah. You know, one of the things we were saying before is just the phrase a safe leadership. There needs to be more safe leadership. There needs to be more mentors.
Safe leadership.
Yeah, you know, there just needs to be people that really aren't in it for any other reason than to help young people and to help new people in the scene have the same fun and the same community that we've experienced through video games, right? It's crazy to
I legit just said that yesterday. I said those exact words. I said that yesterday. That's exactly what I said yesterday. Good. That's true.
Yeah, man. Well, anyways, guys, this has been fantastic. Once again, I always love the fighting game panel here. This has been another InVent Global Esports Conference panel. You can follow all of our fantastic panelists on their Twitter. You can follow Asayjam at Asayjam. You can follow D1 at XD1X. And you can follow Tasty Steve at Tasty_Steve. That was easy. You can follow me at Nick Drazio3OD, but why'd you want to do that? Anyways, this has been Nick Drazio for InVent Global. I will talk to you guys later, and I'll see you on the next panel in 15 minutes. Thank you guys so much.
Take care.
Bye, everybody.
All right.
Thanks, Nick.
saying some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sing. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I know you gotta be able to have fun tonight. Baby, I know you gotta be able to have fun tonight.
Hey guys, so welcome back to IGEC Day 2. Today's panel is going to be on sponsorships and partnerships, something that I do take care of here at Invent Global. I'm Kelsey Rimage, the Partnerships Manager, and we're here with 4 other partnerships/sponsorships managers from different companies that some of them I've actually worked with before, and they are wonderful human beings, and I'm super excited to be talking to them today. And I'll let them introduce themselves, starting with Brian.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Kelsey. Brian here. Bit about me. I head up partnerships over here at Tribe Gaming. Previous work in the past, got my upstart here in esports, mostly on the agency side. And then since then, kind of just moving on to in-house teams, and really excited to kind of carve something out here for Tribe. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Yeah, of course. Moving on to Koi.
Hey, I'm the influencer manager at HyperX. I handle all influencer campaigns, marketing, and try to push new agendas and new different contents onto our platform.
Awesome. And we do have someone else from HyperX. Want to introduce yourself, Penny?
Yes. Hi, I'm Penny. I'm the events team lead at HyperX. I handle all on-site events as well as event sponsorships. But of course, since lockdown happened, I've also been handling a lot of online stream events.
Awesome. And HyperX actually very generously provided the mics that we are using for IGEC and all of our streams. So thank you guys very much. And last but not least, Victoria.
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria. I've been in the live streaming industry since 2015, worked at Streamlabs, which was acquired by Logitech, and now I'm currently doing community and partnerships at Hamel.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys all for being here. I am super stoked for this panel because it's something that I think is really interesting given the current world climate and what's going on, because we were speaking earlier today with our influencer panel on how much of a surge that the gaming and streaming world has seen. With Twitch, I'm pretty sure from year to year, I think it was June to June, there was like a 99% increase in viewership, which is absolutely insane. But when you think about it, that's all we have to do right now. We're just sitting at home, we're watching streams, we're spending a lot of time online, and that's the whole basis of what's happening in quarantine. But that's where you guys come in, and it's like, how are we going to advertise our product? How are we going to get out there and make the most out of what we usually do in this situation? So let's just start it off with saying, how are you guys dealing with quarantine? How has it been for your company and just for you in general?
I'll start. So, with quarantine happening, there's like a lot going on. Obviously, I think everyone in the industry was at shock at first. Since then there has been a lot of changes going on, but being like modern problems requires modern solutions. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the companies have gone from working in office to working from home, and also a lot of companies have been doing giving allowances for employees to make themselves comfortable while working at home. In terms of like work schedule wise, working from home was definitely like a lot different from working in office. So having like a routine is really important. Personally for me, like at first it was like, okay, how do I make sure I don't just roll out of bed and go to work? And at work you had something to look forward to. For me, it was like yogurts and snacks, but they're not there anymore. So I had to like find some replacement or something. But in a nutshell, it's like since you're working from home, you gotta like keep work-life balance. Still gotta keep that, but make it separate. But also like just make sure that you have like a routine going on for yourself.
Yeah, I think, how many of you guys actually worked in office? Did all of you guys work in office? Yeah, it seems. Yep. So yeah, I worked from home before even quarantine happened. So it wasn't a huge shift, but like you still see the effects. But yeah, you guys work from the office, and so like it must be a lot different. Does anyone else have any stories about how they're adjusting?
Yeah, I can go next. As Victoria mentioned, it definitely was a transition from working from home, working in the office full time to working from home. Mm-hmm. So it took, at least a couple of weeks to really get used to it and actually get into the schedule and the routine and everything. I think the biggest problem is that when you're at home, you're constantly looking for food.
Yes.
So it's like every 5 minutes I get up to go and like look in the fridge. But the thing is 5 minutes ago I already saw what was in there. But for some reason you think that 5 minutes later it's different, but it's really not. So I think the biggest struggle with working from home is just eating too much and
Yeah.
So that was mine.
No, I can totally attest to that. That's what I mean. I'd be like, I just ate lunch like 5 minutes ago. Why am I hungry again? And I'm not actually hungry. I'm just bored at this point. So yeah. No, Brian, you're actually in the office, I would assume. Yes. So how does that feel? Even though you're alone in the office, like how does that feel being back?
Yeah. For us, I was introing with the group earlier before this conference and letting them know that we actually moved into our new headquarters here in Austin at the bottom of February. So, once the whole thing started rolling around, we had to clear out. Thankfully for us, just a few of us here are based in Austin, but I think the biggest sort of change here is really if you're, in the esports system, everything is pretty much a startup. And, there's a certain level of electricity when everybody's in a room working towards a common goal. And, that's, now missing, and we have to adjust and sort of, recalibrate on a lot of those fronts. So here internally, at least us for Tribe, we've been sort of spearheading a lot of initiatives to kind of just keep that rolling, right? If you guys are even at HyperX, right, I'm sure the teams are extremely agile, and just missing that sort of human element is definitely takes an adjustment. So pretty much echoing pretty much everything Penny and Victoria said, and really just hoping to kind of get everybody rolling in once again. So remote, definitely harder, but obviously we're all smart people here, right?
Yeah.
So we can find some solutions.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing, a lot of outsiders looking in on the gaming industry think like, oh, quarantine, you guys are just used to this. And it's like, no, we still have the aspects of socialization that we all dearly miss. Like, just because we do spend a lot of times on the computer, or some of us are more introverted than others, that doesn't mean we don't like socialize. That doesn't mean we don't lack this same human connection that everyone else needs. And like for me especially, it's just like I miss my friends. I miss being able to interact in that office environment and be able to bounce ideas off my coworkers. And especially in the partnerships and sponsorships position, like we have to be creative. That's our whole building of branding for our companies. And so being able to interact with people not through a text is something that's so important and something that's lacking right now. And so I feel like it's been a lot harder for at least in VIN, not on a business level, but on a personal level for me, just being like, how can I do outreach? What am I looking for? And earlier today, when I was moderating the influencer panel, we were talking about a lot of branding and just new brands coming into the gaming space because they're looking at what's going to give them the most success right now. And since there's such a huge light spread on esports and gaming, especially in a COVID environment, we see a lot of new competition coming from different brands trying to get in touch with different streamers. How has that affected your guys' outreach and just business in general?
I can. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
Sorry. So as you guys, as I mentioned, I'm the on-site events lead.
Mm-hmm.
So that definitely was a big difference for us. So a lot of organizations had to transition into online stream events instead of in place of on-site events. And honestly, I feel like months of planning an event has literally gone to like just a few days. Because as soon as lockdown came, it was like events after event after event was like this weekend, next weekend, we want to do this, and it was just a continuously flow of different new opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And then I know a couple weeks ago, I know we're now shut down again, but like a couple weeks ago, things were starting to open up, and esports arenas were reaching out to say, hey, we want to do a social distancing, but gather gamers together to kind of just hang out. So we were looking at those opportunities, but we were very careful to look for opportunities that don't pose health concerns.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest priority right now. We were talking about this before the panel started, and most of us are based in California, if not we're based in California. And because of everything, we got that little taste of freedom, and then it was taken away, and rightfully so. I mean, we want to be as healthy and as conscious of the situation as possible, but that hurts companies, that hurts us. I know when I was brought in as a partnerships manager for Invin, my main goal was to go out to cons, to events, and network there, create partnerships through human conversations, that were in person. And yeah, now the shift to online stuff, it's been challenging, and at least for me, like a welcoming challenge, but it's definitely not the same. So I totally feel that, Penny. Can anybody else?
Yeah. I'm so sorry. And I just kind of feel like what's really great is that as soon as we're all in this together, it's a pandemic, and it's great that a lot of people all the gamers came together, non-gamers and gamers came together to kind of have charity streams to support this pandemic. So it's just a change.
Yeah.
And like, it's not just focused on gaming, but something bigger than that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm done.
Sorry, yeah.
No worries, fine. I just wanted to also like bring up the point that in esports there's so many companies, right? And how influencers or like how brands really differentiate each other is through through the account manager or the partnerships manager. It's when you really start cultivating a relationship between companies, it's sort of like you need to slap on like a face or a personality, and that's what conventions are for. Like with we work in a industry that's based on the internet. There are different time zones, there are different personalities, but and that's what conventions are for, and that's what they're great for. Is you can finally connect that face that you see online or that person that you talk with over email. You can finally see them in person. So it's been like really challenging to not have that opportunity or to be there, physically or have a physical presence. But I think like what Brian said, we're adaptable, we're smart. So, I think outside of that is just like really, I think what we could do, make the best out of the situation right now is, playing games, set up like community events, like smaller group activities that we could do online. A couple of us have been hosting events, even on Discord where we like play Jackbox or whatever we could, to kind of get like either like a voice or like some sort of presence going. To kind of continue or strengthen that relationship, but it's definitely been challenging kind of meeting new people.
Yeah, I feel like it's really cool to talk to some people that have been in partnerships for a while, because Discord was definitely not as popular as it is today, like a couple years ago. It was still breaking out on the scene, something new. And now this is such a way that can connect so many people and can be utilized by partnerships and sponsorships managers to actually form, like you said, events, even community nights, and then build it through there. Even though you're not going out to an actual event, you're creating something internally that's making connections through there. And right now it's adapting to the times and adapting to what's important. But as we're all adapting to what's next, what, especially in a time like this, do you look for in a company to potentially partner with, potentially do business with, and what when you look at them, what do you look at in terms of this company is going to profit in a time like this, and it's going to benefit us as well?
Since meeting new opportunities is a little bit harder, so you really got to be smart with the amount of time and effort that you put into new projects. At the end of the day, as businesses, we have ROIs to hit, so it's really important to kind of use your time wisely. Like personally for me, I spend more time doing research on projects instead of like making calls, just because although face-to-face time is great, but at the end of the day, if like the two companies, like their goals don't align with each other, you gotta be smart about your time. So a lot of it has transitioned into kind of like researching the company, getting like key metrics, kind of I'm personally, and I'm sure a lot of people in the industry are, but we're very data driven. So kind of, make sure that whatever your metrics or goals that you are looking for, you want to make sure that the other company also have similar goals. So just I think overall it's just, being more efficient and smart with their time.
I think
on my end, I would. So sorry, Penny.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, sure. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely echoing a little bit of what Victoria said. A lot of sort of, when you're looking at leads or looking at the right folks to really talk to in the space, it takes a lot of research. There isn't too many resources that's going to tell you, hey, to secure X brand, you need to talk to a Y person. But I think the most important overarching thing, at least here at Tribe, is that, we're big believers that progress is a function of time. And when, people in our industry are ready to sort of double down while others are paring back, it's a huge opportunity for us. And as we're talking to brands and qualifying leads per se, we have to align on those goals. For everybody here in esports sitting here, it's pretty much go time, right? Everything's slowing down, and really the only ones who are moving quick and really taking those initiatives are going to be successful in the future. So a little bit of my perspective there.
Yeah, and Tribe, because you guys do focus on mobile games, I know there's been a lot of push by developers to get their games out right now, because as we saw with, at least what pops in my mind is like with Valorant, it came out at the right time because all this was hitting and you were home. So it's like there's a new game to play, especially for me because I mainly play PC games, and that was something that I directly went to. But I do see a lot of mobile games starting to advertise, starting to come out with new things, new game announcements. How has it been for Tribe and you specifically in that kind of ecosystem?
Yeah, sure. So, on the sort of, influencer front that we exclusively manage, business had slowed down a little bit in sort of, March and April where there was a lot of uncertainty. But right now we're seeing a lot of things pick back up. The biggest beats inside the mobile industry is going to be Wild Rift coming, rumored for this year, as well as, Apex Legends Mobile and that new Pokemon MOBA, right?
Mhm.
So as, with the success of Call of Duty in the past, we're just seeing sort of this upwards trajectory for our segment in the market.
Yeah.
So, COVID has not done too much to our business on that front. And, I'm sure that developers are working really hard remotely, and that's a huge adjustment for them. So delays are to be expected, but for the most part, I think in the mobile game cycles, they're kind of holding constant.
No, yeah, that's great to hear. And speaking of influencers, I think that's what we mostly work with here, right? Most of us mainly work with influencers, and so that's kind of the specialty. And my side job is also working at Evolved as a player manager, and I work with influencers as well. So, we do know about that. And obviously, it's an interesting time in the influencer world, but streaming numbers are higher than they've ever been for a lot of people. And there's a lot of new talent even coming onto the scene where we see, actors and actresses that are now streaming, musicians that are now streaming. Is there a certain subsector that each of your companies have been looking into, thinking, okay, maybe we can explore this uncharted territory right now and see if we can profit there?
I'll take this one. For HyperX specifically, we've been working with athletes, probably one of the first peripheral brands to work with athletes, like Gordon Hayward. We've always been pushing the message that we're all gamers, we're all included into one same circle. And what we've done as a brand is push out and sponsor these non-traditional gamers who, like right now, are gaming the most they've ever gamed in their lives.
Yeah.
So we're definitely pushing for different categories, different varieties.
Yeah, no, I think it's really exciting. I know on the Evolve side of my life, there's been a lot of professional NFL athletes that have shown interest in playing with some of our clients, and it's so exciting to see because I come from a traditional sports background. I did track in college, and it's like, it's the best of both worlds. And, at the heart, we're all gamers, and so it doesn't matter where we came from, but it's so cool to see these new kind of conjunctions between these, people always say video or esports versus sports, but when you get down to it, we're still all in the same community of competition, and so it's cool to see that joining. Does anybody else have anything to add to that?
On my end, I would just echo what Coy was sort of alluding to. There's just a huge cross-section of pop culture kind of crossing over with gaming now, and if the Fnatic and Gucci collaboration wasn't indicative enough of where gaming is, gaming culture is pop culture now. So to see all these guys come in, Gordon Hayward, obviously for Tribe 2, who's an investor in our side, is doing fantastic work. We see him sort of active on Twitch, active in our Tribe content as well. And it's going to be really interesting to see when other sort of, forward-thinking brands are going to realize that, gaming is actually pop culture. So just from my end, just wanted to share that, this sort of crossover that Coy was alluding to, we project that it's going to be ramping up.
Yeah, I definitely want to echo what everyone else has said. You know, gaming's definitely kind of like become like this more mainstream culture. Over on Hamill's side, you know, on top of like working with influencers, we've also started working with like voice actors and actresses because actually the element of sound is huge. You know, it's everywhere. It's in gaming. It's a form of media, and we've seen a lot of success even working with like voice actors and voice actresses.
Yeah, no, it's become so diverse and coming from so many different angles. And it's really normalizing esports and normalizing the video game culture more than it was previously, which is, it's great on a front. It's where you can talk to people more about esports and they know what you're talking about. It's no longer the discussion of like, what's that? It's more of, can you tell me more about that? Which is super great from my perspective. Looking into influencers though, and when we're looking at Twitch or rest in peace Mixer, we were looking at Mixer, or were we looking at Mixer? I don't know really, honestly, but you know, we look at Facebook Gaming and all these rumored like streaming sites that are coming out. And looking into influencers, what's the main grab for you guys when you want to advertise a product? Is it, you know, numbers versus reputation versus branding? Like what's your guys' go-to?
I'll go ahead. It's definitely all three.
Mhm.
We don't sponsor one influencer if they don't have a good brand, or if they don't have the numbers, or if they're not pushing a good message to their community.
Yeah.
With all our influencers we have now, including our celebrities, they all have one thing in common. They all always push for a positive incentive.
Yeah.
Gaming, for mainstream media, gaming has always been seen as this toxic environment, and we at HyperX, we know that's not true. We know you'll find some of the best people in this industry. So that's who we look for. We look for people like Pokey. We look for people like Juju Smith Schuster, who does so much things for this community.
Mhm.
And for platforms like Mixer, we do sponsor Ewok,
Mhm.
whether she's on Mixer or not. We don't look for just one platform.
Yeah.
We look for everywhere.
Mhm.
And TikTok.
And TikTok. Anybody else want to add to that?
You know, over at Hamel, what we look for in a partner is one, if they align with the company's mission statement, you know, which is to make gaming more, more less, a little like in a way less toxic, but also, you know, promote like sound and helping people to have a voice. You know, a lot of times, you know, players or they cannot participate in voice chat, whether it be they have like an accent or there's a lot of profiling. But we look for influencers that are actively, you know, trying to give gamers a voice. And so with this, we work a lot with like voice casters or, you know, again, like voice actors, actresses, just someone with a personality, because we want to break the barrier of like having assumptions when you're playing games. Um, so one of that being is, you know, you want to look for influencers who could provide value to your brand, but at the same time, they also get value from doing it partnerships. So definitely, you know, having like a base stat is important, but what's more important, and I think what weighs more, is how willing is the influencers to work with your brand.
Yeah, no, I think that leads to another question about just activations in general. Like, you know, obviously we have influencers that, you know, when they stream, they're just these bright lights of hope and all this, and everyone loves to watch them. Like, you know, like Pokimane, for example. Like, who doesn't love Pokimane? Like, she's a great streamer. She's just a great person. She pushes a positive message. And but sometimes you do have these streamers that, although they're nice and wonderful on camera, when it comes to activations, they fall flat. So coming from a partnerships or sponsorships manager or account manager, what to you guys makes a happy activation?
I'll take this.
Yeah.
I mean, I think understanding that when a streamer streams, that's not who they are, right? It's a persona.
Yeah.
It's understanding that they are extremely comfortable in their home or wherever they decide to stream from. And when we bring them to an activation, whether it's a production day or on site at a booth, our goal is to always make sure they're comfortable, because if they're comfortable, they can be the best version of themselves. And just letting them know and keep them informed of everything. And even little things like making sure they have water, their favorite snack, or something like that, just helps them feel at home and they can just do what we're hoping for at the very least.
Yeah, but now since it has switched to online, like it's all online activations, whether it's a sponsored stream and stuff like that. How has that shift kind of changed the way that you approach activations and what you kind of want from your streamer?
For me, honestly, it's pretty much the same.
Okay.
It's just eliminating having them travel to the location that we determine
Mhm.
versus just having them be on either our stream at HyperX channel or their own. We still make sure they're comfortable. We let them know what the run of show is going to be. Make sure they're comfortable with the run of show, and let them feel like they can, add different ideas to the show.
Mhm.
Because if it's comfortable for them, just like I said earlier, it'll be comfortable for everyone.
And I just wanted to add to that. I think communication is key, especially since we're not having face-to-face meetings. We're not having like a run of show before the show, right? So I think it's important to make sure that everybody is communicating exactly what's going on and what's going to happen at a certain time, so that it is done during the live stream. So.
Yeah.
I think also, sorry.
No,
I just
go
wanted
ahead.
to add to that. I think, aside from communicating with the influencers, it's also important to make sure you have clear communications within. So whether coming from like a software company side, right, you want to communicate clearly with the devs on what are the key metrics to track. You also want to make sure you have a good data structure on what the ROIs are and how you're going to track those ROIs and how you're going to produce the reports. And one thing that I can't stress enough is to start small, start simple. Don't be afraid with working with smaller influencers who may not have like a huge following. In fact, just from my experience from building up a partnership program from scratch and from the start, for me, it's important to start lean and make sure that you start with like a simple idea. And when you start seeing results from like a small lean idea, then you go and scale and build out like a much more extensive program and start reaching out to bigger influencers. So I think actually, a lot of times what I've seen in activations is, they work with big streamers or they work with really popular streamers, but it's also important that you have like an extensive tracking and a data structure within, so you know how to make sense of whatever traffic that you're getting. You want to analyze like why people have clicked on a link but didn't make a conversion and what's the drop off there. You also want to make sure that you know where the frictions are and where the blockers are existing. So yeah, I can't stress enough of just like start small, start simple, start lean. Iron out your system, iron out your structure first, and then you can start scaling to something much bigger. So I think one of the most important factors is keep the communication clear with within, but also like keep the communication clear and set up expectations with the influencers as well.
Yeah, and something that I like that you brought up was something about smaller influencers. Obviously, people that are streaming right now, there's a lot of people getting into streaming. There's a large influx of people wanting to be influencers, wanting to be sponsored by, a HyperX, wanting to be a Tribe Gaming play or influencer and all this. What advice can you give to those smaller streamers or people that want to have these companies invest in them to help them be marketable?
I think one of the biggest things that I see in influencers is that they're not very business oriented, which is understandable because a lot of influencers at the end of the day, they're there to create entertainment or to create content. They're not there to run their own business.
Mhm.
But at the same time, I think it's really important to have a mindset of when a brand is reaching out to you, they are interested in your content. They're interested in working with you. So I think it's within both parties' interest to make that system or make the process as smooth as possible. I can't stress enough of like just responding in a professionally, responding to emails professionally, but also respond in like a reasonable period of time.
Yeah, I think from all of our viewpoints, we answer a lot of emails and a lot of Twitter DMs, and that's been my whole life for the past couple months, and I'm sure yours as well. Does anyone else want to talk on smaller influencers and advice they can give?
I think it's maybe not so much business-wise, but just when you are looking for an influencer that's smaller, understanding that smaller streamers do have a lot stronger communities. You'll see streamers with 100 concurrent viewers, but they might have 1,500 subscribers.
Mhm.
That's also another angle people should look at.
Yeah, and I guess for my end, just make sure your email is on your Twitter. That's really one of the biggest ones, especially on YouTube back in my agency days when we're reaching out to talents big or small. Having an email right there in your YouTube info tab goes very far. So that's my only tip.
That's a huge one.
Yeah, I feel like because I follow a lot of partnerships managers on Twitter, it's like that is something that's tweeted at least once a week. Just like put it in your bio, please. Like we have opportunities, we want to contact you, and something as small as that is just like you're missing out on a huge opportunity, and so that's an excellent point, honestly.
Yeah, and I guess just one more tip there is that some creative solutions if you're on the sort of buying side per se. Obviously, Discord is a huge one. Joining Discord communities to get to the right talent. And one thing that we did a lot back in my agency days, especially when activations were live and it was really hard to get a hold of these guys, DM a Twitch mod in that channel, and they should give you a direct line to what's going on there. So little tips and tricks for those partner managers out there.
I do that a lot.
Yeah, how often do you, or how much of your guys' day is spent looking through Twitch and checking out these smaller streamers and seeing if they are compatible with your company? Is that something that you guys do often?
For HyperX, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, that's it's always interesting to stumble across new streamers. I noticed, especially with me going to TwitchCon last year and the year before, outside of my esports bubble, because I mainly sector in League of Legends and Riot Games in general, but when you go to something like TwitchCon, you see how much bigger the streaming world is. There are so many different niches that are just all over the place, and so many different creative streams that you wouldn't have thought of on first viewing. When you guys are looking for influencers in these more smaller divisions, is that something that you want to pioneer, or is it something like, okay, we're comfortable in this gaming space, and obviously we do want to look for someone that has a different, I don't know how to even describe it, like just like a different interest than what we usually do, but we want them to be big? Or would you guys rather foster a streamer that you're like, okay, they have potential, I don't know if it's going to get off the ground, but it might?
I think this depends. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Well, I think it really depends, right? So, using Hamel as an example, I think it's a lot of it is, kind of understanding the data from our consumers and from our customers to understand how we should, how we should work with influencers. Because at the end of the day, you work for a company and the company has customers. So although I think it's good to branch out to different communities, but at the end of the day, you need to have data, or you need to have something that tells you that it is worth the investment to be branching out to communities. So it's just, I think it's good, but just, you need to be mindful about what you're doing.
From the HyperX perspective, we don't sit in one community. We work with every single gaming publisher. We expand as much as possible, as long as each game community is a positive reinforcement within itself. And just in general, working with small streamers, I using Valkyrie as an example, when we first sponsored her, she wasn't where she is now, right? We watched her stream, we vetted her, we saw potential that she could blow up, and we were right. And I think a lot of it is just kind of going with your gut and hoping for the best sometimes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess on my side, a bit of more of the sort of micro-influencer marketplace intel here is that, when it comes to brands spending on smaller influencers, it's extremely, I guess, for lack of a better word, laborious to sort of get them on board, get them totally sort of sorted out. And as far as the solution goes, in the marketplace, we're seeing sort of influencer platforms, whether it be Amp and Go for apps and other sort of things, or Matchmade for, games or any sort of brand promotion there. I think that might be a really interesting jumping off point for any brands who are interested in fostering these micro influencers. And upon those results, you can go ahead and sort of at scale cultivate those little smaller relationships with folks who are really, really impactful despite their size. So, I know Coy is like nodding his head. He totally knows a lot about this too. So, it's definitely a great path for brands who want to, don't have that bandwidth, but understand the power of these sort of micro influencer communities. So it's a solution that a lot of sort of marketers should be looking into.
Yeah, spinning it more towards the marketing side, a great point that you both brought up. With content, partnerships managers and account managers actually have a good portion of content control and just ideas and being creative there. For you guys, what has been, especially in the current world condition, what has been your content goals? I guess you could say. I'm trying to word it in a way of like, because we had to change our content, right, for what's going on. A lot of it's shifted to video. A lot of it's shifted to even like animation for some people, because we can't get into a studio and film. Has there been anything that has specifically spiked your interest that has come out of how everything is right now?
So, I think software products are a little bit different from like hardware.
Yeah.
But in terms of like software products, I think it's like promoting a game or promoting something. You want, one, you want to make sure that the influencer is interested in the product, but two, I think a lot of it is how do we produce some sort of content without making it look like we're just inserting this promotion into this streamer's or this creator's content. And so I don't think we have some control, but I think at the end of the day, it's much more efficient when you brainstorm or when you try to kind of come up with the idea along with the creator, or whether it be with the creator or the creator's manager, or someone in the industry who can kind of understand this person's brand to come up with like some sort of content or proposal that's organic and authentic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's, I think, when you hammer it home at the end of the day, that's the biggest thing that needs to be important, is it being authentic. Because if the content's not authentic, the audience isn't going to buy it, and if they're not going to buy it, they're not going to buy your product, and then that just leads to negative sales. But speaking of negative sales, right now, obviously there's a lot of pressure to keep companies afloat and keep companies going, even if the rest of the world may be having a little bit of a slowdown. What has been the hardest thing as a partnerships manager or account manager that you guys have faced in your time at your current job, at least, or in the esports community?
Sorry, can you like rephrase the question again?
Yeah, sorry. Basically, obviously with selling points, it's a lot different than outside the esports community. You have to think of it a little bit differently. Is there something that you continuously hit as a problem when trying to market or advertise, I guess you could say, that maybe would be unique to the esports community versus not?
Well, I think it's unique, but it's a problem that I think everyone is trying to crack. So, the average gamer, they'll spend thousands of dollars on a graphics card.
Mhm.
They'll spend a lot of money on keyboard and peripherals, but how do you get them to spend money on a piece of software? Or how do you get streamers to spend money on a software or on something that's not, basically like a tangible product? And I think a lot of people in the gaming industry or the streaming industry is also trying to crack that. Like without it being like a microtransaction, how do you get people who play games to spend money? I think that's one of the biggest problems that I've seen in my career.
Yeah, I mean, I think for you, Victoria, it's a different, it's its own different beast, because like you said, it's not a tangible product. This is something that you can't touch, you can't wear. And when you're going through your creative strategy for it, run me through the creative strategy for software advertising and partnership there. Is it something where you talk to graphic designers and it's like you work with them, or is it more of an internal kind of discussion?
So currently, Hemo is a new startup. We launched in April, so we are actually, before we even get to the monetization part, is how do we drive new users and how do we retain them?
Mhm.
That itself is sort of like the problem that you have to solve before you even think about making money. And again, going back to what I said about making something that's authentic, you want to think about you want to look for reasons why your customer is even using you in the first place. And even though you could gain a lot of users, but actually figuring out like what makes them stay is another problem. So it's like a whole process of figuring out like trying to understand your customer, or understand why they're using your product, and trying to understand what is there that makes them want to keep using this product is sort of what I'm addressing. And I think for Hamel, a lot of it, it's kind of funny, but it's like a lot of our users like to use girl voices when they're like playing games, and when they're using like girl voices in games, like the other player starts to try really like much harder. Um, I mean, it's like there's definitely something there, right?
Yeah.
So for us, like our in a way, like our content has been kind of like, oh, how do our players use voices that are not themselves to prank other people, and how do we provide new voices that incentivizes users to use our product. So yeah, we're trying out like grandpa voices.
Oh my God.
We have like weeb anime sounds. So they could in a way, they're like portraying different personalities whenever they're playing games, and they like the attention that they're getting. So that's sort of like how we address this problem.
Yeah, Victoria, I'm going to ask you for a key after this call, okay?
Yeah,
I got to.
No, I think
And
that's. Go ahead, Benny.
I just wanted to add from the events perspective is that since we're no longer having on-site events, pushing products is a little more difficult just because people can't physically try them out, feel them, and hear the audio. And so we kind of had to get creative to see how we can really push our product and really make it unique. So make a creative and graphic that's unique so that it stands out from all the million other ads that are really out there. Because right now, since everybody's in lockdown, everybody's looking for peripherals, right? Some people are looking for upgrades. Some people are looking just for something that's better for them, their own setup at home. And so what's like, I think we're constantly struggling, trying to figure out ways to get the message out there and let people see that what's the difference between HyperX and a different brand, right? So it's just
it's all about the messaging.
Yeah, stand out.
No, I remember right when everything started, I had to try and get some webcams for my company, and they were being resold, like Logitech webcams being resold for like triple the price. And just like you don't understand the supply and demand until you get into a situation like this. And I'm sure all of you guys like probably felt that as well, especially HyperX. Oh my gosh, I couldn't even imagine. But I mean, good for business, but yeah, so we are coming towards the end of the panel, and I did want to pose this question to you guys because I think it's very interesting. But I want to go to each of you and talk to you about what company or streamer is your dream collaboration with and why. So I will start with you, Penny.
Well, in my opinion, I think everyone has an opportunity and has a lot to offer, so we don't really like to limit ourselves to just one or two organizations. Yeah, so I wouldn't pinpoint a specific dream company. I think HyperX is always open to working with everybody. We've worked with Champion, we've worked with Ducky. So just as long as our brand mission and our brand purpose aligns and we can work together, we're definitely always open to new opportunities, new partnerships.
Victoria?
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like this answer doesn't do any harm. It's like, the ones that you really, really want to work with. But I think for us, we're really interested in working with Fnatic. Just because they have like a presence in Southeast Asia and in Europe, and those two happens to be some of the regions that we have our biggest user base. So like a lot of our customers are already watching like their content anyways. So it'd be really cool to like work something together.
Yeah. Coy, do you have the same answer as Penny, or?
I mean, yes and no. Like she said, we don't really dream. On the influencer side, we kind of just work with who I want to work with.
Yeah.
And I'm lucky enough to have a team that supports most of my decisions to push forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I completely understand that. Brian?
Yeah, sure. So I guess on our end, on the esports and the team side, I think leaning into your sort of local markets is, a huge opportunity there. And I think some teams that have been doing it really well are sort of, the NRGs of the world, Pittsburgh Knights with sort of their local naming. So I think that next step in the esports industry here is that despite being global or national organizations, really leaning into your locale could be a significant sort of unlock for shareholder value. So, from our perspective, we see a lot of good work happening over there. Again, at Pittsburgh Knights, and really replicating that model and adopting it for what we're doing here is extremely interesting. As far as answering that question, dream partner, Tourism Board of Texas. Would love nothing more.
All right, interesting answer. I love it. But yeah, so that does actually conclude the partnerships panel. I want to give a huge shout out to all of you guys for participating and giving a lot of insightful information to those watching. I'm sure there's people that do want to be in the positions that you are that picks up a lot of good information. But thank you so much. And next up, we will have an investment panel. So thank you, and we'll see you in the next panel.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Nice to be here.
Thank you.
wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, feel the thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Me and you, girl, you and me, jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Want to see the thing you want to make me feel way, girl. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome again to another InVent Global Esports Conference panel. My name is Nick Durazio, Director of Corporate Strategy, and I am joined by a fabulous row of panelists, and we're going to talk to you about esports education. Now, first, I think that topic in itself needs to be unpacked, and that's the first thing I'm going to do. But before that, let's introduce our panelists. So, Jeffrey, why don't you start us off?
Happily. Hey, everybody. My name is Jeffrey Lashfeld. I'm a professional documentary producer. I've worked on shows with CBC, with Vice, and a bunch of others. I've also been the esports director for several colleges, and I'm currently completing my master's with a focus on solutions for research and operations at college level in universities and colleges.
Awesome, awesome. Okay. Ajaccio, why don't you go next?
Hi there. So I've been in esports doing Capcom Pro Tour, Injustice Pro Tour, Mortal Kombat Pro Tour, and then I transitioned from the professional world of esports into the college world, where I helped coordinate the esports program at Humber College in Toronto. And now I'm sort of doing consultancy work to help other colleges get off the ground.
Cool. And speaking of colleges who have gotten off the ground, Chad, you're up next, man. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. My name's Chad Smeltz. I'm the director of esports for Harrisburg University, located in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. My background was in professional League of Legends as a coach and general manager, and then I decided I wanted to get back into the education world and combine education and esports. That's where I am at Collegiate.
And last and certainly not least, and also with the unique distinction of I'm saying you have the best camera quality of any panelist we have had throughout the entire 2 days of this event, Dr. Christopher Alexander. Hey, Chris, how are you doing?
What's up, Nick? How you doing? Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. My name is Dr. Christopher Alexander. I am known as the professor of video games at Ryerson University. I focus on game design, virtual broadcasting, which includes esports production, as well as esports infrastructure, which I'm sure we're going to get into here today.
Yeah, so you know what? This panel was all about trying to take esports education to the next level. But I think there is an important distinction there, right? There is teaching someone how to get good at a video game, right? And then there was using the inherent fun, the inherent challenge, the inherent discipline of getting good at video games to teach learning skills and other things like that. So before we get off, I'd say we're going to talk about the latter first. I want to first pose the question, do you guys think that that was an Animal Crossing a text tone, which I love.
Sorry, that's my text message, yo. My bad.
Don't worry. I love it. And now I want to check up on my villagers. I've missed them so. But first question: do you guys think that educators can reliably use video games to better engage with students and teach things? And you know what, Chris? Why don't you're already nodding your head? Why don't you start us off?
Well, to be quite frank, that was the crux of my dissertation. How we learn via video games, not just the fun bits. So I'm a core believer that what we learn in video games, including things like finance, resource management, which I'm sure Jeffrey will talk about as well, that's inherent in the video games industry. And particularly in esports, there's so many jobs associated with video games and esports that pretty much encompass all post-secondary institutions and subjects, to be quite clear.
Yeah. And Jackie, why don't you answer that question too? I mean, it's probably going to be a yes from this panel, but I think it's important to ask that question because, as you all know, there's pushback even on that concept, right? There's pushback even on the concept that video games should be in colleges. So how has some of your work in the collegiate scene either seen that or maybe you've seen cases of that? Can you kind of tell us about your experiences, Jackie?
Well, having gaming sort of be... We're in a very tumultuous time where students are looking for identity, and it becomes clear that identity has a wide range. And the nice thing about collegiate esports and sort of giving everyone an umbrella is that we can bring a whole bunch of different people under this umbrella and kind of give students a safe space through gaming, no matter what they have on their plate at home, money-wise. They know that they can rely on this space to have a common ground with people. And when you have so many power dynamics that are coming into play, especially now that we're talking about those power dynamics, it's nice to have something neutral to gravitate towards and something neutral that students can have open discussion about that doesn't come from any type of hierarchy.
Yeah, and even in the most basic of levels, if you are an incoming freshman and you are in this new place, scary place, all these new people, I mean, gaming has been your thing. It's definitely a way in which you can engage with not only your peers, but with the school itself. And Chad, I know that you have tons of experience with that. I'm sure you have not only met, but I'm sure mentored many young student athletes who may have been lost or may have not really enjoyed college, and then bam, they join your Scores esports team. Can you tell me a little bit more about how you guys foster growth with competitive esports in school?
Yeah, absolutely. So the cool part is that, kind of following up on what Jackie said, is that everybody's at a different point in their life when they come into a college program. It doesn't matter if you're all the exact same age or if you have different students or from different backgrounds. And so not all of them need to learn the exact same thing. You want to get them all on the same page, but that doesn't mean that the growth from video games applies to the same for everybody. And so you kind of have to teach them differently. You have to learn their learning styles. You have to apply it in different ways. And video games can be the vehicle that really helps that because they all relate to it in a way. And so students who have never had a hardship up to that point, or maybe have had the hardest life possible, there's still different ways to teach them and have them come on board. And so if you can use the video game to kind of be that vehicle, whether it's through competition, common ground or whatever it might be, everybody excels at something a little bit differently. And as an educator, you want to try and push that as much as possible to find what they like and what they excel at.
So, Jeff, I know that from the very basic, if I was just completely new on this whole topic and someone said esports in college, the first thing I think of, well, I guess it would be the same way that you would motivate a student who wants to compete in sports. You'd say, well, if you want to do this fun thing, you have to keep your grades up, right? That's like the bare minimum, right? But there's got to be schools that are doing better things. There's got to be ways in which teachers are trying to best incorporate esports in meaningful ways. And I know that you have been talking about and discussing that topic. So what ways do you think could schools better incorporate gaming into meaningful education? And then, Chris, I definitely want to hear your opinion on that exact same question afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really important topic to talk about, and I was already preloading an answer to the previous question that goes in the same way. And it's really important to point out that what video games change about the educational structure is it changes from a passive pedagogical sort of transmission to an active participation and reward-based teaching system.
Yep.
Games are wonderful because they give you a win condition. If you learn the appropriate methodologies, you will win and you will succeed and you get whatever that reward is. And so one of the most basic and really effective methodologies that works, and kind of what you were talking about already, is if you do well in school, you get to play video games. I actually I have really bad ADD, and I had a 5th grade teacher bribe me to get A's in my class by letting me during lunch hours access the computer lab to play Heroes of Might and Magic as a kid. And it was an extremely effective motivational tool. But where you can get even more effective, and this is something that I've implemented at schools that I've worked in the past, and I know that both Jackie and Chris have been involved in implementing as well, is minimum grade requirements when it comes to education in terms of esports and esports teams. If you're playing at the competitive level and you want to compete, you have to be able to keep your grades up, just like if you were doing a varsity sport. I'm going to leave it for Chris because I know he's got a lot more to say on that front.
Now, I'm just going to support you, Jeffrey. I'm going to take it one step back. And my excitement in both esports and video games is when I say infrastructure, I'm actually talking about curriculum. So Jeffrey mentioned video game playing. Jeffrey mentioned esports competition. I know that we can look at project management. I know that we can look at computer programming. I know that we can look at fashion and interior design and make ties to how things are happening in esports and in video games. If you look at what's been going on with Louis Vuitton, look at all these partnerships that are happening in the space, there are huge curricular ties that if we can make the connections for students sitting in the seats, which statistically we know many of them are video game players, that's how people can be like, oh my goodness, I'm going to school for law. I can do esports law and video game law? Wow. Yo, Jackie, I see you.
Yeah. So Jackie, please, you clearly are in agreement with that, right?
I mean, there's just so many different things that unlock when you stop looking at gaming as a game And I mean, to quote Dr. Chris Alexander, are you teaching physics? Then you're teaching video games. You know,
Ooh, I love it.
it's right there. I've sat in his class. Well, like Jeff's TAing, Chris is delivering lecture. I'm sneaking in, and the students are sitting there without any kind of barrier, trying to balance blocks on each other and then assessing the physics of the situation. And are we applying physics in a way that rings true to the real world to give an actual experience? And if you don't recognize that those moments are teachable, they reach everybody, and they are also important to making a realistic sense of competition even in League of Legends, then you aren't recognizing the education opportunity as video games. Gaming is not a game.
So it's clear that on the surface level, this seems to just be also a part of just good teaching. You need to find ways to relate with your students. You need to find ways to relate with this new generation. But I want to shift the conversation towards the student that does excel. This is the student that doesn't need any help focusing. They don't need any incentives. Sorry, Jeff, they don't need to be bribed with a video game to do well in like the 5th grade. Chad, what are your experiences with these type of students, with the students that excel? Are they drawn to organized competitive esports? And have you seen that something that not only helps them with their innate academic talents, but maybe also propels it? Is that something you've seen?
Yeah, so similar to the students that might have a hard time, the students that excel also come from different backgrounds, and so the things that maybe cause them to excel are a little bit different. So you kind of have to poke and pry to see why they're that way.
Yep.
But what I found is that esports, whether it's esports competition, the community, it kind of gives them a reason to want to excel even further. So for example, one of my students who excels very strongly excels because they are a great team leader, a great communicator. They're the type of people that are very good at getting the rest of the program to kind of like group up and go do things together or do stuff like that. And like that, there are ways for them to uniquely excel in that fashion that some of the other students might not like. There are students that excel from not only just the grades, but also like the competition, and they want to push that avenue a little bit further. And so I kind of like finding out what makes them them or their personalities and kind of help them realize it about themselves too. And I think educators are very good at doing that.
So, you know, it's obvious that on this panel, there's this nice little harmony between passion for gaming and also passion for educating. But I'm going to be now the big, boring businessman in the room and say, listen, I'm trying to keep my esports company afloat, or I'm trying to sell copies for my game. And I know that collegiate is huge. I know that if we're talking just mass bodies, mass gamers, and yet there has been some resistance. There has been this resistance towards not only the schools embracing esports, but also the developers and these esports organizations for knowing how. They don't know how to navigate the red tape of universities. They don't know how to explain or even sell their esports culture, esports tournaments to these organizations. So let's get practical. What are things that people can do to help navigate this? What are ways in which yes, Jeff, how can people please? Oh, this is great. This is my classroom. I love this.
So in all the schools that I've worked with, I've now worked with two different, a college and a university. I'm talking to a second college now to start helping them out. And what consistently seems to appear is that colleges are not clear on what resources they need in order to get started. They don't know if they need insight. They don't know if they need monetary resources. They don't know if they need scholarships. And part of the challenge comes from the fact that it changes for every school. Yeah. And I was having a very heated discussion about this, in fact, with Chris and Jackie the other day, where one of the problems comes down to a lot of the brands that come in to try and work with schools are looking at it in the same way that they would approach a professional team sponsorship. They figure they're going to come in, they're going to get $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, and the school's going to make some social media commitments and some recognition commitments. That's the end of it. But the schools, to be really successful, need guidance and they need goals for how to utilize any amount of money you give them. Yeah. And part of the challenge is that you often need to give them more money than that. And so brands will go in, have the conversation, the school will tell them how much they need to get started, the brand gets sticker shock and it runs away. It's not a traditional esports team, it's an institution. And so giving the institution guiding goals for how they should implement that recognition will help them to understand how they should proceed and help them understand really how many resources they need.
So Jackie, first of all, I would love to ask you a question, because you mentioned that you do consulting for a lot of these schools and you can help schools get geared. But before that, I just want to ask Chad to comment on something that Jeff said about the type of people that need to go in there and the type of support. So Harrisburg's esports program is very impressive. I've been to some of your guys' tournaments, and it's massive. What are some of the hurdles that someone who comes from the esports world, who comes from this, what are some of the hurdles you faced? Because you know how this is supposed to look, you know how this is supposed to feel. What are some of the hurdles you face, and how can other people maybe looking to get into the collegiate scene, how can they also overcome them the way you have?
I'm the world's biggest middleman when it comes between people who understand the esports industry and any college official from any college ever, and getting them both to understand each other. Like I sit in the middle, and I'm the arbiter.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it's about programs, tournaments, events. It doesn't matter what it is. But the point is that people that are like hyper focused on just esports or just a tournament or just competition, like, they just want to play the game. They just want to focus on that. And you can't do all of these things. You can't run an entire program. You can't run an entire curriculum.
Yeah.
You can't do all of these things without thinking about all of the back end. Likewise, on the college side, they might be hyper focused on just how it affects the university and the college themselves, and you have to sometimes think about the esports side to kind of show, like, hey, in the esports world, this is why it looks like this, and here are the reasons, and let me give you some more nuance. And so to make something successful, whether it be a program like Harrisburg University, or whether it be our big tournament, or whatever it might be for everyone else that's doing stuff, I highly encourage to get both sides to truly understand each other, and not just do it as we should get into esports because it's popular. I think that makes a huge difference in education. If I'm being completely honest, you'll see a couple of schools sometimes get in for either the wrong reasons, or they just aren't as committed as they think they would be. That happens, I think, when anything becomes popular. So
Yeah.
that's understandable, but we want to try and encourage as much understanding in the space as we can possibly get.
Awesome. Thanks for that. That pretty much sums it up. Jackie, I feel as if Chad may have explained literally everything about how to get this, but I'm just curious to hear your perspective of someone who consults, as someone who tries to, explain or tries to, help broker these relationships between schools and esports. What do you think is the one thing that, if you could insert in the mind of any single person who makes decisions at the collegiate level, what is the one thing that you desperately would want them to understand about what it takes to really create a sustainable esports program in their school?
I think the most important thing, and this is really tough to get collegiate level industry to get their head wrapped around it, is when you are setting up partnerships, you do not want money. You need to set up something reliable that will set a path for students to follow. If you just ask for $20,000 a year every year for 4 years, which is a very typical deal in the collegiate scene, great, you have $20,000. What? So you blew it all on PCs.
Yep.
Now what?
Yeah.
All on getting the fanciest monitors, everything lights up, your training facilities soundproof.
Yeah.
What did you get your students? And if the focus is not student development, and the focus is not uniting all of your programs into, is esports only competitive play, or is it culinary? Is it videography? Is it journalism? So schools, when setting up partnerships for esports, can not only look at it as, give me money, please, and this will make it work. You need to set up relationships with professional esports teams and professionals in esports that will be a lasting relationship, that will be professional development for your students.
Wow, that's very well said. I particularly love the emphasis on student development, because I think that's something that I think the esports industry needs more just in general. I think esports needs to focus more on the young people who you're trying to get watch, maybe focus less on having that big, shiny, bright object and focus on the people watching it, because I truly do believe that esports grows as so does as individuals. Jeff, yes, you have your hand up. I feel like a teacher. This is great.
Teacher, I'm so fired up.
This is
At
great.
the end of the day, you're a school, and student development should be the ultimate goal.
Yep.
And the truly successful schools that can foster student talent are going to be the schools that win competitions. They're going to be the schools that have those industry leaders that graduate out and start new companies and start new technologies and become the leaders that we all want to see in the world. The school is usually predicated on the success of their students.
Yeah.
And as a result, that's what all the infrastructure should go back towards.
Yeah. So, you know what? I actually think Chris is probably the most uniquely qualified to answer this, because just on this panel, Chris is the only person to have absolutely stomped me in Street Fighter Third Strike. I don't know if any of you else could, but Chris has definitely proven to me that the guy knows his esports metal. It was a great set. There was a little bit of lag. I'm not trying to have a John, but it was a little bit of lag. I play a zoner, so maybe that had to do something like that. But Chris, you strike me as a very rare intersection between someone who fully understands the competitive intensity as a player yourself, but also understands the need to publish things in academia, the need to fight tooth and nail to get these large institutions to take things seriously. And I think a lot of what we have been talking about, especially Chad saying, oh, he's this professional middleman, which I agree, I've definitely been that middleman, myself. It stems from these academic forces, sitting in their ivory tower, so to speak, and gaming is the farthest thing to academics. It's the farthest thing in their mind. So how do we fight that? How do we fight that level? Because that's the highest level we need to fight.
So here's the thing. What you want, Jack? You want me to drop that stat?
Yes.
Drop the stat.
Okay, so the root of everything we're talking about right now is infrastructure. Okay,
Yeah.
We're trying to incorporate things holistically and systemically, right? Chad is talking about being a middleman. He's trying to be a conduit to the infrastructure. That's what he's trying to do. Now, in Canada, I don't know if this is the way it is everywhere else. Research has demonstrated that the average age of the full-time faculty member in post-secondary institutions is 51 years of age, okay? Now, we know that the average esports player is between the ages of 18 and 35, very similar in kind to the students that are sitting in their seats. So my question is, what happens when you're trying to explain to a human that there are 20,000 people in there watching somebody play a video game in their basement, and they're disconnected from the community and the medium itself? What you have is what you mentioned, an uphill battle, where it's tough to understand the legitimacy, the respect, the curricular ties, because actually, demographically, you're disconnected. So trust is going to be a huge element. And I'm so excited to talk to Chad about how he garnered that trust, because my approach now is getting in there and conducting academic research to substantiate why things need to happen. For example, I'm running a research study just to poll the 40,000 student population to find out what games they play and what programs they're in. And once that data comes back, I'm going to show administration, be like, look, this is your student body. I'm not making it up. They're inside of your demographic. These are the programs they're in. These are the games these programs play. And that's the way I'm going to, I guess, statistically push the envelope forward, because it's not enough that I have a PhD involved in video games. It's not enough that I could play a lot of video games and incorporate video game curriculum into the classroom. Now I have to go even further to go all the way down to research, which I guess it's an academic institution. It makes sense. But if we're looking at stats from externally, what's going on in esports, a lot of us who play and are part of the community are like, yo, what's going on? But at the same time, you're gonna need to have humans on the inside who get it.
So Chad, speaking about a human on the inside, I actually think that's a really interesting question that Chris brought up. How did Harrisburg, how did they pulled that lever and said, all right, let's do it. Let's go in on esports. Let's hire professionals. Let's really get, expert mentorship from people in the space. How did that conversation happen?
Well, one thing, with Chris's charisma, I don't know how they wouldn't listen to him. You know, the PhD and all that, but the charisma, like, how can you not back that just off of sheer, you know? But to follow up on that, I think to Harrisburg's credit, two things. One, they already had a semblance of interest going into it, and so getting that first seed planted without me having to do that gave me a lot of room to work with, and that seed is not planted at a lot of places. So how many steps it takes to get up the uphill battle just to get that first seed planted is a lot, and like that's a big part of what we were talking about originally. So I can't take credit for that, and I won't, because that's not fair, because that's a lot of hard work. But going from there, it was basically showing the university all of these different aspects of what we were talking about now, but then also I started to do things that were a little bit more nitty gritty. So the first thing I did is I went like to the admissions and registrar, and I said, okay, we're going to start doing questions about esports. We're going to start doing stuff quantitatively, so that way you guys can see all these numbers right off the bat.
You need the data, right? You need the data.
We might not see these numbers for a year or two. That's fine, but I'm literally starting this day one, so that like 2 years down the road, if we want to say, okay, how many students are coming because of esports, or because we started this bachelor's program in esports and management and stuff like that, what does that look like to the university? So I can at least have some quantitative things for them to back. But then in addition to that, it was like growing out the community around Harrisburg. Like Harrisburg is not like a major city. It's a capital city in the state of Pennsylvania, but it's not like a major city that has hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. But the community supports it.
Yep.
You know, we filled out an entire theater of 1,000 people from a fairly small community, and all of a sudden they're realizing, okay, there's way more to this than I thought.
Yeah.
Like we have families of people that from age range of 60s who don't even know what's going on, but they're here to support their kids or their grandkids or whatever it is. And if they're here and they don't know what's going on,
love
like,
to see it.
what does that look like? And so
Yeah.
it's starting those seeds of thought and kind of like planting more seeds as you go up the ladder, I guess.
So, by the way, I just want to go through the chat now. We have some shout outs to the NACE conference last year. Chad, you had some thanks for that. But there's some questions here, and they're kind of about the same thing. People are asking, how do you monetize a college esports team? There's a lot of business talks here. And Jeff, I know that you and I talk about the money of collegiate esports a lot, and it makes sense at IGEC, which is an esports industry conference. We're trying to figure out, okay, well, fine, this is all great, but how do I make this work money-wise? And before I would really love your opinion on this, it seems from my perspective, there's two different battles going on. There's the esports industry side trying to, have this thing, like make sense, and then there's the inner university side. To my perspective, it seems like there needs to be more collaboration and more working together of those. It seems as if you like in the chat are asking, how do you make a collegiate esports, how do you make that financial? Well, you should probably first find your inside guy. You need to find someone like Chris. You need to find a professor that gets it. You need to find someone like Chad who can go and, get you those numbers. Because how to make it financially possible, well, you get the school to pay for it. That's probably the easiest way to do it, right? But Jeff, I would really be interested, how would you approach that question? Because we have people here asking, okay, how do I make the dollars and cents make sense?
It's a great question. And inside the university, it becomes a challenge. And I think you hit the nail on the head with saying that inter-university, better foster competitions, things like that allow the university to better understand what's going on is probably the best way to approach it from an internal perspective. Yeah. But I know most people who are here are not coming at it from the inside the university perspective. Most of those people are actually here in this panel right now. In terms of businesses trying to access universities, I think it comes down to being important of what is your intent in trying to access the university. Because most things are possible, but it's important to recognize that universities and colleges are the ultimate resource for soft power. You're going to get, very potentially, if you sponsor a school, yeah, sure, you'll get jersey sales, you'll get engagement, you'll get activations, you'll get people who will engage with your channel because, say, you're one of the major esports teams and you come back to college. 100 Thieves backs the university, though.
And that's the student body, they're young people. They're like young consumers. It makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. But where the potency truly is if you are engaged with a college in a productive and effective and constant basis, where you are involved in the mentorship and the development of students, you get something much more powerful. You get to affect the policy of that university. which can result in a bunch of benefits, which can include your faculty being taught how to do esports by your team, and which can involve training students to specialize in the skills that you need in your field. You can train students in online broadcast, in streaming, in coaching. You can get involved with mental health performance and all of these other phys ed and physiotherapy things that esports professionals need that are currently underserved in the market.
Jeff,
and I know Chris and Jack.
Jeff, Chris has his hands up. Chris has his hands up. I'm sorry. We need to go to the next student.
You got to raise your hand. So, again, we're talking about infrastructure. It depends on intent and who's asking the question. Some students have asked us, how do I get paid to be a player? That's a separate conversation. Some universities are looking, how do I tie things to KPI, key performance indicators, to help generate more funds from the government? Some of the ways that it works in Canada. Well, if you think about it, if the way that you're looking at esports broadcasting, for example, and you're setting up facilities to be the one and only spot for that, and people are coming in to get trained for that, well, we know in Canada, the video games and esports job market, it's up 18%, so 48,000 jobs as of 2017. If we have curricula that matches that, then the business is going to come via student enrollment if there's only one spot for it that's reputable and actually delivers content that connects pedagogically and from a job acquisition standpoint to the students. Jackie, I'm going to hand off. You got it.
The other really important thing is when you are setting up an esports program is you have to look at the optics. Who did you hire to champion esports at your school, and what do they represent? If I go to another school and I only see the executive faces and I don't know what any of the kids are doing, I don't trust it. And you need people who understand both education and esports because there are buzzwords in the university that will unlock funding. There are buzzwords at the secondary level that will unlock funding. All of a sudden, instead of saying we're going to an esports event, but it is a student development event, it's different. A student learning event, it's different funding. If you go to a high school and say, do we have non-board funds that can go into this kind of thing? You might have tapped in a $40,000 unused dollars that they didn't know what they wanted to do.
And this is why you need a consultant like Jackie. That makes sense, guys. Guys, listen. Guys, I could literally talk to you about this topic for hours, but I just want to give you a quick lightning round. If anyone wants to connect with you guys based on what they've heard, based on, you know what, that sounds great, where can they connect with you guys? Where can they find you online? Chris, why don't we start with you?
Whoa, well, I'm on YouTube and I'm also on LinkedIn. That'll be the primary point of contact. But yeah, hit me up. My connections are there. Happy to chat. Happy to have Zoom calls, whatever you need. But yeah, hardcore academics. Let's go.
Cool. And Jackie, how can people find you online?
I prefer if people found me on LinkedIn, but what I'd really like everyone to find is going to inspire.ca, and you can support Indigenous students and help them graduate, which I think is a way bigger cause than finding me to help you out.
All right. Jeff?
Twitter works really well. You can also find me on the website. I run a startup called IQ Esports that does a lot of support and education through video games for high schools and colleges and groups like that. IQEsports.com. You can find out about a bunch of stuff we're working on there. Or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. That's really effective as well.
Cool. And Chad, why don't you close us up?
Sure. You can find me on Twitter at Chad Smelts. I really enjoy helping programs start from scratch and helping students kind of find their way. And so if you have any questions, feel free to message me and I'd be happy to help.
Awesome. A chat says that you guys are the cool teachers who bring in the TVs on Friday. That's true. I'd say that.
That is the nicest thing that anyone has ever said about me.
Well, guys, this has been a fantastic panel. Thank you so much. I am once again Nick Durazio. But you know what? I'm going to be moderating the next panel. So you guys stay tuned and we'll be back. Thank you guys so much. This has been the Invent Global Esports Conference. Signing up for now. See you guys soon. Bye.
Great.
Sweet.
Okay. All right, hello everybody, and welcome to another and the last Invent Global Esports Conference panel. This panel is all about the realities of esports investing, both on the side of someone who's trying to find investment, but most importantly, you're going to hear perspectives from people who, on the day, it is their day-to-day job to assess whether or not this is a good investment, whether or not that's a bad investment. They deal with the pitches, they deal with the nitty-gritty details, and I'm very, very happy to have them on this panel. So why don't we just start off the round of introductions. Zandra, why don't you start?
I am Zandra Laskowski. Thank you for inviting me to be here today, Nick. I'm very excited. I am founder and CEO of OC Angel Investors. We are a women's angel investment group based at the UCI Cove, UC Irvine, and I've been an angel investor since 2013.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Now, his @ says not James Polk, but that's not his name. Zach, can you introduce us?
Yeah. Hey, Zach Teep here. I'll spare you the whole story of how I went from music education to sports broadcasting to stand-up comedy to esports, but I'm here now, dot connector in the space. I build cool stuff with my friends for a job that ranges from tournaments, activations for Fortune 500 companies, sports teams, sports leagues, etc. I see a lot of wonderful things in the space on a day-to-day basis as part of a role that I've taken on of connecting projects to investors. I've learned a lot of exciting things through that role and through that practice, and I'm excited to share those things with you. And I'm thankful for Nick for bringing me onto this.
So
Crafting
nice.
the future every day with people makes everything new and exciting, and I'm glad to be here to help reinforce that for people.
And last, but certainly not least, and I will also say too, as my favorite Twitter handle all day, because it is the easiest, Frank Zoners, @ Frank Zoners. Hi, Frank. How are you doing?
I'm great, Nick. Thanks for inviting me to join today. I got my start in esports as a competitive player back in the days of Counter-Strike 1.6, so that's been a lot of years ago now. It's been a real blast to watch the industry take off in the way that it has. And for my day job these days, I'm a business lawyer, and so I focus my practice on guiding companies through venture capital investment, private equity investment, and other types of business transactions. And I'm really excited to be here.
Awesome. So part of why I'm so excited for this panel is because through all of your guys' combined experiences, I truly think that we can answer and try to solve, at least in this 45-minute time slot, one of the most pervasive things that stops great things from happening in esports. And that is, esports people don't know much about investment. They don't know much about how to find money. They don't even know where it is or how it works. And on the flip side, most investment people don't really know about esports. They don't really know the lifeblood behind it. And it causes them to maybe get caught up in some weird investments. It causes them to be vulnerable towards people who use a lot of buzzwords, who talk a big game, but really, they're just trying to ride that a wave of esports that we've seen in 2015 that had a lot of investment capital going in. So that being said, Frank, as someone who used to compete and is now on the other side of things, what do you think is one of the most common things you hear from your peers that isn't true about competitive gaming or esports? What do you think is some of the big misconceptions going on about the space?
Well, that's a great question. One thing that I heard recently that kind of rubbed me the wrong way was that esports consumers and people who watch esports are kind of freeloaders, and they don't want to pay for anything. They just want to hop on Twitch and watch the latest tournament or competition that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And so the concern that this person was voicing is, maybe there's not really as much to the esports industry as we thought. Maybe people just want something for nothing. Personally, I don't think that's true. I think probably most of the folks out there, viewing don't view that as true. But there's still a lot to be proven in the industry, and I think people like Zandra and Zach and I are trying to help bring structure and guidance to the industry. I think we're trying to help people build profitable businesses. And, we're excited to be a part of that. And so I think that, From my standpoint, there's a lot of upside and there's a lot of opportunity for growth. And even though I was competing, like 15, 20 years ago at this point, I still think we have a great ride ahead.
Yeah, and I really, really appreciate that perspective, because it's actually exactly something we talked about on previous panels. And people were making that same point about how it's so hard to generate interest in the space because the average, cost per esports viewer is so low. But in my experience, it's not so much that esports consumers don't want to spend, but it's that, there's not much to spend on. There's not many people who are really trying to elevate the space. And Zach, I think that's where you come in, because, as you said before, you're someone who likes big ideas. You're someone who likes to connect people and find that juicy, prospect and then blow it up. So I'm going to ask you the same question, but maybe from the opposite side. What do you think is the biggest misconception you hear from gamers and from esports people who don't quite understand how a business is made, how money works? What is the one thing you could help them understand that you think would make them do something great with their esports knowledge?
Yeah, so the biggest thing is the esports industry as a whole. There's a lot of buzzwords in it, but what often gets lost in that is that the esports industry itself is a giant buzzword to a lot of people. It's a buzzword that comprises everything from digital engagement, to youth engagement, to haptic or your involvement-oriented technology, where you're immersing someone within something through VR or AR or some sort of controller or peripheral. But the major thing that I would tell anybody involved in the space is what you can't fake, what I can't teach you, and what nobody can coach you is passion. I can't make that appear for somebody. I can't walk up to the passion tree, pull it down, and give it to you in a Christmas present. The passion is born from how you feel about your idea, how the thoughts and the analytics that you put into creating your idea, and living within the industry, having it be something that you are a part of every day, that you are endemic to, is a very valuable commodity. And perspectives that come from outside that industry, as long as they are not overinflated, are also valuable commodities. The true power and the true focus comes from when that endemic passion is merged with external perspective to create a passion perspective combination that allows you to move forward with something that's really profitable.
Yeah, and I would just, first of all, very well said. I'd second the fact that a lot of people within the space don't know how valuable their knowledge is. I've kind of made it a habit of just sharing knowledge freely, because I think that's just kind of the way in which you grow things. And that's actually how I met Zandra. Azandra. I always get that wrong with A's. I know, I'm just saying. No one calls me Nike, right? They say Nick, so I'm trying to get it right. So, Azandra, you host large scores of interested investors, and they often are interested in all sorts of things. Your group has also expressed interest in esports and gaming, trying to understand, okay, I've heard it. So can you kind of give me some insight on where does that surface level interest come? And what are the type of things that investors like yourself and your group want to know more? What can the esports space do to better present ourselves to investment groups like yourself?
Well, every year we pick a trend to study, and it's a sector or a trend in startup and innovation. And this year it was esports, e-gaming, and digital health trends. And we were so happy to have you come speak to our group and really put it into the basic building blocks of what esports and e-gaming is and why we would be interested in investing in this space. Now, we're not going to go out and sponsor a franchise sports team. We just said those are big dollars, but we're pretty sure that there's some technology surrounding this sector, in this sector, that support the platforms that our investors would be interested. Some technologies that we're seeing, I have talked to 2 companies. They are trying to bring to market technologies that help protect the players. As parents, a lot of our kids and teens and husbands and wives they're gaming, and especially the minors. We have a big problem with that. We see that, boy, my son is spending so much time on, Fortnite or Overwatch, and what is this really? And so if we knew that we had a tool that we could easily vet who they're playing with, what types of things they're doing, what types of language you're using, because a lot of these, from what I'm understanding, a lot of the players are speaking or they're texting, and it can be destructive. There's companies out there that are trying to create a service or some kind of security barrier to vet the players. These technologies would be very interesting to our group. And we're always looking at the same thing: the problem you're solving, the total addressable market, and the people solving the problem. So if that is of interest to us, we will take a deeper dive.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up, because in my experience, I see a lot of esports pitches too, and it's easy to get inside the bubble of, we're just a bunch of young gamers thinking about the problems that young gamers face. And there's a lot of ideas that. But I actually think, software is huge, tech is huge, and I love that call to think outside what the normal gamer thinks is a problem. What about the parents of gamers? What about, there's so much tech, so I really like that angle. The next topic that I want to approach when it comes to esports investing is some of the critical parts, right? There are some investors who have rightfully been burned by the space. There are some investors that see it as a trend. No. Esports is just a very thin marketing layer on top of a much larger games industry. There's a lot of people who won't even come near it because they just don't see the long-term growth. Frank, what would you say towards someone who is hesitant towards even talking about investing in esports? Because maybe it's that they weren't explained well enough, or maybe they just don't buy it. What would you say to that person?
Well, Nick, there's, I think I would point them to the statistics, and I would point them to, the fundamental tenets of investing that Zandra just, so eloquently distilled into those 3 points. I mean, we've got Newzoo coming out every year with these reports saying that there are a bazillion people who are watching esports every single week. And so, we know that people are watching, and we know that people are interested, and we know that businesses are being built. There are, I think, very important questions of how to make these businesses sustainable. How do they get past their initial rounds of investment and, continue on into the future? I think those are questions that we're all trying to answer collectively. And then I think I would also point to the fundamentals of investing. What problem are we trying to solve? What's the market for it? Do we have a smart and capable team of people who are working on the problem? And is it scalable? Is this a real solution that's going to make returns for the investors? And those are questions that sophisticated investors are very experienced in answering. They deal in those questions every day. So I think that, just to sum that all up, the potential is there. We're applying, investment principles and legal principles and other principles to a new market, but we've been doing that for hundreds of years as a civilization. So, that's my take.
Zach, we were. Before this panel started, we were talking about our mutual friend, Felix. He was on one of our panels, and he actually made a very good point about how most esports orgs now, they were formed because of this huge capital raise. They were formed because of this 2015 onwards huge capital raise, and then it's just been burned. It's just been burn from then. And now we're having a lot more people, especially what Frank's been saying, you need to build a business. You need to try to build something that works. And Zach, what advice, or how can you start leading the horse in the right direction when it comes to a lot of these esports? And we know they have the passion. We know that these are gamers through and through that are trying to be entrepreneurial in spirit, but maybe it's a lot harder than just, having a very fancy deck, I'm getting the capital, and then bam, you've made it. What type of things would you encourage them to maybe understand about their business and how to turn it into something that isn't just a long shot investment that won't work out or may work out?
Yeah, you see a lot of examples in esports where people, and in many industries, but it happens in sports quite a bit, where people get a great investment And then their strategy with that investment is to attach it to a kite and watch it fly away. And I have 5 different analogies that I rotate between because the story is the same. People get a large amount of money, and then their strategy is to say, hey, wow, Johnny, we have a lot of money, don't we? Yeah, we sure do. Great. That's it. And that's it. That's the end of the conversation. But the one thing I would tell to people that are in the process of a capital raise that they might anticipate to be impressive is that you know your story, and you know what got you to this point, and you know where you want to go. So the caution that I give people is when you receive a large amount of money in an investment round, the expectation is that you will use that amount of money for something productive that creates a return for your investors. Put simply, they want their money back eventually. They want a return on the investment. So you know the story that got you to the point where you are. You know the past that led you to create this idea. You know where you're at in the present as you're formulating it, and you know the focus that you have on the future that allows you to get that idea where you want it to go. So hone that story into a goal. Process that goal, analyze that goal, understand the actions that it takes to reach that goal, and commit singularly to accomplishing them. It's like the old it's in football, they say if you have 2 quarterbacks you have none because you don't know who's throwing the ball. So this is here. If you have 8 different visions at the same time and you're trying to accomplish all of them, you will accomplish at best half of one of them. Figure out what you want and go get it.
Yeah.
Can I chime in on this one?
Please, Andrew. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Nick, okay, so the one thing, we have a 7-point criteria every company must meet before I even take a deeper dive with them to possibly pitch to my group and my ecosystem. One of them being that the founder has to have built, scaled, and sold a company. Why? Because if they haven't, they will fail. I'm 100% they will fail. Why? Because they've never built, scaled, or sold a company. They don't understand what it takes to build an MVP. What's an MVP? A minimal viable product. They don't understand what it's like to put a board or an advisory board together. And if someone isn't, and I know a lot of new entrepreneurs don't have that experience, and that's okay. You have to have a key member of your founding team who has that experience, or someone that's in your advisory board that will be spending a lot of time with you to do that. So that is an important metric, and I can guarantee you, if you look at through the history of startups, the vast majority of them failed because the CEO, the founder, the founding team didn't know what to do. They had a hiccup, they had a road bump, and they went, oh my gosh, what do we do? And they weren't seasoned enough to say, you know what, we need to talk to our team. We need to talk to our network. We need to talk to our employees. So that is one key critical thing.
Yeah.
Surround yourself with advisors. You're in the industry. I'm sure a lot of these founders are from the industry. You have a network there. Talk to everybody about your idea. Just give them a topical. Don't be afraid to talk to them about the idea. It might trigger them to say, you know what, I have someone over here that can help you with building that platform or building that piece of the business that you don't necessarily have the knowledge of how to do, but I can connect you with that person. There you go. First steps to putting your advisory team together.
Yeah, and I'm so glad it's funny, Xandra, you pretty much read my mind. That was kind of the follow-up that I was going to ask you because I knew that you would be so well on speaking to that. What Zach said is right. In terms of there is so much, I won't say inexperience because a lot of the people who are starting these esports companies are, rather experienced, but I've noticed a trend within gamers is we don't really like to reach out much. We don't like to reach out much. Maybe it's because we're not the most social of people, but I think it's why we have panels like this. And I think it's why we try to have these events because, there are so many resources and there's so much wisdom and there's so much experience that I truly, truly, truly do believe can help guide a lot of, I believe Zach used the phrase, it was this combination of like passion, and it was some really nice worded way of saying pretty much you need to take the passion and you need to combine that with the guidance. Those are the things you want. And I think in these early stages of esports growth, it was hard for the guidance to even have a say in the matter because gaming was so foreign. Esports was so foreign. The entire concept was so foreign. It was like, well, you just do your thing. I don't understand exactly what I am investing in, but you just do your thing. So the next question, I guess, and it was really a follow-up to what Xandra said, what do you think are some of the most needed allies? What are some of the most needed, types of experience connections that do you think esports entrepreneurs can have? Like, for example, I'll start. I personally think anyone who has any experience building successful media platforms and then selling them. Anyone who has any experience, and this is completely outside of esports, there is so much work and help you can do with pretty much any esports team. So much of esports is content creation. So much of these esports teams, bottom line, and their true north is they're trying to be content creators. So that's my suggestion. I think more esports people need to mix up with experienced media producers. So do you guys have any other, you think, easy and obvious synergies that you think the esports industry should be trying to make better use of?
Well,
Yeah.
if I could chime in on
Please.
this is not an industry agnostic problem. Many startup entrepreneurs are young people or people that haven't done it before, and they're paralyzed, like, really, where do I go to find the tools? And unfortunately, venture capitalists and angel investors, we don't do a good job about, but there really is not one hub. You can go and just look and pick and choose and see what help you need. So I work with startups, by the way, as an advisor on an hourly basis to point them in the right direction for whatever they need. But you can look at your local accelerators and incubators. You can look at your university you went to. Usually they have an innovation center there that offers free mentorship that you don't really, or very low cost mentorship. You can reach out to your network and say, I'm thinking of starting this company. Are you on LinkedIn? You better be on LinkedIn, and you better be making friends, and reach out to your network and say, I want to start this company. If you have any connection where I could get some information, Small Business Administration, SBA, people overlook that. They have a mandate to help startups. A lot of large corporations they have venture arms like Goldman Sachs that help startups. So kind of do your homework, do your research, reach out to your network, and reach out to I think if you just go Google like startups in Orange County or startup support in Los Angeles, or just start there. And I think you'll start to piece together. Reach out to an angel group. A lot of the angel groups, even though you may not be ready to pitch to us, we want to help you because it behooves us to help you on your mission, to connect you with resources, because if this thing comes to fruition in 6 months to a year, we want you back to pitch to us. So just, there's some great places to go out and find where the support is to help in those early stages of your business plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll jump in there. That's, don't be afraid to tell your story. And to Nick's point on content, everything boils down to the content that you produce and how you tell your story. Every organization's first salesperson is their founder. And if that's not the case, you aren't passionate enough about what you're doing, or you're not living the passion enough, one or the other. Every startup's first salesperson is the person who has the idea in their head. And the first sales call you take is the first friend you call to talk about it. That's your first sales call. You probably don't think of it as one because you're just calling your buddy and saying, hey, bro, I had a cool idea. But that's your first sales call. That's where the tree gets planted. And there is an avenue for content because everything boils down to what I call the content circle, which is where you create the first piece that somebody sees that makes them interested. Then you create another that moves them along into becoming a more loyal fan. And eventually, somewhere along the way, you introduce a participatory element that enables them to be a part of what you create. I have a background in event and activation coordination, and I tell the story that every event I do, everyone who attends it should leave feeling like they helped make it. And is it's a circle of someone sees something, they like it, they participate in it, and then they find more things that keep them engaged. And someone should be able to jump on at any point in that circle and keep moving. It should be a continual merry-go-round. That starts, continues, and ends with the content that you create. How you tell your story, how you market, how you sell yourself, and how you live the vision and the mission of your organization, of your company, of your product, of your league, of your team, whatever. How you live that is how people remember you and know you. And so it all boils down to content. So engage everyone you know that can help you tell that story.
Frank, do you have any comments, or I can move on to the next question?
I have nothing to add. I think Zandra and Zach nailed it.
All right. So, and also as we're having this conversation, more esports orgs and teams and startups need a CFO. That's important. All right. I think if there's one thing that you can find a CFO who loves your idea and can help you manage that money. even if you do erase it, because you would be surprised the amount of orgs that just don't have one, and it's very, very scary.
And if I could chime in on here, use a fractional CFO, Signature Analytics, KPMG. They both have programs for startups that have fractional CFOs. They're very inexpensive, because me as an advisor, I mean, as an investor, if I'm investing in a seed round and you're, maybe in a $1 million, $2 million revenue path, and you've hired a full-time CFO, I'll be pissed. Because I'm like, wait a minute, this is too early. There's other places you can go and get that CFO support on a fractional basis. And you're not quite ready yet, but you need to have that support, because we're going to be asking for financials, audited financials. We need to see what your balance sheet looked like, your profit and loss. We will be asking for a lot of financials in that due diligence phase. So having a fractional CFO means those books are fresh.
That's a very nuanced point.
So there's a lot of support out there.
So, Frank, let's get into, and I'm very interested in this because I'm friends with so many of these passionate entrepreneurs who have tried to create their businesses, but man, they really experience the burn of their capital so fast, and it often takes them by surprise. Do you have any experience on what do you think are the biggest traps, so to speak? What do you think are the biggest burns in capital that people don't really see coming, and then all of a sudden it gets out of control? How would you advise someone to, where should people spend their money when they're trying to do something within esports?
That's a great question, Nick. I'll confess that I don't have a ton of experience advising people on cash flow. That's a little outside of our wheelhouse. But what I will say is, if you're a startup business, your goal is to start getting revenue in the door. And many startups go for years and they go through several investment rounds before they have $1 of revenue. And that's that works for some businesses and they're able to take off. But I think if you can work with your advisors and figure out what's our path to start getting some revenue, how can we begin to make this thing self-sustaining, that creates freedom, and that gives you a lot more options and a lot more possibilities, instead of having to go through a Series A and a Series B financing round before you have any meaningful revenue coming in the door.
So maybe your teams or your orgs, a Twitter account and your team house and all of that expensive stuff, maybe that's less important than trying to create the infrastructure that creates revenue. And you know what? That sounds like a basic point, but so many times in esports, the goalposts move a lot, because esports sometimes changes very rapidly. Sometimes a new game comes out and it completely takes you by surprise. And all of a sudden the game that you've invested your community, your product, even your tech around is all of a sudden, that's out of fashion. I think it is very important to focus on those fundamentals. This has been a common theme in IGEC, more business-minded panels. You need to build a business. Your esports, anything should at its core be a business. So we only have 2 minutes left of this panel, so I'd like to just maybe have a lightning round here, because this has been a really, really fantastic discussion for me. I know that I've learned a lot. I feel like I always learn a lot when Zandra speaks to me, but real quick lightning round. What is one thing that you guys would like to see more of when it comes to the gaming and esports space? What is something that you think this space needs more of? And Zach, why don't we start with you?
Sustainability. I want to see something that speaks outside the bubble that esports is in right now. I want to see things that integrate traditional media. I want to see things that integrate components that have proven tradition behind them, not for the sake of tradition, but for the sake of sustainability and established infrastructure. I want to see things that look outside the bubble and prove that you can think bigger than what you've seen so far. Innovation is sustainability. It's the same thing, and they move forward together.
I absolutely love that. Think bigger than what you've seen. That, yes, esports is far more and can be far more than what you've seen. I really love that. Zandra, what is one thing that you would like to see more from all of those gaming hopefuls and all of those nerds that come to your group and try to get you excited about this stuff?
Oh, I love my nerds. I'm married to the biggest one. So no, but for us, as from the venture capital, family office, and angel landscape, think of it as cannabis. We didn't understand what cannabis was. We shied away from it for many years until it really hit the market. How that happened was education. So if you can educate in just small ways our community, what is this? We hear the buzzwords. We don't game. Most of us don't game, and it's just not our demographic. But the smart groups really want to learn more about this sector. So if you can speak to your story and do it on a very basic level. We are third graders. You're from Mars. Who are you? What you do? What are you doing? Why is that of value? Why would I want to invest in this? If you could just curate that message to us in your pitch, in your introduction to who you are, it's the e-gaming and esports sector. This is the problem I'm solving, third graders. Please join me on the ride. Then we'll be like, oh, okay, we can understand this. We can relate to this, and we can understand how the business opportunity could be exponential.
So more education, more
education.
Explanation of esports. I love that. And Frank, what is something that you would like to see more of in your beloved industry? You're, used to compete. What do you want us to do more of? How can we get better?
Well, I would have given Zach's answer of sustainability. So instead, I will say, what are some ways that we could get to sustainability? I think more buzz. I think that every time it's announced that David Beckham is investing in an esports team, I think that's a great thing for the industry. Yep. I think more investment is good. I think it gives us a better chance of building this into something that's going to really take off and sustain itself. I think that, like Zandra said, more education is good. I think more press is good. We have a long way to go, but I think the fundamentals are in place for this industry to be, a really fun thing to be a part of for many years.
Yeah. Guys, wow, this has been a super, super information-dense panel, and I love it. I feel as if we really got some nice practical nuggets of wisdom. I hope all of you esports industry nerds have been listening. We can make this place grow up. We just need this type of advice. So guys, thank you so much for joining me on this panel. You can follow Zach at NotJamesPolk on Twitter. You can also follow Frank at FrankZoners. And Zandra, where can people connect with you? Where can people find you?
LinkedIn. LinkedIn's the best. I don't use Twitter.
Got it.
So I'm that old.
No. You're lucky. I wish I didn't use Twitter.
Honestly, get me on LinkedIn too. My Twitter.
You guys need to be on LinkedIn. That's where you're going to find so much information.
Yeah, my Twitter's where I pretend I'm still a stand-up comic. Put me on LinkedIn. Yeah.
LinkedIn.
I think LinkedIn's best for all three of us.
All right, guys, LinkedIn it is. So you can find me on Twitter at Nick Durazio 3RD, and this has been our last panel of the day. Guys, thank you so much. I really hope we can do this again. Thanks, guys.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Thanks.
Yep. That's his thing. What is he doing? Hey guys, that is it. That is a wrap. IGEC 2020 is over. We had 2 fantastic days of panels, 2 fantastic days of networking. I just want to thank everyone who came. I want to thank all of our sponsors. We could not have done this without you. If you guys are interested in what we do, check out inventglobal.com, and you can follow us on Twitter at inventglobal. I just want to give a huge shout out to all of our panelists and everyone who enjoyed this event. We will be back next year for IGEC 2021. Wow, can't believe I said that. That would be great. So anyways, guys,